our presenting partner, NICE, our CX Transformation partner, Salesforce, and our knowledge partners, PwC, without whom we wouldn't have been able to bring this industry-centric platform to life. Allow me to ask you a question as we begin the day. Why are we as consumers so fascinated by tales of great customer service? I would argue that it's perhaps because it serves to remind all of us that there are still brands out there that put a real premium on the customer experience and the lens through which their customers view them. For all the bluster that we see about the customer being king and them being our number one priority, we still all know of companies that are very obdurate, very obstinate, that are not really there for you when you need them. They don't really walk the talk when it comes to customer service. As Benjamin Franklin once said, well done is better than well said. And that might have been said more than a century ago, but those words ring true still today. And the grain of truth that is there in that sentence is something that you'll be hearing over the course of the many discussions, the many deliberations that we'll be having today. Today's event, we'll be looking at a very, very critical X factor, one that ties together the many disparate industries that all of you are no doubt a part of. I'm talking, of course, about CX. It matters greatly. Increasingly, we are seeing companies of all stripes, be it legacy brands, be it upstarts that are looking to upend the apple cart, try to place it at the heart of their strategies. But there are two aspects to this, really. One, of course, is hyper-personalization, which we've seen a lot of. The other is seamlessness. And when put together, it creates a kind of a competitive mode that is very, very hard to surmount. Now, I say that because we've gone from a pre-internet era where we had segment of one marketing, and today we've got very well-defined customer journeys across digital touchpoints, all of it deeply personalized. But all of it is not really, it's only half the job done, because you need that context, you need the seamlessness for it to be so across every single digital virtual touchpoint that you've got going. Because without that, you've only got one half of the picture. And increasingly, we find that it is artificial intelligence and generative AI that is helping to shape, to customize, to optimize these journeys, and to make the most of it. Technology, no doubt, is a fantastic lever, one that can create great things. But it needs a human touch, because for all of its advances, if you ask me, the human ingenuity, our creativity, our warmth, our across some of the major Indian airports, Bangalore, Bengaluru, Delhi, Bombay, by show of hands. So I'm sure many of you have heard of Digi-Yatra then. It serves as a confluence of technology, of innovation that all of us can really embrace. It's symbolic of a new wave of innovation, one that's part of a digital public infrastructure that is adding not just a touch of convenience to all of our lives, but it's also helping maximize the economy as we know it. Our next speaker was a telecom engineer at one point in time, but today he's the CEO of this initiative. He helped lay the seeds of it right here in Bengaluru itself, so I think it's perhaps very fitting that he's our first speaker of the day. To talk about this pivotal piece of tech, how it's shaping the aviation industry and passenger experiences through the innovative use of biometric technology through Digi-Yatra, may I please call upon stage Suresh Khadakbhavi, the CEO of Digi-Yatra Foundation, to deliver our keynote address.
Good morning, everyone. Am I audible? Yeah. Good morning, and nice to see on a Friday morning a full house here. I'm here to speak about something transformative that Indian aviation industry has done, and this is, I would say, by far the biggest implementation of its kind across the world. Some of the technologies that we have used, I'll just cover in my slides. Technologies that we have used are at the bleeding edge of technology, something called a self-sovereign identity, which enables we as customers, right, and the other thing is that, like all of you, right, I am also maybe the CEO of Digi-Yatra Foundation, but the point is I am also an air traveler, a frequent flyer. and the pain that we have to go through. A frequent flyer will understand and empathize, right, with me, the pain that we go through at every touch point at an airport. And nobody really seemed to be bothered that, okay, this is something that we need to tackle, right? And we took it up, and while the world was trying to grapple with how do we enhance the experience of passengers across airports in the world, we actually took it up as a challenge and we rolled out a solution which is a pan-India solution. And I'll just walk you through the various aspects of our solution and how it basically helps you to go through in a completely seamless manner. And we are still, I would say, scratching at the surface as we speak. We have rolled out at 14 plus another 14 airports, so almost 28 airports going live. And this is just the start of the journey because we are still doing domestic travel only. And those of you who travel international would understand, right? I mean, you might go land from here, Bangalore to say Charles de Gaulle Airport and land at Charles de Gaulle. The immigration process is a great hassle. I mean, after a 10-hour long flight, you still have to wait for almost 2 hours to complete immigration. And we at DigiYatra, we have this vision and the ambition that, we want to solve that problem as well, right? So yeah, I'll quickly move into what I'll cover today. So I'll just briefly tell you about the vision and the journey that we have taken until now. And a brief about how the process works, right? And I think we already had a show of hands, so already my thunder has been stolen, so I don't want to get into that. How many of you have used DigiYatra, right? And then some key achievements that we have made, how many people have actually benefited with DigiYatra. Something about the customer experience aspect of it, right? And when we started thinking of this journey itself, we put the customer in the core and center and thought about how and what we are going to do. And in the aviation industry, there is a sense of entitlement that all these aviation service providers have or had, like the airport, the airlines, the security agencies, you name it, right? I mean, everyone feels that I have a process to do here at the airport, and I'll do it, and the passenger is at the receiving end of all these various stakeholders. So we are trying to change that. So the other aspect that I am beginning to actually hear out loud is the fact that people talk about their own data privacy. And I would like to sort of explain as to how we are a completely privacy by design ecosystem, which helps you in actually controlling the data flow to any stakeholder where you need to be validated. And then finally, I'll touch upon what are those future use cases that we are trying to achieve. So let me move on to the next slide. So talking about the vision was a very bold vision, I would like to say. Seamless, hassle-free travel across airports, a walk-in-the-park experience, basically, meaning that, when you compare the manual processes where you have to, you are having a trolley, pushing a trolley in your left hand, you've got a ticket, in the right hand, you have your identity card, and you are approaching the airport entry gate, and maybe if you've got kids, then you have to manage the kids as well. So you reach, and then there is somebody who checks your documents, and that's a painful process. So we didn't want any of these friction points, and we said that, okay, all these have to go. Passengers have to move through all the checkpoints without being stopped, without being asked a question, without being asked to produce a document, nothing. You just walk through everything. And of course, this is all completely voluntary, right? I mean, you want to experience this, you can choose it. If you don't want to, you can always opt out and not enroll, use the manual process. So the seamless experience was one of the most important aspects. But then when we were actually thinking about this whole concept, pandemic hit us. And that also made me realize that, this is a process which is completely contactless. And you don't have to touch any device. You don't have to exchange any documents with anyone. So I coined this phrase, health risk-free process. And it is health risk-free process, not just for the passengers, but it is also for the various other stakeholders who actually take your document in their hand. Since you don't have to give any documents, it's a completely health risk-free process. You don't transfer any infection to the other person, and vice versa. And the whole process is completely digital. Therefore, you actually enjoy the airport facilities more than actually waiting in queues. And a lot of other aspects of how data can be utilized, and I'm not talking of personally identifiable information. I'm talking of more about the aggregated data of how reporting happens at airports. During peak seasons, what happens? So stuff like that, right? So those help various stakeholders to gain insights and take those decisions that they need to take. For example, it's Diwali season, and then you are expecting that there will be a lot of passengers at the airport. The airport needs to organize its resources. The airlines need to also line up their resources. So all these can be, data points can be shared with various stakeholders. Coming to the whole journey itself, we started somewhere in 2015. I have not brought that here, but the first proof of the pudding was when we did a pilot with Jet Airways, and this was when we used Aadhaar actually for a seamless travel, and this was like a one set of processor that we had laid out, and I used to follow the passengers right from the entry to the boarding, and I used to take video feedback at the boarding gate. And people were asking me, why don't you scale this up across the airport, and why don't you scale it up across airports in India? And that's when we started to think about what do we do next? This has got huge potential. So we called the ministry. We spoke with them, and they also saw the whole process. They were sold into the process, and they said that, okay, make this as the new standard. And that's when we started to create an organization structure which was having a steering committee of the CEOs of various airports. I was at the technical working committee level, where there were a lot of SMEs who worked with me to sort of build this whole concept together. And finally, we had a lot of consultations with the regulatory agencies, the Bureau of Civil Aviation and Security, the UIDA, we have the Intelligence Bureau, because data privacy was something which was core to various regulatory agencies. So they were keen to know as to how we are going to protect passengers' data. And then finally, the policy was drafted in 2017. We published it, our Ministry of Civil Aviation published it in 2018, August. And then we started the whole journey of, okay, who builds this ecosystem? So we could have built it through any government nodal agency also. However, like you must have realized, right, we have the UPI stack. So the UPI stack basically allows a WhatsApp to, allow you to make payments, or Google to allow you to make payments, etc., etc. So they had built that fundamental block, and we ride on the digital public infrastructure of Aadhaar, and we just were the service provider from airport experience perspective, and of course going forward many more, right? So we consulted with Mr. Nandan Nilekani, Mr. Pramod Verma, who are like the ones who actually rolled out Aadhaar, and Mr. Nandan Nilekani actually suggested that we should have a not-for-profit organization, because the organization should not deviate from its single purpose of achieving a seamless travel for passengers. It should not be money-minded, right? And that was, I think, the reason why we at Digi Yatra Foundation got formed in this way. The shareholding is 26% Airports Authority of India, and the rest 74% is equally divided between the 5 public-private partnership airports at that time, who were like very closely participating in all the activities that we were doing. So Bangalore, Delhi, Hyderabad, Cochin, and Mumbai. So these are the 5 other shareholders. And we started our journey saying that, okay, let us float a global RFP. Let's try to get somebody to build this ecosystem at scale. And we were on the verge of placing the order when pandemic hit, and we had to change track. So that was a very expensive mini Aadhaar kind of an ecosystem we were planning to build. Then we changed track, and we ran a startup challenge. We said that, okay, let us use something which is much more privacy preserving. Instead of building a central ecosystem, so as a central platform, let's build a peer-to-peer decentralized sort of an economy. So that's where the whole thing changed, and we launched in December at 3 airports, and then now it's history. 14 airports already launched, 14 more are already being rolled out as we speak. So coming to the enrollment piece itself, so this is where we are, right? And the rest of the process is done by the airports. So install the app, and you have to enter your Aadhaar number. Once you enter, you get an OTP. Your eKYC data comes from Aadhaar. We extract the base 64 image, which is the face, from the Aadhaar, and then we say, okay, give a selfie. We match the selfie with the Aadhaar, and then your selfie becomes your basically boarding pass or identity. And that's the verifiable credential that gets created. And whenever you travel, all you do is upload your boarding pass, and then you share your credentials, which is your face and your boarding pass data, which is the complete, they call it as the M1 string, which consists of your PNR number, your seat number, sequence number, name, flight from, to, etc., etc. Once it has been shared, so before you travel itself, you shared your data. It has reached the airport already, and when you come to the airport, you don't have to show any documents. Like Bangalore has been one of the major exponents. They have actually enabled a without scan, so you don't need to even scan the boarding pass. You just walk through all the process checkpoints. So that's the experience that we wanted to give, and going forward, yes, you might see that there are no gates at the airport, and you're just walking through. So that's it, and the second last block that you see is the automated border control, which is work in progress. Our prototype for passport-based enrollment has already been completed. We have completed the testing, and we'll be in the next build. We'll be releasing passport-based enrollment, so the app becomes a global app. Some of the key achievements: more than 5 million users, and today we are at a stage where we have actually changed our app. We have changed our domain. So all of you, if you got the old app, please uninstall it and install the new one. More than 15 million, this was as on 15th March, I think it's around 19 million people who have actually enjoyed the benefit of DigiYatra. So from a customer experience perspective, I think I spoke about all these points earlier, but then just to bring them all together, one is the convenience that the passenger gets, right? And when we were thinking of this whole journey, we took one passenger persona, which is a woman with 2 kids who's traveling, and obviously with the baggage and all that, and 2 unruly kids, managing, right? And how does that travel happen? So, so think about this. She has already booked her ticket, checked in, and shared her credentials. She has added her kids also into her, there is a guardianship feature in the app. So her kids' Aadhaar are also in the DigiYatra app, and the kids' boarding pass also has been shared. So now what she does is she is having the trolley, the unruly kids are, somehow she is managing them, and then she goes through without anyone stopping her, right? And that was the persona that we had chosen to define all the processes. And with that persona, I think we tackle most of the users. So that was the experience. W3C standards, and there is the thing called a self-sovereign identity. Self-sovereign identity, the name itself says, it is empowering the person or the holder of the data to control, take charge of the data, right? It's self-sovereign identity. And we've got verifiable credentials, which are the digital form of your physical identity. We use decentralized identifiers, which enable us to ensure that there is no trail that you leave behind. So there is no unique ID associated with your travel, due to which nobody can trail you that you went to Bangalore airport, then went to some hotel, etc., etc. So, and we use Hyperledger Aries as our distributed ledger, and of course everything is protected with public-private key pairs. The next step that we are going to do is use something called as homomorphic algorithm or homomorphic encryption, which will be only a single one-way encryption, and that will enable even more data privacy, in preserving your personally identifiable information. So this is how it works. So what we are trying to say is that, this is a solution which is privacy by design, privacy by default. Everything is in the control of the passenger. Passenger has the ability to know when the data is being shared, because you are sharing the data. You know to whom it has been shared, and obviously you know what data is being shared, meaning that your boarding pass and your name and maybe your face, right? Those are the touch points. And you know when it is shared, and once the data is with the airport, you get processed, and after that, within 24 hours of departure of your flight, your data gets purged from the airport system. We are also going to bring in another functionality which will actually send you a message. So from the airport, as soon as your data is purged, you will receive a message saying that, your data has been purged from the airport. So just to ensure that, people are informed about what is happening with their data. Coming to the future, my time is up, but future industry cases, we are thinking many. And again, I would like to just harp on one point, which is, this is a privacy preserving ecosystem, and I'll give one example. So when you check into a hotel, so maybe somebody must have checked into this hotel as well. When you checked into the hotel, apart from your booking details, what did they ask? They said, give me your identity card. Even if you are a loyalty program, they will still ask identity card. And what do? You just take your Aadhaar or your passport, give it to them. And what do they do with that? They take a photocopy of that. Now it's all unencrypted, personally identifiable information that you are giving, and it is like, it must go through so many hands, and your data can actually be at risk. Loss, theft, leakage, everything can happen. So we want to see wherever there is a need for identity validation. If I were to give you a functionality that, okay, here is your credential in the phone. If you tap the phone onto a particular device, which is an authorized device by DigiYatra, tap the phone, you share your credentials, and you are standing in front, so you get validated. And after that validation is over, all that the hotel needs is, say, a green check that this identity was validated by DigiYatra. That's all. And then your data is not lying with anyone. So that's something which we want to do. And this is something, prototypes, multiple prototypes we have tried, QR code based, tap the phone based. So we'll come out with the one which works best. And of course, we want to align with IATA One ID for ensuring that, international travel also happens smoothly. Arriving immigration happens, departure immigration, plus at the destination immigration, everything will happen using an automated border control. So that is it from my side. Thank you very much. And maybe I'll give a couple of minutes. I don't know. Can I have a couple of minutes for, I'll leave the floor open for questions. Yes, please, there is somebody over there. Just 1 minute. Maybe next time I should ask for half an hour slot.
Hey Suresh, my name is Shivakumar Dakshinamurthy. I'm from Lenovo.
Hi, Shivakumar.
Excellent presentation actually, because I'm one of the biggest beneficiary of this DigiYatra. I thought there are two questions combined, but quickly you can able to answer it. One, you all know that, right? The personal trait of your Face ID and your, on the fingerprints, these all are very sensitive. While you explained about how secure it is, but once it is stolen, it cannot be replaced like your password or your PIN, right? Easily you can able to change it. But once our identity is gone, it's gone forever. Mm-hmm. So how you are ensuring that it is properly secured? Because this is always, I get it as being, I am being a secure and privacy guy. Always his question is come. While you explain the detail, I just still wanted to know that it is. You said it's not a centralized one, but you have put it on decentralized mode. Is it how secure it is? Still, we are using it, but of course we are trusting DigiYatra. We are doing it. I just wanted to hear again how secure it is.
Thank you for asking this question, and this was one of my big agenda today, right? To basically tell you that. Tell you the process basically, so you understand now. So first is that we do not have any centrally stored repository. So your identity is not there with me. Your travel data is also not there with me, right? all the data that is there is in your own phone. It's there in your phone, right? In the app, there is a wallet. In the wallet, there is your identity credential, there is your travel data. Say you lost your phone and you bought a new phone. So your phone, of course, once it is lost, nobody can open it, right? I mean, SIM card goes away, your fingerprint or password, nobody can open. Any which ways, they can't open that data. Now, you bought a new phone. You have to recreate your credential using Aadhaar. And that's when, again, your new selfie will be added. And all the travel data that comes in will get added. So that's one part of the story. Second part of the story is when you share it to the airport, what happens? You shared it to the airport. And today, when you validate your boarding pass, they already have your boarding pass. Because airlines have to share it. Because how does the e-gate function? If you scan your boarding pass and your ticket needs to be validated, that data needs to be there at the airport. So your boarding pass data any which ways is there. Only thing is you are adding face to it. Because everything is single token of face, right, associated to this token. So what the airport does is they process you. Once you have gone through, after within 24 hours of your departure time, this data gets purged. And you might ask me a question that, okay, you say, and somebody also asked me this question that, okay, how do I trust you? So what we do is we do rigorous audits, and people must be knowing about CERT-in, right? CERT-in is there are certain audits which happen, and based on our process, they do check as to whether this is a systemic configuration to delete, purge the data. But yes, I'll answer your question one step ahead, which is for the future what we are planning. And I mentioned about the fully homomorphic encryption. That's something which will be like, to the last level, which is like the Mission Impossible, right? Your message will expire after so and so, right? And it will actually expire. And you will get a message that, whatever credentials you had shared got expired. And nobody else also can use is another aspect of the fully homomorphic encryption. Thank you. Thank you. Anyone else? There's one hand there.
Hi, I have 3 questions.
Oh my God. So ask me one by one. I have got I've got short-term memory loss. So
okay.
Ask me one, I'll answer then.
Yes. So touch point is different from checkpoint. Not necessarily they both the same. So how did you differentiate? What are the touch points where there are no checkpoints?
So touch point and checkpoint for me are the same. When I say touch point, it is airport entry checkpoint.
Okay.
It is your check-in, where you check in your baggage. It is your security check, and then it is your boarding gate. These are the 4 checkpoints or touch points. And then there is one for international travel, which is an addition, which is your border control, which is immigration.
The touch points, I mean, you considered the checkpoints as your touch points. You considered checkpoints as your touch points?
Yes.
Okay, done. Next thing is the data that we need and the data that we don't need. How do you differentiate this? For example, we don't need the PAN card or the Aadhaar card or the things that we don't need. But the things we need like location or the screen time.
Yeah, I get your point.
Yeah.
So data minimalization or minimization is something which we do, right?
Yeah.
At the airport entry gate, what do you need? I need to know you are having a bona fide ticket.
Yes.
I need to know your name, and I need to have your face. These are the 3 things that are there at the airport, entry gate.
Okay.
And after that, basically your identity is not required any longer, because identity check happened at the first checkpoint.
Yes.
The next will only be the boarding pass, which will be checked. And then I'll take the discussion further. So if you're checking into a hotel, what do they require? They require your name. That will be the thing that they will have. So from the Aadhaar, for example, your various other details, the demographic details and all that are not required. So those are not shared. And the good thing about verifiable credentials is, so it is like a template where you got a first name, middle name, last name, date of birth. All these will be data points. I can actually pick what I want. And in future, right, I mean, as the system evolves, we might also give you the liberty of, sharing what you want to share. So you may not want to share your birth date, especially the women, right? So You may not want to share your birth date, and it's okay. Don't share the birth date. Name can be shared. Okay. Yes, please. Third question.
Yeah. Third question is the blockchains that are you using blockchains?
Yes.
Okay. What
Hyperledger.
blockchain?
We use Hyperledger.
Okay.
And we specifically chose Hyperledger. We are an associate member of Hyperledger Foundation, which is part of Linux Foundation. And there is a lot of work that has gone in. The first, I would say, use case was done by Sovereign, SOVRIN. And they are the ones who actually have sort of donated the code to Hyperledger. And now it's actually, I would say, scaling up in a big way for identity credentials. Sorry, not just identity credentials, for any credentials. So your credential may be your birth certificate, your credential may be your graduation certificate. So all these, this Hyperledger ecosystem can enable sharing in a privacy-preserving manner.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I think, sorry, I will not take more time. Thank you so much. Last message is please uninstall the old app, install the new app. You will also get a pop-up on the old app also. But in case you don't get, yeah.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And don't go anywhere just yet, because we'd like to give you a memento of appreciation for sharing your insights with us, for giving us that deconstruction of how it works. So may I please call on stage Akash Tiwari, the co-founder at Team Marksman Network, to get a small memento to Mr. Khadak Bhavi. You can keep the round of applause going at this point in time. Okay. Right. So, before we head into our next session, I'd like to give all of you a reminder to please do chime in on social media with your thoughts, be it on Twitter, be it on Instagram, be it on LinkedIn, using the hashtag CX Transformation, because we do love to hear from you, your thoughts, your takeaways, your perspectives on things, as much as we do love to hear from our speakers. So do keep those coming. Now, moving things along, our next speaker will be talking about how we can deliver exceptional customer experiences using AI. So it's no secret that a lot of us are looking to try and build brand value, are looking to try and build efficiencies, trying to deliver greater customer experiences. But to try and do that while leveraging tech calls for a couple of potential innovations and breakthroughs. One is, of course, an interaction-centric platform that enables all of it. You need a convergence of CX capabilities, and you also need a purpose-built AI for CX rather than trying to make something retrofitted for the purpose. So what we have with us is our next speaker, who's at the helm of an organization who's driving this very change using sophisticated, world-class, next-generation generative AI, a little bit of a tongue twister over there, to try and create something that's very, very unique to deliver a competitive advantage for all of you. His name, as some of you might well have guessed by now, is Sanjay Gupta. He's the Vice President for South Asia and the Middle East at NICE. He'll be sharing his insights on how AI can create the building blocks for a brighter future. But before we do any of that, we'll be seeing a very brief video which will be talking about the challenges faced by CX practitioners and how they can be overcome. Over to you guys.
In today's world, customer experience isn't just part of the business, it is the business. Every click, chat, call matters more than ever. But in this boundless CX reality, the challenges are immense. Disjointed systems, fractured journeys, exploding complexity, and the stakes are higher than ever. Miss a beat, your brand gets left behind. Perfect CX, you become the market leader. At NICE, perfecting customer experience is our business. We're at the forefront, transforming CX challenges into opportunities for innovation and growth. CX1 leads the way as the only CX AI platform delivering everything brands need to elevate experiences everywhere, orchestrating every interaction, converging every capability, innovating with AI purpose-built for CX. on an unprecedented scale. 10 billion interactions annually, over 1 million agents, and more than 6,000 customers. The only CX platform ranked a leader by all analysts and trusted worldwide. CX1 is the undisputed leader of CX, ready to lead the way. NICE CX1, transforming CX everywhere.
Now, I'm sure all of you are keen to look at how to transform CX opportunities into something that can be leveraged for something greater. To tell you more about that, we have with us Sanjay Gupta, as mentioned previously, and to reiterate, he's the Vice President, South Asia and Middle East for NICE. Please give it up for Sanjay Gupta.
Thank you, Tarun. Good morning. Before I start, I really want to thank Mr. Suresh, and a big round of applause for him and his organization for creating something wonderful. Life is so much easy now, with Digi-Yatra, that's for sure. And thanks, Karan. I think in 3 lines you actually summarized my whole presentation, so I must give it to you as well. Before I start, he talked about in the beginning why everyone is so passionate about CX and why is it so important. I think we all as consumers expect a lot of things, and I will just give you a very story which happened with me yesterday here in Bangalore. I'm at this hotel, they're not very far from here, and I don't want to name them. I've been staying there for all last 10 years. So they know me, they expect me, I'm a loyalty program member at the highest level and everything else. But yet simple things, which is to me common sense, which a technology can bring, but a human being needs to bring really is about how you treat your customers. So they've done all the things right for last so many years, that's why I'm a repeat customer. But this experience today that I had, probably I'll think twice, maybe I need to go next door rather than them. I unfortunately had 2 reservations back to back because I decided to come here just for 1 day, and then I preponed, and it was easy for my office to do 2 bookings separately under 2 reservation numbers. I don't know why, but anyway, that's how it was. So it's very simple. It happened many times in the hotels. You are in the same room, so they will just take care of you, right? Automatically, it's a continuation. This hotel actually asked me, sir, you have to come down next day morning. You have to actually check out, and you have to check in again. Thankfully, they didn't ask me to change the room. That was a saving grace. But the whole experience, look at the cookie cutter approach. They had the same experience of welcoming and everything else that I had on the day 1, on day 2 as well. As if I was new and I had to repeat everything that I do, in terms of my settings and all that. Now, these things are minor, but they're annoying because you're focusing on what you're here for, business, and you really don't want to get into something like this that I have to go. Luckily, I did this because I realized when I would have come back late in the night, my keys won't be working, right? So elevator can't take me in and so on and so forth. So, many times it's not just about technology, it's all about simple things that we make. And more importantly, why I shared this story is that you may do this 10 times right, but you have to do it all the time right. One experience can change things for you, and that's exactly the world we are living in anyway. So thank you very much again for your time this morning. I'm going to talk about how AI can shape up, and AI is one of the biggest disruptors, as you can imagine, after internet and cloud and so on and so forth. And as you can imagine, right, all of these things happened in probably your time here, a lot of young people in the crowd, so you probably may be born in internet era, but definitely cloud and AI now are disruptions happening in your lifetime. But it's happening so fast. Earlier, the pace or the time between one disruption to next was few years or few decades. And now between cloud and AI, there's hardly any difference, and God knows what's next after AI as well, or variation of AI. So we'll see how that goes. How many people know NICE? Thank you. Other than we are nice people, that surely we are. Thank you for those who raised hands, and thank you for those who didn't. And the reason is that it's always easy to tell you more about NICE, and I have only 120 slides to tell you that in 30 minutes. Okay, so bear with me. You will have your coffee and teas coming all your way. But simple way is NICE is an end-to-end CX company, and I'm not going to talk about that. But more importantly, talk about what we do with customers essentially. And some of the stats are all right here, which you will see along as I present. So this is just for you to say. It's always about who's the first one to do. You are not the first one listening this, and definitely those customers are not the first ones that are experiencing it. In the video you saw that in today's world, customer experience is not a part of business, it's actually the business. In some experiences, and the hotel example that I gave you, it is the business. One slight experience can change whole thing for them, and they will definitely lose me forever. And the same thing happens with you, I'm very sure, day in and day out, right? Many times the decisions are based on the price that you pay. I mean, you try Uber and then you try Ola and see which one is cheaper and then you go there. But sometimes it's also the experience, right? But this is so critical and centered to the strategy of the organization that CX is now the single biggest differentiator. Today, everyone doesn't have unique business models like Mr. Suresh, that he's the only one in the market. But I'm very sure in few years there will be many more coming in as well. But in your businesses, the only differentiation is CX. Because products and services can be replicated and replicated very, very fast. And this is so important because it's also making our life complex. The expectations of consumers are making life complex because we have opened so many doors for our consumers to talk to us or reach to us. Some of you will recognize many of these logos, and I'm sure you all are business people, and in your organizations you have done some of it, all of it, or few of it, but you all have open doors so that you can serve more and more customers. And this is where your challenge of complexity comes in. Because you can open many doors. Imagine this hall and you open 10 doors and people walking in from all sides. What's going to happen? How will you tackle that? How will you manage that? And how will you manage the expectations that get created? And when you look in-house, you suddenly realize, oh, I have this archaic system that I have in my organization. I don't have a clean slate to wipe everything and buy something new. I have something which is legacy. I have opened previous channels, something that we bought 5 years ago, 10 years ago. We opened different channels at different points. So imagine these windows or doors we opened at different times. And all of these, we have some core platforms, we have some new platforms, and some desired platforms that we will soon buy in next few years. But your picture is never complete. And this is where you are able to then only give a disjointed CX experience and do more harm to your brand than the positive experience that you really wanted to give. But this is not your story alone. This is a story of many, many organizations. And this is where it results in disconnected journeys. Because you as consumer, then if you've given me a mobile app, I should be able to chat with that. If you've given me a messenger or a social media window, then I should be able to complete everything there. Why do I have disjointed journey? Why do I have to call you after first interaction? Why do I have to call you after sending an email again and repeat myself whole time? Right? The second piece is also this separation of voice and digital. And this is a very important point for you to understand. There are many new technologies and players who are coming in, and they are all approaching it from different sides. Right? So some people who are repository, and they are also saying now we will give you digital channels. There are some players who are only digital channels, and there are some players who are all only voice. Now for you as an organization, if you keep them separate, there is no way on earth you will be able to give a seamless experience. To give a seamless experience, you need to have all interactions in one, and all customer data in one, so that you are able to manage it. It's as simple as that. So please pay attention to this, because this is the fundamental expectation of your customers to deliver. Then you must have certain basic systems in place. And the third bigger challenge that you will obviously get is legacy that I talked about, because everything is not in your hand. There is CFO in your organization who always questions your budgets. There is CIO, there is CEO who will ask you why you want this, and why cloud, and why not on-premise, and why not, you can run with this for another 2 years. So you will deal with those challenges of integration, and sometimes you will be able to win, sometimes you may not be able to solve at all. Right? And this is the number one roadblock for creating all experiences. And that creates big friction. And friction is different for different people. Friction in consumers, because instead of trying to help them, you're actually creating more problems. Then you realize you were probably better off before, that you only had one door open. For your employees or agents who are serving the customer, same thing, because now suddenly again their workload is changed and you don't have any empowerment to them, you don't have any more training to them, or additional tools that will help them serve this. And of course to businesses as well, because it will create several challenges. And again, going back to my original point, CX is the biggest differentiator. So you suddenly now have created a problem for customers rather than solving it. Okay. And that results from a customer perspective. If you look at so many platforms, right? Coverage gaps, poor self-service containment, repetitive process, a hajar things that you will see on this that you will face when you have these frictions coming in different ways. So what's the answer? The answer really is to look at something which is totally unified and integrated, which keeps all your interactions intact, as I talked to you about. So anything that customer does, irrespective of which channel that customer is coming through, or more importantly, the channel that you are bringing the customer. Now please pay attention to this. We all think that it's only customer when they walk in or they reach out to us, we want to serve them. Those are old days. The study shows that only 19% of customers do that. And 81% of the customers start their journey somewhere else. Can anyone in the room tell me, when you want to buy something, where do you go first? If you want to buy a phone, where do you go? Exactly. Because you have this dynamite in your hand and you want to do everything with it. That's where your journey is starting. But if you want to buy an Apple, Samsung, Oppo, whatever you want to buy, they don't even know that you're searching and you have a need. It wouldn't be nice if the moment you start your journey in the search engine, the company actually takes care of you from there and orchestrate that together. That's the point you need to meet your customer if you really want to be ahead of the game. And that can only happen when you are anticipating those needs, anticipating those interactions, and then proactively creating what I'm calling as, you can call it as digital doorstep. You're really bringing customer to your doorstep and bringing them in. So you need to then make sure that all of these interactions are together, and then you are able to navigate in a true omni-channel fashion. The second piece is about rich CX capability itself. Now bringing customers and talking to them is not alone enough. You need to also make sure that you anticipate their needs. So you need to run quality on it. You need to analyze what's happening. You need to give proactive service. Then you should be able to anticipate what the customer might do. My example, I was a loyalty customer. I expected them certain things to know. They didn't even have my tier level updated, for example, right? I had to tell them that now I have graduated from this level to another level. Those things should be given. So you will be able to give all those capabilities only when you have extra rich capabilities to know and give you that analysis. Analytics being one, the data, the knowledge management, the power of giving real-time guidance and so on and so forth should be available there. And of course, it should be purpose-built for CX. Because AI still is so new that anyone and everyone call themselves an AI vendor right now, which is almost 30 years ago when CRM was coming in, everyone was saying, I'm a CRM vendor. Even the headset vendor was saying, I'm a CRM vendor. And Bangalore happens to be the IT capital of India. Very soon, I'm sure they'll call, instead of Silicon Valley, it will be called as AI capital of India. There's so much startups and so much innovation happening here. But for customer experience, the CX is very different. AI is very different. It's not the generic AI that you're used to today. How many of you are using ChatGPT? Wow. How many of you are using ChatGPT 4, the paid version? Few of you. Please don't use that for your CX. Because you will get what happened with Air Canada. How many of you know about what happened to Air Canada recently? The chatbot gave a policy which was never the policy of Air Canada, and they had to result into a tremendous amount of loss because the chatbot committed that to the customer, and that was never part of the plan. Because the chatbot was picking up the information from internet, because that's what ChatGPT does. And the internet information every time is not correct or not updated. It will be updated in your own repository because you are the organization. So therefore, the CX is very different. So AI has to be purpose-built. And we'll talk about it a little bit more around that. Okay. One more thing around this is, of course, that you see here is the three important stakeholders here. Organization, agents, customer. And it needs to suit all the purposes, really. So to make it very easy for you, and you heard in the video about CX1. So CX1 is our flagship unified platform. CX1 has been Gartner leader for last 9 years in the Gartner quadrant. If you look up, you will see right on the top. It runs a common unified data layer because everything needs to flow seamlessly. And it runs its own engine of AI. We call it as Enlighten AI. That's our purpose-built AI for CX. And these are the 5 pillars in which we categorize the whole CX experience. Now, by no means I'm saying that you need all of it. By no means I'm saying you need all of it from us. By no means I'm saying that you will ever need all 5 of this. Depending on where you are in your journey, you will automatically be able to categorize all your tools and technologies into these, but these pillars are important for you to understand if you want to deliver a superior CX. The first is the entry point, and I kind of talked about it already, right? The entry point can be anything. When I gave the example of where your journey starts, how do you anticipate? It could be SEO enhanced knowledge itself, right? If Apple has come up with a new phone, Apple needs to make sure that when you're searching, the latest information comes in rather than the outdated information, and so on and so forth. It could be your in-app messaging, multiple channels, and proactive outreach. So all of these is your entry points. The customer can come from any side, or you can bring them from any side. And then comes the orchestration. How do you really route that interaction now in the right way using the AI capabilities? Now AI brings what promises? AI brings one big single thing that I'm a big fan of this definition always, that every human being loves personalization. Do we or not? We're right? And I'm sure when you are interacting with different brands, you get that personalization only if you are at that level, right? Whether it's a bank, unless you are a wealth management customer or the top tier credit card customer, or with the airline if you are not the platinum and the gold, or the hotel, you really don't get that experience, right, if you really want. Now, some of it is limitation of technology, some of it is the segmentation that they have. But what AI does really is, it gives an ability to organization to do mass personalization. You will be able to do it at much, much larger scale. And therefore, it's important that you then use that into the routing itself, because that's when you are bringing your customer into your organization, providing the right contextual knowledge, so that they are not able to repeat anything, they don't have to experience what they experienced last time, they can anticipate what you went through last time, and what you did even before coming in here, and so on and so forth. And then of course the unified configuration and design. The third pillar is the pillar that most organizations do it incorrect. How many people have experienced chatbot when you have called an organization? How many times you have been frustrated that you were not able to fulfill and then you wanted to talk to an agent? There you go. More hands than before. And the reason is because I call them dumb chatbots. The purpose is not personalization or fulfillment or self-service. Their purpose is deflection. Because you have so many interactions and less people to handle, so okay, chalo, let's send them to chatbot. Earlier it was IVR, now you send them to chatbot. But chatbot frustrates you more. And then who gets the brunt of that? Finally, when you get to talk to someone, before that, either Vodafone or Jio or Airtel will drop your call, that's for sure, when you're driving. But then you are even more frustrated, and then you will dial again, and the poor agent who's answering will get brunt of all of it. And this is where this is the most important piece. I would rather not give a self-service if I can't do it right. The self-service should do maximum fulfillment. And therefore, it should be designed in a way that it can do that fulfillment, looking at what the task is, looking at what your call drivers are, and what are the best chances of you automating that so that you are able to build. It's a subject by itself, but this is a very, very important piece that you can do. And it has not just answering, it also has things like knowledge presentation. If you're able to present the right knowledge or right content to a customer on self-service channel, they will not feel a need to talk to anybody else, provided you do that. Otherwise, they will always look for someone because they know that human being would always have that. And you will always need that. So by no means I'm saying that people will go away and it will be all AI. No, it's a great combination to have that together so that we are able to do. And now when you have done that well, then you will definitely have your people, which are agents or employees, and I'm calling them empowered because now their role is elevated. They will now take care of serious things, complex matters, and they will have all the right guidance, whether about contextual knowledge, so that they anticipate when you actually reach them that what you went through, knowledge presentation, pardon me, real-time guidance, task automation, and so on and so forth, right? There are a variety of things. So now your agent then truly becomes the superhuman being, and who becomes the last point that you will be able to contact. And when you drop that call or interaction, you are a happy customer. And then, of course, to analyze as a business, how are you doing in terms of performance, right? whether you are having the right set of people, right cost, analyze the quality of the interactions that's happening, and so on and so forth, and finally get the right feedback with the customer, because you need to know how your customer felt about it, right, so on and so forth. So far good? Was it too complex? I tried to simplify because this clock is actually scaring me here, so I try to make it very, very simple for you. But we are happy to talk more about it, later as you like. But this is, and you can use any technology, but these pillars won't change. So I'm trying to give you a framework for CX rather than selling a product here. Now AI is definitely a big game changer, and it can't be done alone. And therefore what you need, the biggest impediment that you saw there for AI is that you need the right level of data, right? The right label data, because without that there is nothing you can do on AI. And therefore what we did is that we actually created this framework, or our AI engine, which is purpose built for CX. Many of you said you know NICE, and many of you said you didn't know NICE. So for those who didn't know, NICE is a 40-year-old company, and we started our journey as a call recording company. And then we moved and we became more of an interaction recording company and compliance company, which means that for the last 40 years, we have been recording and receiving all the customer interactions around the world, over 6,000 customers, which means we have all the largest set of voice samples and emails and chats and everything else that we have across the verticals. This is the world's largest labeled data set for CX available today in the globe. And therefore what we did with that, we created over 1,000 pre-built CX models. Everyone wants to know, where do I start with AI? Here it is. You are ready models that you can consume rather than thinking about it or calling a consultant. And no offense to my friends in PwC here, but you always can get ready pre-built AI models that you can start your journey, and you will always start with some low-hanging fruits to begin with, always. And then of course specialized Gen AI solutions for agents, customers, and CX leaders, so you can drive value from day one. And what we have done, just to extend this further, Gen AI is important. Why people are using ChatGPT more, or any Gen AI solution more than simple Google search? Because one is the knowledge, but more important part is the conversational ability. You are able to converse with it so that it's like a flow of, as if you're speaking to someone. So what we did is we have taken that capability of generative AI and used this here, and you will see that in some of the videos that will come in. And then you are able to train it on the right knowledge base rather than the internet, so you are able to keep it within CX and keep it controlled with right guardrails, so you don't have hallucinations like customers like Air Canada faced or anyone faced. So you always get the right amount of information and the accurate information. Okay. And therefore CX1 becomes complete because it has all the 5 pillars that I talked about. It is connected, it connects to everything that you have underneath, from your network to CRM to anything that you have in your organization, and it's intelligent because it has the ability to use AI and personalize every piece for you. Okay. Let's see how you see some of these things in action. Okay.
Experience. Welcome to the realm of Enlighten. Explore a world where data-driven insights fuel operational excellence and customer satisfaction soars to new heights. Introducing Enlighten Actions, the ultimate game changer for CX leaders and beyond. Real-time insights into your service operations are just a question away. From improved CSAT scores to identifying areas of improvement, Enlighten Actions can elevate your performance with an intuitive interface and instant results. Uncover the potential of your top-performing agents. Celebrate their achievements and inspire others by recognizing their exceptional performance. Provide personalized coaching to agents, helping them excel in areas where improvement is needed. Evaluate automated flows and make adjustments on the fly to conquer any operational challenge. Streamline operations by effortlessly adjusting workflows to address rising issues like transfer rates to enhance efficiency. Unleash the potential of your business and bottom line by harnessing industry insights and benchmarks. Embrace automation and witness the transformation of your business and operations, amplifying employee productivity and customer satisfaction. Say hello to Enlighten Copilot, an AI companion and the heart of agent and supervisor interactions. From real-time customer sentiment analysis to effortless interaction summaries, Enlighten Copilot ensures agents are supported throughout every customer interaction. Allow customers to tap into the power of intelligent AI-driven journeys with Enlighten Autopilot and deliver personalized digital experience through trusted, brand-aligned interactions. Deliver a seamless, connected customer journey with Enlighten Autopilot, creating a level of service that exceeds expectations. Let automation and precision guide your customers towards a truly remarkable, personalized experience through human-like conversations. Powered by cutting-edge AI technology and a wealth of CX data, Enlighten allows you to amplify skilled labor, increase decision velocity, and deliver personalization at scale. Enlighten redefines what's possible in customer service. The time for transformation is now. Embrace the limitless potential of Enlighten and unlock a new era of customer experience excellence.
So hopefully this did a better job than me explaining. This is exactly what I was trying to tell you, that using the power of Gen AI conversation capability, but we have a kind of purpose built this for all the three important stakeholders that you saw here. Now let me talk about some of the case studies or examples. Normally people say, yeah, it's all good slideware videos, but who has done it? What's the benefit to customers? And I'm hoping that those who raised hands who they know NICE, I'm sure you're learning something new about NICE this time. Right? I'm talking about a leading super app in Asia. It is operating in multiple countries, and they are doing every single transaction. It's super app, so they do payments, they do deliveries, they do mobile mobility, finance, everything, loans, everything they do. 8+ countries. They are one of our leading customers using some of these capabilities. Marriott Hotels globally, 6,500 agents in 20 countries. They're using this. And then, of course, another general and life insurer. If you meet me in private, I might give the name, but I'm not allowed to give the name here. But again, this is a global customer and 13 countries in Asia. All of these customers are managed by my team, so I'm very close to them to know exactly what they have done and what their experience has been. Our journey, and this is for people, those who didn't know NICE, we started 40 years ago, but if you think our transformation really started from year 2000 onwards, where we actually took the WEM leadership. That was the first piece, workforce engagement management. We still are market leaders there. In 2016, we became the analytics powerhouse. We crossed 1 billion mark as revenue, and then we acquired some companies. We acquired a cutting-edge technology company called Nexidia. Started out of Georgia Tech University in Atlanta. And then we cloudify all platforms. And this is when CX1 was launched. So it's not something which is coming out of oven today. It's been around for a while. And then we are adding more and more capabilities as we go along. And then we reached 1.5 billion. And then our digital journey really started somewhere around just before COVID and during COVID. This is where really the acceleration happened, expanding to more digital areas and significant self-service expansions there. And then, of course, in 21, we launched the AI, and we now have crossed 2 billion. We are 2.4 billion company. We are one of the fastest growing software company in our space, with about 55% revenue on cloud. And then we now created an AI powerhouse. So this is how our journey has been. And then you'll soon see something else coming in. Okay. Now, a few of the other pieces which are important. Now why I'm showing these slides really is, we are in a business environment today that there are a lot of companies who come and go. There are a lot of technologies which is coming. It's important to see a partner who's financially strong and investing in the business in an ever-changing technology landscape situation, right, like this. So we invest more than $332 million every year, 15 to 16% of our revenue every year in R&D, and it's increasing ever since. We quadrupled our investment on AI. We released 6,000 feature functionality just in last year alone, and new 60+ patents last year alone on AI. And this is how our investment on R&D has been and constantly going. When people are laying off and retrenchment and everything happening, NICE is something that we want to make sure that we are ahead of the curve when it comes to technology. Now, so we are ready to transform the CX everywhere, and then we can't talk not talk about India. So let's talk about India. India now is part of our global coverage and reach. All of that you saw, CX1 platform is available in India, launched, fully compliant. We now have over 35 global offices, and we commit guaranteed uptime of 4 nines. This is our contractual obligation, not a slideware obligation. It's a contractual obligation. We are around the world, as you can see. We are FedRAM compliant and also compliant with every country from a law perspective of local laws as well as the global laws like GDPR and HIPAA and so on and so forth. Sorry. We are present with our POPs in Mumbai and Hyderabad in a dual mode, which is resilient and fully compliant with the DOT regulation right now. For those who are techie in nature, just to give you a very high level architecture, this is how we are connected. We work on microservices, so we are hosted on Amazon, and this is our architecture that we have. Now, what the benefits of this really, just to talk about few, and I'm kind of almost ending there. One is industry's best standard to deploy resiliency, because we have done it across the world. We are the largest player from a CCaaS perspective. We have a global MPLS network. So if you are a multi-location customer, you are a global customer, for you, navigating is very, very easy. Your customer can be calling from somewhere, your agents can be anywhere else. And this is how we are able to serve some of the global companies like Marriott and everywhere else, because they operate in multiple countries. Resiliency, because of our commitment, we have to make sure that our network is resilient and doesn't have dependencies on our providers like cloud stack and so on and so forth. And then, of course, our POPs here are connected to the global network, so you are part of that, and application stack coming soon for local survivability as well. So we keep going on adding more application as we go along. All right, so far so good. Now I'm going to give couple of freebies to you. Okay. We are talking about Elevate AI. And this is a capability that you saw, some of it today in the video. And this piece is essentially giving you speech to text and some of the unlighted models and auto summarization there. And you will be able to get this. So if you really want to try this as a subscription, free subscription for about 1,000 calls a day, please visit us on the booth and sign up for that. You will be able to do it. You will be able to test the technology for your company, for yourself, whichever way you want. Okay. Second, you can always scan this QR code. We have created a booklet, AI for CX for Dummies. It's a very good book. It's not published by NICE, but it has good concepts on AI for starters. You can download the ebook, or if you are someone who still likes the paper book, then there are a few copies available at the booth. Feel free to pick that up. All right, that's all for me. Thank you very much. I hope I was able to give you something more than you knew before you came, but happy to have more conversation. Thank you, and enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you.
Stick around, Sanjay. Don't go just anywhere. Ample evidence that nice guys don't always finish last. Let's hear it again for Sanjay. And let's also have on stage with us Akash Tiwari, our co-founder, as many of you know, to offer a little bit of a sentiment of thanks to Sanjay for sharing his thoughts with us.
Thank you, Akash. Thank you.
Thank you, Sanjay. Thank you, Akash. Now, before we begin our next session, I'm just going to ask all of you in the audience to do a little bit of a mental exercise with me. Picture, if you will, a circle, and in the middle of it, a person. I'm going to give you a quick second to do that. Now, if you have that mental image in your head, that is generally how most executives end up seeing customer centricity. They see a person in the middle of a circle, and that's it. But it's more than just a mental exercise or a tagline to be customer centric. Because if you think about it, most companies talk a big game. They talk about being customer-centric. They talk about putting the customer at the heart of all that they do. But if you pause for a second, you'll understand that most digital transformation initiatives are built on company-centric norms and models. So are you really asking the customer to conform to your company model, or are you at the company conforming to the customer? I think that's a little bit of a question that needs to be asked. The question really is then that isn't what customer centricity truly is, which then begs the question, what is customer centricity? To try and get to the bottom of that, I have a set of people with us, a set of speakers who are far, far more enlightened on this subject matter than I am. They've talked day in, day out. They've studied day in, day out the symbiotic relationship that exists between culture and strategy at the organizational level, and not just that, understanding how to align processes and the entire outlook, the mentality to make sure that this change does happen. We have amongst us these executives who I'll be calling on stage in a moment, although I would like to mention as well that we have two speakers who have backed out of the session due to last-minute exigencies. They are Alok Pradhan, who's the head of contact center ops at TVS Motor Company, as well as Vinamra Vishen Vikram, who's the former senior VP CX Analytics at Z. We wish we could have had them with us, but of course sometimes life takes a little bit of a twist and a turn, and exigencies call for us to head away from somewhere. Right, so that said, we'll be quickly calling on stage our speakers, who I will request, of course, to please sit as per the photos that will soon be flashed on screen. Customer centricity is something that has been talked about so far. Mr. Khadak Bhavi, of course, talked about it in his bit, even though it was driven a lot by the digital public infrastructure piece that is DigiYatra, that all of us know so very well. And of course, while Sanjay talked so capably about it and how we can use it to create more human experiences, even if we do leverage Gen AI at the end of the day. But through it all, understanding CX, understanding customer centricity and what it really entails is more than just, like I said, a series of mental exercises or hoops that you have to jump through. So, that said, may I please call on stage our speakers for the session, Mr. Manish Kumar Parwar, who's the Senior Director and Technical Product Manager, Customer Experience at GE Healthcare. So, if we have you with us. Right. Please, sir. You're first up. Right. Joining him on stage is Neha Gupta, who's the Senior Director, Customer Voice and Process Excellence at Grow. Thank you for being here with us, ma'am, on this wonderful morning in Bengaluru. As well, we have a lot more distinguished ladies coming up on this panel. We have with us Priya Sundaram, who's the Vice President, Customer Experience and Fulfillment at ClearTrip. If you will, ma'am. Last but not the least of all the ladies, lovely ladies with us, we have Veena Evans, who is the Senior Director of Operations at ACO. Joining our speakers is also Smita Kumar, who is the Head Customer Experience at Equitas Small Finance Bank. As you can see, the panel has a distinctly genteel nature, and to steer these conversations, we have with us our moderator, who is Mr. Deepak Gaul. He's the Director of Experience Consulting at PwC India. Thank you so much. Over to you, ladies and gentlemen, and to you, Deepak, to steer things.
Thank you.
Others' faces. Yeah. All right, good morning, everyone. I think the topic we're covering here is culture of customer centricity in our organizations. Now, I think customer centricity, I think that's a term that's been around for a long time. And, you know, when we look at companies today, they're not really taking this as something that is a necessity, but it's, you know, something that is critical, that needs to be ingrown as well. While every company has a desire to be customer-centric, you know, that gap of actually being where they want to be versus, you know, what are those practical solutions that they can actually implement, I think that gap is still pretty prevalent today. So in the next 40 minutes, you know, with our esteemed guests, we'll try to bridge that gap and figure out, you how organizations can be more customer-centric, not only, to their customers, but also internally as well. How do we build that culture? We'll kind of do this in two different parts. First is how do you build the foundation of being customer-centric? And, the second part would be that what are those practical solutions that we can actually look at that will help us become customer-centric? So, Manish, just, to start off, since you're furthest from me. So, the first thing which comes is how do you stand out in the crowd, right? Today, everyone is being customer-centric. They're all talking about it. What are those certain capabilities that people think which should differentiate us, make us more customer-centric? So the question basically becomes that, what differentiators must brands build to excel and drive growth today in this world of being customer-centric?
Sure. Thanks, Deepak. Am I audible? If you look at today in the competitive environment, standing out with the customer experience is very, very challenging. And the icing on the top is that with digital first world, even that becomes more challenging. Today, if you look at customer, interact with the brand in multiple channels. It depends on which business you are in. Customer interacts with all the way from sales and marketing to the person who is delivering it or the person who is installing it or servicing it, all the way. And with multiple channels. You look at your web channel, your mobile channel, your robot or bot or whatever you talk about. And then to build a unique experience in this complex ecosystem, it's like there are a few parts to it. First is what customer is looking for. If you look at customer is not looking for what technology you are using behind the scene to power their experience. They are looking at simple, accurate, repeatable, and reliable information in front of them in whatever channel they are interacting. And many a time, brand try to introduce or try to bring the new shiny toy, digital toy, to impress the customer. But often that creates probably, I call it as a digital fatigue in the customer's mind, right? So I think that's something we need to ensure that how to keep it simple and keep that mantra that, hey, what information customer is looking for. The second second point I would highlight is that the understanding the customer. It's very, very important. Who are your customers? Is Gen Zs, Alpha, or Boomers, and who are your customers are? How they are interacting with the brand, what their journey looks like, and what their needs are, right? And often the customer themselves doesn't know what they're looking for when it comes to the experience. So sending out the survey or voice of customer may not give you the exact information what customer is looking for, and hence probably collecting as much as data possible behind the scene, running the AI and ML models to really understand and profile the customer, what their likings are, what their dislikings are, and the more you know the customer, the more better, compelling, customer-centric experience you can build. Right? The other thing is that you can't keep the customer at the center, or experience. You can't build the experience keeping the customer in the center, right? Well, you need to keep this customer at the center, but you have to also look at or understand who are the people interacting with the customer. You need to enhance the experience for those people as well, right? You need to help or support the people who are supporting your customer to build a nice experience. And I think nice presentation was in line with that as well. The other piece, a lot of times we start building the silos because we have large organization. You start having it like, hey, your supply chain as a function is different, and your customer experience function is different. It's a lot of silos you start building. The customer experience, you can build it by cross-functional collaboration across the organization, because in the digital world, customer is interacting with everything, and the customer experience responsibility is not just one group responsibility. Every employee in the organization has a role to play, right, to build a nice experience. These are a few points I wanted to highlight. Probably we learn from others as well.
Yeah. Thank you. Anyone else wants to add? Because you talked about customer centricity is about being simple, about understanding what the customers actually need. But also, I think you brought up a very good point that it's not only about the customer, but also about the people in the organization, how are we looking after them so that they can also be customer centric at the same time. So any thoughts around that? Anyone wants to add?
Hear me?
Yeah.
Hi everyone, good morning. Yes, he has covered majorly all the points. I think today when we talk about customer experience, over a decade I think we all started digital experience first, and then we started seeing consumers adopting and then driving consumer experience over there. I think one statement still lies there is, it's not the digital transition, it's about digital experience should disappear when a consumer comes on an app. It is the feeling that you bring in where, today I don't know how many of you still order food online, so I've transited from Flipkart days to food ordering Swiggy and now to an insurance. There were days where we used to derive feature what consumer would like to. Today I want to eat, I open app and the app tells me what I should eat. Right? So that's the transition when we call it an experience where the digital space gets disappear and a feeling and an appreciation through an empathy gets built. I think that's the experience today consumers are looking for.
Okay. I think that's really correct, because I think how we create those experiences in the digital world that we all live in today, I think that is what defines what customer centricity is. I think, Priya, you...
I'm just going to take 30 seconds. Both of them said most of it. There was a very recent PwC article that was published on customer experience, and I think it said it all. One of the trends that we see is customers calling it loud. I want to be in the driver's seat, and but just be around in case I need help. So I think that says it all, the digital experience, whether it is suggestive, intuitive, the employees being well empowered. Typically, customer wants to be in control and in the driver's seat and make the choices, but he's also calling out very clear and loud. In case something happens, just be around. Yeah, that's all.
I think that's a very interesting thought. Yeah, you want to add, Neha?
I will touch a very sensitive point here, adding to what Reena and our friend Manish said, and Priya also added, is customer will never ask for any innovation. What customer know is their need, their problem, right? They won't ask you for an app or a solution. So once you understand, I think you rightly mentioned, we need to know our customers well. And when we know, then we can put them in the driver's seat and then support them with the right gears and the brakes in place. So I have been honored to be part of Flipkart in my early days, and where they were inventing and innovating and unraveling growth through innovation, right? Customers were coming to e-commerce because probably they were looking for better prices or things which were not available anywhere. That is when they were coming to e-commerce, or they were too lazy to order, and this was a very small chunk of customer. It was never for masses, this problem. Indians were conveniently happy to go on weekend and buy things outside, and it used to be occasion for them. And what broke that is to understand their real need. Why they are not coming to e-commerce was the trust, nothing else, right? They didn't know, if I order, will the product reach me? It will reach on time. If it reaches on time, will it work for me? If it works, if it does not work, can I return? And if I return, will my money come back? If you just listen to this story, you will understand, that a lot of innovation have happened around this only. They broke it through, return, no question asked policies, or there was a cash on delivery. So products are built based on what customer needs and not built and sold to customer. And I think that's all from my side.
I think that's a very interesting thought, Neha, because, customers don't ask for innovation. I think that's very important. They just have their certain needs, and I think as organizations, it's our duty to fill those needs. And Asmita, we are having that conversation on microfinancing also, So with these needs, let's continue on that a little bit and build on that, there are numerous surveys that have been done to understand what customer insights are. But, what we would like to understand is how do we differentiate those certain insights which actually lead to innovation, which Neha also spoke about. How do we identify those? Because the needs might be many, but as an organization, how do we identify those needs which lead to innovation?
Yeah. Can you hear me? Yeah. Good morning, all of you. And I had customer experience at Equitas Small Finance Bank. So I'm going to take my bank's example. So we've done a lot of innovation in our bank. At our bank, we believe that we hear a lot and our innovation is fueled by what our customers have to say. So I'll give you a small example of recent innovation which has just gone live. So we heard our customers say, so we do these NPS, CSAT surveys, like many others do. Yeah, so we do NPS and CSAT surveys like all of us do, and we get very many feedbacks. Some are common feedbacks. We feel that, okay, delays in any organization, that's one common feedback that comes across. And it was there for us as well. So we got thinking on what should we be doing to ensure that there are no delays in service request processing. So we had sessions, brainstorming sessions, etc., pulled in a whole team of people, and from compliance, from risk ops, from business, from CX. So we had a lot of brainstorming sessions. After the session, we came up with a thought that if the customer was to visit a branch, while we have enabled all our services digitally on our app, okay, we still have a considerable number of customers who still go to the branch and take the services. So what we did was we've enabled a tab, and in the tab, we have put in all services. So which means to say, if you go to one of the Equitas branches and you want a service, let's say a mobile number, in a bank, mobile number change is the most toughest one, because if you change your mobile number, you know the implications, right? All alerts go, OTPs go, transactions are oriented basis mobile numbers. So if you go to an Equitas branch, this is your Aadhaar biometric. So we've enabled Aadhaar biometric based service requests. So you go there, you enter your mobile number, and instantly then and there it is changed. So our service request, which took 5 to 7 days, dropped to just 2 seconds. So that's the innovation, that's the power of customer feedback. So if you're really interested, don't take those simple feedbacks so lightly. If you really do a brainstorming session on those simple feedbacks, you don't know the treasure is really waiting there. Innovation is not about, only running behind things which are unheard of. These small things also drives innovation, right? So that's one small example. And the other example, that I'd like to quote on in terms of what we have done is we've recently launched Bankers on Wheels. So what is this Bankers on Wheels? We have a considerable amount because our FD rates are great. So we have a considerable number of senior citizen customers who are there, and we all understand how their psyche works, right? So for them, time is extremely important. They tell you 10 o'clock they want an appointment to be fixed. Then if you're going there at 10:01 as well, so they get a little perturbed about, why is there a delay? They want to know, where are you? What are you doing? Etc., etc. So this is a specific app that is there where the customer can actually go and track our executive. Where is he coming? Is he on the way? To that level. So these are the two innovations that we've done basis customer feedback. And there are many more which are in pipeline which are yet to be launched. So that's the power of customer feedback. Please don't take customer feedback lightly, even if it's going to be a simple one.
Thank you, Smita. I think that's great. Again, going back to the simplicity part of it, every simple feedback counts. Priya, you wanted to add something to it?
Yes. In fact, feedback is very close to my heart, so I just kind of would jump into this topic anytime, anywhere. So what Smita said was absolutely true, and adding to from the previous question of Rima, and I can easily relate to it, is if I buy something, can I return it? Will I get a refund? All these things can be bucketized as anxiety. I'm in the travel industry, and I know flight cancellation. What if something goes wrong? I had to cancel because I was not feeling well. So from ClearTrip standpoint, for in fact 2022 and all, when we looked at NPS, and every customer is saying, oh, the cancellation charges are so huge. Obviously, airline also charges us. We can only give what airline gives, and we just pass it back, right? That's the least that we can do. But when we took a step back, we said, no, let's do something different for our customers. So today also, if you see, there is FlexMax, which is again rebranded as Clear Choice. We have cancellation for no reason. Typically, that takes out any anxiety for the traveler, saying that, okay, you can cancel and we give your full money back. So what happens is it not only delights the customer, he can also plan it in a way that if something goes wrong, he can lean on us and we give the full money back. There is MediCancel, which we sponsor actually. Any illness that happens and you're not able to travel, death in the family, sad situations, right? And international airline may or may not refund money. Domestic airlines too, for that matter, right? Not all illnesses are covered, may not be compassionate, but we do this, we do so. So where did it come from? We used to read every single comment of customer, bucketize it, understand it. If this is the pain area, let's take that pain out of a customer's life. Policies will always exist, but how do you navigate through that? How are you innovative in your own brand and say, hey, let's come up with a product called cancellation for no reason. There's MediCancel. You know, all these things are covered for our customers, taking anxiety out of their travel. So yeah, this was one of the examples.
So just continuing on that, so we've talked about, being customer centric, but, based on your experience, what could be some of the practical steps that leaders could take to drive customer centricity throughout the organization? When you pick up a call to customers and, they're behaving the same way, they're being customer centric, whether you're writing an email to the organization, the response coming in a very customer centric way. How do you drive that across the organization internally? What could be some of the practical steps?
I would say I won't even go to the call center because in the whole value chain, they are the last ones, to be honest. I would say it has to be a top-down approach. Your vision, mission statement needs to carry customer. In your meeting rooms, there has to be a voice of customer chair in that room, other than a finance guy, other than a marketing person, other than the CBO sitting there. There has to be a customer experience person. The start happens from there. Now we talk about the other things. Do you have, and a simple question you all can ask your org is, do you have a L0 metrics on customer? If it's yes, you are on it. If it's not there, start building it. So L0 metrics can be your CSAT, NPS, reviews, ratings, number of complaints, number of escalations. Talk about it. We have 5 such metrics that runs at an L0 level that we look at in this org. Now let's go deeper and double click. Are my calls picked up on time? Are my agents answering, giving a one-call resolution? If not, can I find the root cause, enable that employee, empower that employee? Empowerment is a very big, I would say, ticket item for any frontliner and a fuel for success, I would say. You empower the frontline, you have your checks and mechanisms on how to monitor it, is the secondary part. But empower that frontliner who's handling the customer. I think that should, by and large, solve the way one should be approaching. And obviously, cross-functional conversations, sharing case studies. In fact, if we have launched a product and we failed, we tried doing so-and-so policy in call center, but we failed, is okay to call out. We need to acknowledge those failures and say, what went wrong? Can we just improvise it? And can we just do something differently at call centers, right? But the key message, I would say, in today's world, customers are looking for instant answer. So empower your frontline, educate them, give them the right tools. Like Manish called out, it's a waste if you keep talking about innovation outside your company, but inside your agents are struggling with systems. They have a poor system where it keeps hanging, they do not have the information, everything has to be memorized, they do not have a knowledge bank. I think those are the levers where we should use and empower frontline. And yeah, the list goes endless, but these are the top points, I would say.
Thank you. Manish, anything you want to add?
Just to add, probably, we talked about how to drive that, and you talked about the top-down. I think one way is that to start drinking on your own champagne, right? If you start using your own, the brand, and you start connecting with them and start understanding how you are feeling, probably you can better solve the customer's problem. If you're using the app Clear Trip, you can use it for yourself and figure it out what pain you are feeling. And that's a simple thing, right? I think if you start using your, brand your way, the way you'd like customer to use it, you can figure it out a lot of problems.
So one thing that I would add is what Priya said, right? Having a customer experience voice in the room. Why not customer as well, right? So we all know there is a very famous anecdote from Jeff Bezos. He says, in every meeting room, I assume there is a chair, which is a customer chair. So he has to be part of every boardroom discussion. He has to be part of your strategy discussion, your execution plan, your product design. Right? That is when you go to the last leg, and what you could not do here is where the customer service actually will come back. And that is where the whole involvement, engagement from the employee starts. We did a couple of things. We said, if you cannot use your own product, you cannot sell it to a customer. So we have to check within ourselves how many of us are the power user of our own product before we are talking to customer about it. The second checkpoint could be how many times in last, say, a month we met or talked to customer, or in fact read something from what has come from him. Do we actually read his feedback? There is a team who will do it, but all of us have to do it. It cannot be part of one team in an organization. It has to be part of our habit, our culture, and that is when the great cultures of customer experience are built. Thank you.
Thank you, Neha. I think we are running a little short on time. So, but before I close this, I think there's one question that we have to ask today. That Reena, if you could help us on that. Sanjay spoke about it a lot. Gen AI coming into play, and so with Gen AI playing such a big part in organizations today, and it being driven as an agenda top down, how do you think that will impact the way organizations become customer centric, or what role will that play in terms of making organizations more customer centric?
Well, when we talk about AI, at which stage it is getting exposed to the consumer is very important. Are we using it as a chatbot to eliminate a human touch point? Is that a sensitive matter to your organization, principally? Like I'll just take an example of insurance. That's the last where you want to introduce an IVRS or a chat where somebody is in a hospital and like the chat says, sorry, right? So where did we introduce Gen AI, or every organization has adopted, but I think somewhere in the middle layer or identifying where to introduce. So I'll just take an example on some principles that we believe when we reject a policy or when we reject a claim, the word rejection is gone, experience is gone. While you did it for a reason, you have done your investigation, irrespective of what you did it right, the moment you saw rejection, your NPS is down, your CS is down, and your CSAT is down. So there are certain principles that you need to fix and use technology to ensure that you're following that principles top down. So let's say, or ChatGPT equivalent, we have built an situational email drafting engine where we have said these are the core words, nowhere in the organization it would be used. Though it is system triggered or though it's a manual mail going out, a rejection is replaced with decision. Claim rejection or repudiation is replaced with the final decision on your claim status. So there are some sensitivity and empathy which is built. I think where I have seen, like in Swiggy when I was there, Gen AI was used not to really get the customer to the chat. How can we eliminate even him coming through the chat? So the decision making where human in loop with the data. So you send something like the food is, smelly or spoiled. So the moment you choose that as a disposition, in the back end, the data runs between the disposal orders of that restaurant, how many people complain, basis the immediate decision is whether to refund the consumer or whether to put it through a chat. So where you're deploying to attack that sensitivity using the AI is what truly matters for me.
So it's about from different industries to different industries, where do you want to deploy it and at what level do you want to deploy it, at where do you make that decision? Anybody else wants to add to that?
Yeah, I'd like to add on that. So we're looking at employees and certain difficulties, I would say, that we are having for our employees is a little easier, but for our customers and our customer implementations is that our business is such that it's very regional, tier 2, tier 3 kind of customer base is what we have predominantly. So language conversion, okay, of speech to text, that becomes a big challenge for us. Everything in English, great. But the moment it becomes regional, it's a very tough task, and we're yet to find people who can really bridge this gap, companies which can really bridge this gap of regional language. Having said that, for employees, we're definitely looking, because every organization in the banking sector, as you might know, is running at an attrition percentage of 20 to 30%. So with this high attrition percentage, it's just not possible to run trainings after trainings after trainings. You just need a mobile app, and you need to have information which is readily available for the employee to be on the go and to give the customer the right kind of information. So in terms of supporting our employees, Gen AI is definitely a yes thing. In terms of customers, in terms of regional, yes, definitely we're looking at some partner who can really, really enhance that experience with our customers. As far as English conversations are concerned, I think doing it brilliantly well. That's one input for people who are here, especially nice.
Thank you, Smita. Neha, you wanted to add something to that?
I think most of it is covered. Where I wanted to talk about is the conflict between the business heads and the customer experience head. And this is very close to my heart, because when it comes to business head, they will say, let me manage growth, you manage customers, right? And I think we normally talk about is experience-led growth. Right? It is imperative to say that the growth can be driven through customer experience. But a lot of times, I think where we fail as a group is where the customer leaders and the CXOs start discussing, putting metrics around it, start correlating revenue. Because it becomes a very short-term view. And you, at the end, you do not see the benefit that you have, you look for. So what is needed there is to put a long-term hat and to get or build a product that you want to grow or sell to customer is by putting customer in the center. I mentioned this last also, is putting customer as a center, his need as a core of when you build a product itself. So you have very, very clear indicator for a growth leaders or a business heads here, and you can check it by yourself. First is your acquisition cost. If you have built the right product, target the right customer, automatically your acquisition cost for the product will be really low. The second is retention rate. The customer loves your product, his problem is getting solved, he will come back. Say no question asked, refunds, right? Next time he will come automatically to your product and book a ticket. So retention rates will be higher. Third lever that I'll talk about is promotion. Your customer is your brand. Your customer will become your promotion agent. If they're happy, they will be the one who will talk in their peer and the friend circle about you. They will bring more customer. And fourth, last but not the least, is your AOV. These are the customers who love trust. They are your power user. they will be the first one to try your another product when you launch. So your AOV will increase. So in total, if I summarize, what it gives you is a great LTV, lifetime value from that customer. When you do that, you don't worry about growth. You just focus on experience and it will automatically lead to growth. I think that is where I wanted to end or share my experience as. Over to you, Manish.
Thank you, Neha. I think you've beautifully summarized this whole thing about, how customer centricity, it's not about putting any KPIs to it, it's about just doing those simple things which you just mentioned, the 4 of them, to make sure that, the growth is automatically driven across the organization. I just want to thank each one of you for your time today. We spoke about, how do you lay the foundation, keeping it simple. I think Neha beautifully summarized the 4 things that you can do in an organization. We spoke about how Gen AI can play a role. You need to understand from your organization perspective, which industry are you serving, what kind of customers you're serving, and at what point do you want to bring it in. And last but not the least, customer centricity is something which is driven top down. So I think that's a very important aspect that Priya made. So I think these are some of the key takeaways from this. And again, my big thank you to all of you, and a big round of applause for your thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go too fast, stay with us, because we'd like to give all of you as well a memento of our appreciation, a bit of a plaque. We'll have with us our speakers, and of course, joining us on stage is Akash once again. So Akash, please, if you do the honors. Keep that applause going, because they've shared a lot of insights about how this is one of the biggest growth opportunities facing executives in decades, and it's not just good business sense for companies but also for consumers as well. One final one for the moderator who steered the entire conversation. You can ask your questions offline, sir. We'll be having so much for that, ladies and gentlemen. And the reason, sir, I asked you to hold that thought for just a quick second is because I'm sure all of our sessions have provided a lot of food for thought for all of us. But we'll be allowing you a bit of time to reflect on all of that, to ponder all of it over tea, morning, refreshments break. So you can ask your questions to any of the ladies and gentlemen from the panel now, or just quickly convene to network, have a cup of chai, coffee, whatever. I'm not judging any of you. The time on my watch is about 11:59, so let's call it about a 15-minute break. We'll reconvene here by about 12:15. See you all then.
I can extend your reservation and change
can do more, much faster. And like the agent, Copilot gives supervisors a single workspace for all their work. It also automatically assesses and scores all interactions and agents in real time, so supervisors can evaluate what's going on and provide timely, proactive assistance. With enlightened actions, business leaders can not only quickly get to insights, but also operationalize changes literally with the click of a button. Only CX1 has AI for CX embedded and operationalized consistently across all its applications. It transforms fragmented consumer experiences, empowers agents, and lets businesses gain customer loyalty while reducing expense, reshaping the future of CX from end to end.
Helped forge. To know more about how we can help you reimagine your ABCDs, contact us today, or write to us today to know how we can help build success stories for your brand.
So I hope all of you found the refreshments, the tea, the coffee, everything on offer to your liking. Ladies and gentlemen, lovely to have all of you back. Before we go further, we just want to make a very quick announcement from all of us here at Team Marksman. For those of you, of course, who are not entirely aware of us, we organize platforms such as the one today to inspire professionals, leaders, organizations to soar higher than ever before. And we do this through a plethora of vehicles, such as our daily news website, Marksman Daily, such as our digital media arm, Marksman Media, such as our quarterly business, print, and leadership lifestyle magazine, In Focus, for which we'll be playing a video very, very shortly. I'm personally very proud how each issue of the magazine has built upon the stories, the quality of its predecessors, and that our latest edition, a copy of which will be shared with each of you very, very shortly, is perhaps some of our best work yet. So I'd like to play a very short video that talks about the March edition, the March 2024 edition of the magazine, to give all of you a high-level view of what we covered and what it's all about. So that's just a little bit of a heads up about the magazine. Do leaf through a copy of it. Big bats, bouquets, we are more than happy to hear anything you might have to tell us, me or any of our team members assembled here today. So do go through a copy of it. Right then, moving along. So if I were to ask customer service professionals to describe today's work environment, the word they'd probably use is intense. That's because budgets are in flux, customer demands are through the roof, and the question really is, how do you do less with more? The answer might very well be customer service and AI coming together and converging. Consider these numbers, for example. 72% of consumers say they will remain loyal to companies that provide faster service. Additionally, 78% of service agents say it's difficult to balance speed and quality. That's up some 63% since 2020. All of these pressures are left to a turnover rate of something like 19% in service-centric organizations. Now, predictive AI is not something that's new to organizations, but Gen AI is something that people are still coming to grips with. As leaders, of course, there is a need to have a concerted strategy behind it. But even from a customer side, from an agent side, it's very, very critical to understand what are the kind of implications this will have for them. So to understand this better, our next session focuses exactly on this. We'll be talking about how organizations are leveraging advanced technologies to create exceptional customer experiences. And to shed light on this, we have with us Abhishek Dash, who's the Director, Service Cloud Product Management at Salesforce India. So over to you, sir, to take things further.
Thank you. And that was quite a factful introduction with numbers and figures and everything. So my name is Abhishek and I'm the Director of Service Cloud Product Management in India. And today I'm going to cover how Gen AI is shaping up customer service in this new era and how Salesforce can help you with it. And anything that we present today, ideas, facts, figures, product roadmap, all of it will be covered with our safe harbor statement. And before we get started, I want to thank you all for your time today. Thank you for being our customers, our partners. Your success is our number one priority. It has always been and will continue to be so. And with Gen AI, we hope we can continue to prioritize your success and drive it together with you. So now let's talk about what are the top challenges or how the landscape of modern service organization has really shifted. So far, it has been to put the right agent at the right place with the right tools to help your customers to solve the problems. But now, the modern customer demands much more personalization. They want every interaction to have certain context, to have certain precedent. It should not be that the customer is unknown to the agent. At the same time, they expect the cases, the concerns should be resolved soon, and sometimes it's sooner, sometimes it's almost like it should have been solved yesterday. And at the same time, modern service organizations at the other end in their internal teams are facing unprecedented challenge to meet how to retain their talents, how to grow their frontline teams, and how to maximize their revenue. So all of it is happening at the same time. So this is kind of a new era, kind of new challenges for the modern service organization. So what it means is service teams must do more with less. So what it means is that they have to bridge the gap between speed, scale, and quality. But the good news is that there's a new apprentice in town, and with this tool called Gen AI, you can solve the problems for your customers at a scale, at a speed, with a quality that has been never seen before. So with Gen AI, you can empower your frontline teams to service your customers with more context and personalized experience. Your customers and your agent likewise can easily search for relevant information much faster, much quicker. And finally, with AI-powered automation, with Gen AI in the background, scheduling and forecasting and also dispatching becomes much more easier. So 80% of our leaders whom we have researched have mentioned that customer service is going to get disrupted with Gen AI. Gen AI is going to make customer service a different ball game with increased productivity and reduced costs. But then this is easier said than done. And what most leaders in the service space are coming to terms, almost 76% of them have said that their AI transformation process has been kind of a struggle with many different challenges coming in. So first and foremost is obviously disconnected systems with humongous amount of data which is accumulated all over the years. Now that has to be mined for Gen AI to work. But what's more important and what has come as more noteworthy is that the key issue is now the AI trust gap. So basically leaders do not trust their engine that they have been asked to work with. Now, how does typically the lack of trust in AI surface? The most usual nuance which we hear is that we fear LLMs will take customer sensitive information and will have no control on it. And after they have really been fed with this information and when they come back with results, what businesses fear is hallucinations and toxicity being embedded in those responses, which we have seen in many examples. Recently, an airline company had to pay a fine because the response that their Gen AI tool gave was not in line with their company policies. So leaders come to us and ask this question: how can they deploy trusted AI systems to improve their customer experience? And what we answer them is, your AI strategy is as good as your data strategy. So this is slightly different from what other players in the market say, but we have firmly believed that the AI revolution is a data revolution. It is a trust revolution. So in Salesforce, we have embedded data and trust as part of our AI strategy. And what we believe, everyone is an Einstein with our formula of CRM plus data plus AI plus trust. And now, going back to history, we are not new to AI. We have been in the almost, this is our 11th year for AI innovation. We started right back in 2014 when we launched when we started with our first AI research team, and after that, 2 years from there, I think 2016 is when we launched our service Einstein application, which were kind of first in breed, first in class AI applications for the service industry, for the CRM industry as a whole. And then we have continued to make surges in predictive AI. But with Gen AI coming in 2023, we had to again switch gears and start our journey in the Gen AI era. But we are happy to say that at this point, we have over 300 plus AI patents. And while we are innovating, we are also not forgetting the human angle involved. We have always told that it's the human in the loop with our AI solutions. And as part of that, we are part of several AI ethical committees. And the newest addition has been, we are now part of the White House commitment for trusted AI. And given our focus on trusted and ethical AI, we have designed certain tenets through which we are going to design our AI strategy, our AI application. So we are clear, your data is not our product. We are not in the business of selling your data or playing around with your data, to be very frank and very blunt. What we want to build our business on is to help you unlock that data so that you could serve your customers better while having full control on your data. And our product policies will protect human rights, human safety, and will ensure accuracy so that no toxicity or no hallucination gets induced. And finally, we want to be transparent. We want to show what exactly is happening with your data and our platform. And let's see how we put our words into action. So we have come up with the Einstein trust layer, which will be the core of how we consume LLM. So there's a lot to unpack, but in the paucity of time, I'm just going to focus on 5 key elements of it. The first one is dynamic grounding. So we are going to improve the relevance of the prompts and the response from LLM engines by grounding them with the customer 360 data, which we already have. The next is masking. So we are going to mask the data which we send through the prompts so that there's an additional layer of security. And the most important, we have a zero retention architecture, which means that any kind of customer data is not going to be stored in any other system other than Salesforce. So we are going to mask your data, send it to a LLM engine like OpenAI, but OpenAI will have the masked data and it will never store any data. So it's just going to take the prompt, give us back the response. And what do we do after that? So once we get the response, we scan it for any kind of toxicity and hallucination and try to check all of them before the response goes back to the customer. And then finally, we have an audit trail to keep track of this entire flow. Now, most of you must be familiar, we are #1 in customer service for several years with over almost 45% of market share. And we are thankful to our customers across the globe for having chosen us year after year and have made this success possible. But what I wanted to really say over here is, why are we #1 in the CRM for service? Because we have AI embedded across every touch point, be it in sales service, be it in contact center, be it in field service, and these deliver success in any industry for any type of service by boosting both customer experience as well as service team productivity. And what I also wanted to talk about here today is that you can already start your GPT journey for service with multitude of Service Einstein applications that we are supporting. Some of them are service replies, work summaries, knowledge articles. And again, you have a choice to go with our in-house AI LLM model, or you could choose your third-party LLM model. But what we are going to give you is the LLM gateway, which we just saw, which is going to make the concern of trust go away. And at the same time, whatever responses you get will be grounded with your CRM data, which is in Data Cloud. And finally, I want to wrap up my presentation with some exciting announcement. Very recently, we have launched 2 GenAI Einstein products by the name of Einstein Copilot and Copilot Studio. So please do check them out. And what's better is we have included free Data Cloud and Tableau with it. So if you want to learn more, we'll be happy to share more at our booth. Please do drop by. And finally, thank you all for your time, and thank you for being a great audience. We'll be around to take any questions that you might have, and it'll be great to partner with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Abhishek. Stick around for a moment. We'd
Sure.
just like to call on stage Akash Tiwari, the co-founder of Team Marksman Network, to offer a little bit of a plaque so that we can commemorate the occasion, immortalize it somewhat.
Thank you. Sure.
I believe that's yours. Cheers. Yeah? Right. So, we've heard a lot already about how AI is going to change the game. And I'm sure over the course of the deliberations, the discussions, the sessions to come, we'll be hearing a whole lot more about AI, and with very good reason. It's the talk of the town, be it predictive analytics, chatbots, voice assistants, sentiment analysis. There are so many ways in which it's going to upend conventions and change the paradigm. Our next speaker will be talking about how we can harness AI and to create a better CX with it. That's a thought leadership session that we have lined up for all of you. We'll be talking a lot about how AI can be leveraged, and I'm sure that by the end of it, each of you will have a greater understanding of how we can optimize AI to create better customer experiences. So may I please call on stage Mr. Venkat Raghavan, who's the Group Director Analytics for Tesco. Stage is all yours, sir.
Can you hear me? I don't think it's on. Is it up? Is it working? Okay, fine. Okay, great. Good afternoon. Great session so far. I first want to thank the organizers for giving me a pre-lunch session and not a post-lunch session. I always crave for these pre-lunch sessions. Second is I really want to thank the panel discussion. Very meaningful discussion, great insights. So I really learned a lot from that panel discussion. So thank you on all the other speakers as well. So I was invited to speak here, and I was told that it's a short format talk. It's a 25 minutes talk. So I said I can probably just pick one theme or one topic to talk about, and it's this theme that I get asked a lot, which is whenever I introduce myself to anybody who's not from retail industry, the question that I get is, we know Tesco sells apples, oranges, milk. So what is this AI gyan that you're giving us? Is the question that I get. So the first few times I got this question, it was a little hitting. And I had to explain to them what we do, what my team does. And then I said, this is a very deep question, because if you look at the world today, a lot of products or services or offerings that we get is all getting commoditized, including AI. AI is getting commoditized. ChatGPT is a commoditization of AI. So the question therefore is, what is it that you're differentiating, especially when you're in a commodity business? When you're selling apples and milk, what can you do to differentiate yourself? So that's the question that I'm going to talk to you about today. But before that, a little bit of introduction about Tesco. My guess is all of you know Tesco as a grocery retailer. But I learned a lot more about Tesco in the last 4.5 years that I've been with Tesco. First is, we are a group company. We have B2B as well, which is Booker. We have Tesco Mobile, which sells mobile phones and plans. We have Tesco Bank, which sells insurance and other banking services. We also have an apparel brand called FNF, which is one of our fastest growing brands. So which means that it's a group which touches customers in different ways, from bank to mobile to retail. So that's one exciting aspect about Tesco. The second aspect that I found very fascinating about Tesco is it's a 100-year-old company which tries to act like a 5-year-old company. So what I mean by that is the last 4 or 5 years, some of the innovations that we've done is what I would like to share with you about. One is we have a concept of completely unmanned stores. Just imagine it. You go to a store, you swipe your loyalty card, which is club card, you go pick products. There is complete AI in the store, which is trying to do two things. There is computer vision, which is trying to understand what you're picking. And then the shelf is all censored up. It knows how much weight loss is happening in the shelf. And using these two, we exactly know what the customer is picking. So they just walk out of the store. So that's one example. The second example that I want to give you is, many of you might not know that Tesco is the single largest pure food online retailer. Single largest pure food online retailer. It's a very difficult business, food retail, to be profitable. And we are the single largest. And this business was started 15 years ago. It's not a new business. So I learned that Tesco is a large group with a lot of opportunities, but it's also trying to innovate constantly, which gives me a lot of excitement. The second thing that I want to share with you is there's this fulcrum. When we talk about customer experience, a lot of people mention that you need a philosophy, you need a culture of being customer centric. Everybody says we want to be customer centric. But what's the proof that Tesco has? Tesco launched Club Card, which is a loyalty program, 30 years ago. Just imagine this. 30 years ago, 1995, Tesco went live with a program called Loyalty in retail, which helps customers engage with Tesco a little better, and it helps us understand customers a little better, and we can curate the experiences a little better. So if you look at the purpose, I think it's a very fitting purpose that I connect with. Our purpose is to serve. We're very humble that way. All my team is sitting in the last bench, so we're very, very humble people. So the idea is to serve our customers, our communities, and our planet a little better every day. So this is the backdrop. Therefore, it gives a lot of opportunities for AI. And what my team does in Tesco is, it's called Enterprise Analytics Team, with roughly 300 people in size, spread across 5 countries. We sit on the executive table of all the countries that we operate in. And we have executive sponsorship from every CEO of the operating countries. Second is we bring something unique to the table. It's not just data science. It's also the ability to be fast in deploying solutions. So most of us go live within 16 weeks. And that's a commitment that we give to the business, saying any AI solution we build will go live in 16 weeks. And if it's not going live in 16 weeks, we probably have to pause or pivot. Third is we take tremendous pride in driving real impact. Real impact could be customer impact. It could be sales, it could be margin, it could be cash. But what we do measure is anything that goes live needs to have a real impact. So this is what my team does. So with this backdrop, I'm going to tell you a little bit more about what do we really do. End of the day, it's again apple and milk. So what do we do with AI? So the first thing that I want to share with you is what's the philosophy? How do we define customer experience? Because customer experience is somebody said it's a very siloed view of customer. Somebody in a store will say customer experience is about how we treat the customers in the store. Somebody in contact center will say how do we take calls, depend customer experience. But what's the overarching philosophy that Tesco has? So it's a very simple and elegant way of defining customer experience, which is when great quality meets great value, we unlock great experience. I think this is probably the most elegant definition of customer experience that I've seen in the last 20 years of my career. So what it means is quality is what you offer to the customers. Apple is an apple is an apple. We all know that. But are we getting the best quality of apples? Are we sourcing it locally? Are we getting it from organic producers? Channels is all your store, your digital platforms, your contact centers, all of that is channel. What's the channel quality experience? Communication is how do you reach out to the customers through mass media, through personalized communications, and what do you tell them? How do you reinforce the right communication in a meaningful way? So that's all quality. But value is more interesting in my opinion because we associate value with price. And one of the myths that we want to challenge is value is much beyond price. So the second and the third, which is emotional value. For example, Tesco delivers online orders to kitchens of customers who cannot carry the basket by themselves. It's a very small sign of experience, but it goes a long way. So emotional value, how much are you associating with emotions of customers is a very important aspect of value. Third is perceived value. Perceived value is competition. How competitive is Tesco to some of the other retailers in the market? It's about are we sourcing locally, like I said. What is the perception that customers are taking away when we think about value of Tesco? With this backdrop, I'm going to talk to you about what we do on quality and what we do on value. And hopefully it will have something that you can take away for your organizations. So quality is a little tricky proposition because historically we think of NPS, CSAT type of definitions for quality. But in the last 2 years, what we have again done is challenge that notion. A call center or a contact center is typically thought of as a cost center. So what's the challenge to the call center? Drive better experience but lower the cost. But we roughly get about 6.5 million calls or contacts through our contact centers every year. That is one. Second is all the website information that we have, there's a lot of reviews. Typically nobody looks at it except the customer. So what are we doing with those reviews? Third is customers leave a lot of trails on social media. Are you able to harvest all of that information? The problem is humanly collating all of this information and making sense out is impossible, which is where enterprise analytics comes into the picture. So what we have done is all the 6.5, 7 million contacts that we get in the contact center, take all of that voice information, use AI to translate that into text. Take all the web reviews, take all the social media references, put that all into an AI-based engine uses LLM at the base. And what it tries to do is very simple. When we explain it to business, we don't talk about AI. We tell them very simple. Look, we have built a machine. It will take all of this information and it will tell you two things. It will tell you sentiment and it will tell you drivers. That's all you need to know. And with this, what we've created is a real example. So every Monday, there's a quality report or a dashboard or an alert, whatever you want to call it. This goes to everybody who runs the store or everybody who buys a product for us, they're called buyers. So every Monday, they get feedback on the store clean, fast, friendly. Is your milk as a category, is it fresh? Is it tasty? Is it good in packaging? And what you hear in the customer was, this is a generalization, word cloud is a generalization, but there's a lot of very minute insight that goes into them on which supplier, which region, which product. Now this is how we are trying to transform the quality side of the equation using AI. Second is the value side. I think that's equally exciting because value, like I said, is associated typically with price. But just imagine with same apples, what can be done using AI. The first thing that we all know is 30 years ago when Tesco started the customer centricity journey, there was no real way to do anything beyond competing on price. So therefore the idea is I'll look at competition and I'll use something like elasticity models and I'll optimize price. I'll use some science and I'll optimize price. So what you see here is a real example. So if you're a club card customer, you get a product for £2, whereas it's £3.5 or $3.30 for a non-club card customer. So what happens here is again artificial intelligence or machine learning, but it's very traditional way of doing things. It looks at elasticity and it tries to understand what should be the real price at which you'll have the maximum demand. Then about 15 years ago, this whole concept of segmentation came into the picture. You all know segmentation. I don't have to explain it to you. So the first is appealing to all of you together. Segmentation is, I'll put it into 4 parts and I'll appeal to each one of you differently. But what this helped us is in understanding a lot of segment level behaviors. So with certain life stages, life cycles, regions, the behaviors are very different on how they look at commodity products, how much they're willing to pay. And therefore what we had to do is market basket analysis, which is take your historical basket and understand patterns and understand recommendations. So second example that you see is it's sent to a segment. The segment could be anywhere between 500,000 to 5 million. So we send segment level communication. The last 6-7 years, what we started doing a lot more is targeted. The same 23 million, can we break it into smaller segments and can we use AI to understand propensity? What is propensity? Propensity is a probability score. If you have never shopped in Apple, not in Apple as in Apple products, but if you've never shopped in Apple category in Tesco, are you likely to buy there or not? Because if you're highly likely to buy, then I should offer you something to just get you hooked, as opposed to doing something generic. So propensity to buy, propensity to churn. If you're an important customer, you've been a loyal customer, are you slowly starting to fade away? So is there a propensity for you to churn from the business? So this is all in the last 5 to 7 years. But what's happening right now is all of these three is going through a fundamental difference, which is if you look at everyone, it's everyone. Segmentation is finding similarities. Targeting is finding more similarities but more curated. But we are moving away from the philosophy of finding similarities. We're starting to find differences. So the idea here is every customer is different. Don't try to generalize. How you use Apple in your home versus your neighbor's home is very different. Are you appealing to that need as opposed to generalizing a lot of people into a segment or into a targeted group? So the philosophy here is you have to understand the segment of one. Everybody is a segment. And what you need to understand here is everybody is going through their own life cycle. So what you need is customer lifetime value. Instead of looking at the last 3 months, 6 months, will you buy, will you not buy, we have to look at you as a customer who's with us for the lifetime. We have to assume. And we have to appeal to you with that lifetime value method. And then we also have to orchestrate. For example, if you are a customer who recently went to our bank and bought a pet insurance, At a group level, do we have the ability to orchestrate an experience for you to get something meaningful on pet food from the retail store? Can we make these orchestrations and can we take them on a journey through the life cycle? So that's where the idea is, and this is creating a significant revolution in our organization. Gen AI is starting to play a role here because you can hear the context of the customer and have meaningful conversations through call centers if you get into this level of personalization. And what you also need to know is, I'm not trying to say that left is wrong and right is right. That's not the idea. The idea is all of them are important. But the possibility to do the rightmost is now. So that's all I wanted to say, but what's also important is the prerequisites to do all of this. What is helping Tesco do all of this today? So one is maturity of data. Somebody said AI is built on data, this labeled data. That's all very correct. But there has to be a focused top-down strategy on what you're going to do with AI first before you build your data strategy. I would never recommend a data strategy before an AI strategy because AI is about outcomes. Data is an enabler. So therefore, how do you prepare your data to appeal to AI use cases is very important. Second is to make timely investments. This is not going to happen overnight. You cannot get 15 data scientists and get on this journey. Investment in time, investment in foundational systems, investment in culture building, trainings, all of that is very important. And third is role of Gen AI is very real, but I have a slightly counterintuitive view to what I've heard earlier today because I fundamentally feel as we stand today, less than 5% of the real use cases are Gen AI addressable, which means that 90 to 95% of the use cases when it comes to customer experience using AI is still non-generative AI. Generative AI is like Yulu, which is very important. It's for last mile. It gives you access to the last mile. But you don't do a lot of, you don't need a Gen AI to do segmentation approach. You don't need it for propensity models. You don't need it for a lot of things that you need to do in the first three circles. So Gen AI has a role, but I think it's a very specific role. So we should not paint everything with Gen AI is my recommendation. So finally, what have we learned in the last 30 years? So if I have to represent the 30 years of learning in front of you, the first one is preparing your organization is very important. I still feel that the 30 years back decision on investing in Club Card is what is helping us do a lot of AI exploration and AI impact. So somewhere there has to be a fundamental belief that AI is going to help you build your business. And what is also needed is to prepare your organization with data, systems, process, and more importantly with philosophy. And again, I want to reiterate the philosophy that we have, which is very simple, which is customer experience is nothing but a combination of quality, which is a brilliant basics. Quality is the license to play. Value is not just price. And what you need to do is explore quality and value together. One without the other is not going to take you too far. So explore both equally and explore both in detail. Then it takes us to the point that I made earlier. There's a lot of frenzy, if I may use that term, on Gen AI these days. I understand every 1-2 years we need something new to talk about. Gen AI is real, it is very powerful. I'm not discounting the power of Gen AI. But a company is not going to suddenly transform Gen AI in 1 year. It's not going to happen. You still need to go back to the basics. You need to understand the customer journeys. You need to understand where reports and dashboards will be helpful to begin with, because the culture is built through very simple things. You can build the most sophisticated Gen AI model, but if the customer is not finding it good, there's hallucination, they'll just say no very quickly. So it's very important to build your organizational culture, invest in simple things, invest in traditional machine learning, AI, and use Gen AI as a powerful weapon in certain and very relevant use cases. So that's the journey that we have been through. I'm going to pause here. I'm going to let you ask some questions. But if you can do AI-based customer experience for apples and milk, I'm sure each of you have a lot more that can be done in your organization. So with that, I'll close my talk. So I wanted to give some time for interactions. I think we have some time. Yeah, okay, cool. Anyone has any questions, or we get 10 minutes back?
Hi, this is Yash from Axio Finance. And the question that I have is, when you said that you have created segments of one customer, does it mean that each of the customer of Tesco is paying a different price for an apple or milk? Like, what is the outcome that you have achieved?
Yeah, I think it's a great question. So we don't price discriminate. As a policy, we don't price discriminate. So what we do is, let me give you an example. If we understand that you are a customer, Yash, since 1st of January, started buying more healthy food from us. What we try to do is promote that behavior by reaching out to you and saying, hey, have you tried this vegan product? Have you tried this low-fat, low-sugar product? We would also offer you something as a promotion to onboard you, but we don't differentiate or discriminate on price. Because that's something that we don't do. But we want to encourage the right behavior by understanding you as a customer. Does it help you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so it looks like we're all good. Thank you for the opportunity and great talking today. Thank you.
It was lovely having you with us. May I please have on stage once again Akash Tiwari as a special recognition to hand over a plaque to our speaker. You can keep the applause going in the meantime. So that brings us around to our next session, which talks about the future of customer engagement. And I'm sure that many of you would agree that omnichannel is the way to go. As always, I have some numbers to back up my argument. Today, on average, a customer has something like 6 touch points across their entire purchase journey. That's up from about 2 from a decade ago, as little as that long ago. For this privilege, they pay an average of 9% more when there are at least 4 channels along their consumer journey. That doesn't necessarily mean that it's a straight beeline from having more channels to generating higher turnover. That's because 87% of customers are of the belief that brands should be putting more effort into providing, into receiving a seamless experience, be it as it may. Our next session then brings us around to a fireside chat that has all of this in very sharp focus. What it will do is it will spotlight the success stories of brands that have effectively implemented omnichannel integration, contributing to enhanced customer experiences and substantial business growth. Through talks and dialogues and in-depth case study, we'll be delving into the complexities of customer journeys, addressing challenges such as eliminating silos between diverse marketing channels. What's more, we'll also be underscoring the significance of measuring omnichannel efforts using the appropriate KPIs as the case may be, all while emphasizing the crucial understanding of the customer journey. Now, to offer these insights, may I please have our speakers on stage seated as per their photos, which will be flashed on screen very momentarily. First up, I'd like to call Mr. Sitaram Srinivasan, who's the Director, Supply Chain Management and Customer Experience at Harman India. Sir, please. Right there, sir. Alongside him, we have Ajit Singh R, who's the Product Head at Carrot Lane. And navigating the contours of this entire conversation, we have with us our session moderator, who's Sudeep Gupta. He's the Director of Experience Consulting at PwC India. Thank you so much for being here with us, gentlemen. Sudeep, stage is all yours.
Thank you so much. Ajit, Sitaram, you can have a seat. The topic is, since morning we've been talking a lot about Gen AI. Gen AI is only as smart as humans are. And when we speak about humans, we look at it as either consumers, because we all buy stuff, but also the people behind the scenes who are actually getting this thing done. So, ideally, the landscape has moved in such a way that omnichannel is now not a buzzword anymore. It's almost like a mandate and a necessity. And especially, COVID did push us little towards digital, so the digital adoption was really high. But at the same time, now we are looking at rapid store expansions of almost all brands opening up in different tiers, metros, tier 1, tier 2. And therefore, I think the integration of the two has become more and more and more important. So that's the contour that we will try to focus on in terms of the session in where we look at customer engagement as a key pillar to driving business and success. So we have Ajit, who is like the product head at Carrot Lane. He looks at all the digital products, internal as well as consumer facing. So some of the ladies, if you have Carrot Lane app, he's the guy who's doing all of this. And of course, we have Sita Raman. We all love our music. So he's the person who leads supply chain at Harman International, looking at all our loved brands of JBL, Infinity, and brands like that. So I'll kick it off with a question and like both of your opinion in terms of, you both operate in different categories, but it's a mix of, it's a very personalized category, specifically for you, Sitaram, in terms of audio. Everyone's ears are different, everyone's brand love is different, and Carrot Lane cannot get more hyper-personalized than that. So when you look at these categories, and I'd like your opinion on this in terms of how do you see it looking at the online and offline, because I'm sure we'll start with you. A lot of orders would come online, and then people would experience it in offline stores that you have the large distribution. So how do you see that playing out, the online-offline mix of how do you interact with the consumer? How do you keep the engagement alive? And we'll come to you, Ajit, after that.
Thanks for that, Sudeep. So as an organization, Harman, from day one, our concept is that we should have a healthy mix in terms of our strategy for the channels. So I think we are one of the very few brands who has a 50-50 mix in terms of our presence in both online as well as offline channel. We have tried to keep both the channels at an equivalent length, be it in terms of pricing or in terms of our strategies or how the customers perceive in terms of touch points. So as an omni-channel strategy, so even for our franchisee-owned stores or our channel partners like the LFRs, like Reliance or Chromas or anyone for that matter, we try to bring in a seamless experience for customers, right? So that it's the same experience that they get out of anywhere in India for the customers, right? So that's how, even for our online format, we have tried to keep in the same way, where customers can engage with our team, experience the products, and then buy the products, right? So the entire journey from experiencing it till they own it in their hands is almost the same across the channels, right? But given that, though we say that it is almost the same, there will be some specific touch and feel factor which will have an effect in terms of personally feeling the products, right? So that gives a little bit edge on the retail side, I will say, for the customers. But in terms of overall experience, customers should have the same.
Ajit, if you could also touch upon the buying journey itself, because a lot of browsing happens in the category you operate. So how you maintain the engagement when the consumer is transitioning from online browsing to landing up in one of your stores?
Sure. I hope most of you know about Carrot Lane. If not, we are India's largest omni-channel jewelry brand, a brand of Titan or Tanishq, so that you can relate more. Okay, so yeah, I'll answer the first question first, Sudeep. The omni-channel strategy, it's nothing but we will be present in where customers want us to be present at, as simple as that, right? And I'll quickly tell you how we transitioned from starting up as a completely online brand in 2008 to where we are today, right? So after starting in 2008, then we realized that customers wanted that touch and feel which Sita Raman was telling about, right? So we opened our first experience store in 2012. Experience store means you can experience the product but still have to buy online, right? That was our first format of stores, right? And still that was not enough to meet the needs of the customers. Then we started our try at home, right? This is nothing but old. In the villages, you might have seen people coming to your home, showing saris and stuff like that. It's nothing less than that, right? So we will take the product where customers are most comfortable with, which is their homes, right? And that's called try at home as a service in Bangalore. Maybe some of you might have tried it, but consultant from the company comes to your home, show the products, and make a sale or make you place an order online, right? That happened. And at the same time, Titan or Tanishq acquired Carrot Lane, and we got exposed to the retail setup, right? And always the touch and feel was missing part in the online stuff, and customers want to feel that before buying that. So we started off the retail experience by fully selling the product then and there itself. The instant gratification also was needed, which was missing, and we started expanding the store network. And today we have 270 plus stores across India, and that is core of our online journey. And I missed out during pandemic. Both stores and try at home was not available, so the live as a channel started, right? And you can do just a WhatsApp call and see the product, or now there are sophisticated systems to do a live call wherever you are, and you can even patch your friends living abroad and do a three-way call, all possible today, right? And that's the strategy, as simple as that. I'll touch upon the second question, which is the customer journeys with Carrot Lane. We see it as a 5-step journey. I think the anchor was speaking about 6 steps. We'll slightly reduce it to 5 steps, but the steps are: you can browse a product, try a product, buy, get it delivered, and service a product, right? You can do anything anywhere you want, as simple as that, right? You can browse online, do a try at home, go to a store, buy it, ask the product to be delivered at home, and go to a store to return the product or repair the product. As whatever permutation combinations are possible, you can do it, and that's what it is. Slightly touching upon, I'm sorry I'm taking more time.
No, please go ahead.
Slightly touching upon the numbers part, 100% of browsing happens online, because that's the trackable part. We might have some browsing by window shopping on the malls or something, but we are not in a position to track it. 100% of tracked browsing happens online, and 90% of sales happen retail, right? And we'll touch upon on that further.
Sure. I'll stay with you and then go to Sridharaman. I think you've touched upon a very important part of Omni, which is retail stores and online. And like I said, people and systems seamlessly working together is the successful strategy. Now, you deal with a lot of store staff that you can train. It's all homegrown products that you have in terms of the digital accessibility. So what has been your experience when a consumer calls a contact center or calls a store manager, is in need for something, a query or a service? Can I get this? Can you get this done? So what has been Carrot Lane's journey in terms of looking at this people plus systems journey when it comes to consumer experience?
Sure, good question, because I told this 5 touch points and anybody can do anything everywhere. This cannot happen without these systems being seamless and systems being interconnected, right? There cannot be siloed systems, and we cannot have a store-facing system and an online-facing system. We cannot have that, right? So take an example. I go to the store consultant is aware of what products I have browsed online, right? My experience at this store was screwed up. I called the call center, right? The call center agent knows that my experience was screwed up at this stuff. And even though we call that as an offline store, 100% of browsing activities are tracked online. And that's how digital we are, right? So the systems became the core of our strategy, and we are heavy on in-house development. And I think there are 2 partners here, they will kill me, but we do our own CRM in-house actually, and we take pride in that. So the softwares or the systems are the core, and customer will face the same kind of experience across any channel anywhere, as simple as that.
Got it. Slight change to the same questions for you, Sitaram, is that a consumer buys something online, registers the product because of warranty issues. So that's a self-service kind of a model. But you have a large, like you said, almost 1,800 or 18,000, right? 18,000 touch points in India. whose staff is not in your control. So how do you ensure the systems are talking, where the sale has happened, etc., and still keep the consumer engagement in high priority? Tell us something.
It's actually very tricky, right, to be frank. But being a global company, right, we have multiple systems. Say Salesforce is our primary CRM, the ticketing system for our global needs. But for the warranty management, there are certain constraints. So we have another tool which is integrated with Salesforce. So that's a primary tool which is given us access to every retailer or to any customer here who wants to purchase our product. So the touch point is through either through app, or you can just ping through WhatsApp to our reach point. So once you register with your, once you do a sale with your mobile number, it's automatically registered in our system. So we know when you have purchased, so automatically the journey starts from there. In case if any customer has any warranty issues or anything like that, it's pretty seamless. So we can just track from their mobile number that what is the purchases that they've done, what's been their continuous journey, their loyalty towards the total Harman portfolios as such. Right? So across retailers, as we mentioned, right, it's very tough to train and give that kind of a customer experience across the channels, right? But what we do is we have certain SOPs which we ensure that the retailers are following that basic SOPs with the customers, so that customers should have ultimately a seamless experience. They should not be harassed for after in terms of the post-purchase experience as such. So in that way, we keep training the retailers or the ISPs wherever we have. All these retail networks are under constant training to enhance the overall customer experience, because I think someone spoke about the data points what we capture from customers, right? What do we do with that? What we try to do is decipher from that where the customer experience is going back, where are the rooms for improvement across the channel. So in that way, we keep ourselves pushing the boundaries that where can we improve the overall processes to make it much more frictionless and seamless for the customers. Right?
Got it. Staying with you, social media cannot be ignored today when it comes to consumer engagement. So just give us a snapshot of what kind of experiments have you run, what has worked, what has not worked to the audience.
See, social media in India, I would say primarily it's used as an escalation tool by customers. Right? So anything that you face bad, that's the first medium which they escalate. Right? So predominantly, most of the brands, I think they use it for containing and keeping the customers engaged to the minimal operations. Right? That's one front in terms of post-purchase experience. How do we engage from the brand to the customers? It's the second part, right? How do we use social media effectively by the brands in terms of marketing, or giving the customers what are the touch points? How can you have a seamless experience in that front? So both the points, we have a very cross collaboration with our internal marketing team, sales team, and with our other channel partners to keep the customers engaged with multiple activities, right? On the first part of any customer related issues or something like that, so we have a dedicated channel, dedicated tool which is integrated with our Salesforce platform to track any issues which is reported across India. And we have a very strict tact of reporting or responding to those complaints and fixing those complaints within 4 hours. Anything reported on social medias. On the customer engagement towards marketing, so since now data is the gold mine, so we have tons and tons of data where it is profiled and curated for customers, and based on that we keep the customers engaged. So there is a lot of experiments which, especially post the pandemic, we have been taking on. So last year we initiated something which was pretty preposterous, I would say. We wanted to give firm guaranteed promised timelines to customers, like giving a 24-hour service across the country, where any customers who has purchased a product, if he has an issue, he will get a replacement or a repair service within 24 hours, right? So those kind of things, adding on to linguistic services like multiple languages of support, those are the activities which keeps on happening. So as we mentioned, customer experience is not a one-stop journey. It's a continuous improvement, so it will keep happening.
Right. So Ajit, your category has a lot of seasonality in terms of buying for certain categories within the brand, but there's also regular wear. So what kind of experiments are you running?
Sure. Since Ram spoke about the service experience, let me speak about the sales experience, where social media plays a large part. And since most of you know, the lot of the performance marketing or the online marketing happens through Facebook and Google, right? And but I've seen it, but how do you do that makes a lot of difference. And you might have seen browsing in one of the sites, say Myntra, and you go to Facebook, you might see the same product there, and it looks like they are chasing you wherever you go, right? That's called remarketing. And yeah, we also do that. And we have evolved a lot in that, how to remove wastefulness in that marketing spend and how not to annoy customers. So we target in very specific intervals which resonates with the customer, and we bring them back into the site. That's one part of the social media engagement. Since I already told, we have to be present in all the channels where customers are comfortable, so that apart from Google and Facebook, say Instagram or Twitter or even WhatsApp for that matter, if customers are comfortable, we will be there. And we are one of the earliest to adopt WhatsApp for engaging with customers. I think started in 2019 itself. And as of today, customers can almost do all the like communications in WhatsApp. We do have bots and we do have agent-facing interactions. But what I'm still not able to meet is, we want to complete the purchase journey itself there. And jewelry as a category is too difficult. The prices changes every day. And I know Jio has done a good job at Jio Mart, I meant, but we want to be there. Like if an 60-year-old grandmother from a tier 3 city who is not comfortable in the online want to completely end their journey in WhatsApp, we want to be there. And that's the strategy for social media. I'm not speaking about the service part, which is...
The more you talk, I think the more you want to dissect your in-house CRM, because it looks like you're having a lot of success there. But moving on and touching upon that part of tier 3 old lady wanting to buy, you're in a massive expansion spree also, right? You have your 270 plus stores. We read about in the newspapers about the expansion. Now, in that range of expansion, the mindsets of consumers are very different from an urban city to a tier 2, 3 city as well. So how do you ensure that brand sanctity of the consumer engagement is alive and it's almost at par at these levels? So what are the things that you're doing? What are the challenges are you facing, and potentially some solutions that has worked for you?
Sure. See, when we are at 10 or 15 stores versus when we are at 270 stores, the challenges are completely different. You can't even imagine actually, because you are present in the widths and breadths of the country, and each region has its own unique set of problems. But I would say the most problems are, one of the key problem is the inventory allocation, or how we can deliver faster to customers. And we have expanded the warehousing to more closer to customers. I think we have close to 8 warehouses across the country, and within 80% of our products can be delivered within 48 hours for 90% of the pin codes where we serve, right? And that's a big deal. And but these are several stuff which is done centrally by system-driven and algorithmic work, right? And that is not the biggest challenge. The biggest challenge what we face is the people-related challenge, which is 2,000 plus sales folks across 270 stores, the training, and even if there is a process change or a system change, making them understand and adopt is a massive challenge. We have our own set of training academies, and people go in person to train, but still we have to do a far greater job to giving an unique same kind of experience across the network. That's something we have not yet cracked, but I hope we will still crack. Systems is uniform, but the system adoption is not uniform, I would say like that.
Got it. So adoption remains the Achilles heel for you. To you, Sitaraman, like you have an 18,000, I'll keep throwing that number again and again, but with your wide distribution, so, and when you look at social media engagement, that ads running probably, you know, at a India level, how do you keep the consumer happy with terms of product availability? And I'm touching upon, you know, the area that you handle on supply chain, because product availability, meeting the demand and not losing to your competitor is a big metric, I would say. So tell us something about how you have been managing that.
See, now for customers, if it's not available now, then the sale is lost. That's it, right? So in that front, when it's in a very cluttered market, you need to ensure that availability at each and every nook and corner of the country for the customers to have it readily available is very, very essential. So in that front, omni-channel plays a huge presence for us, right? Since we are leveraging both their capabilities, let's say even the Amazon and the Flipkart, the wherewith of the distribution, what they have established is humongous, right? So it makes sense to use both the platforms, both the channel to deliver our products to customers, right? So online is more of convenience for customers, right? And for retail, it's more of touch and presence in terms of specifically high value products where they want to experience the product before even buying them, right? So in that front, currently we have close to about 95% plus coverage across the country where a consumer can lay their hands on one of our products immediately, almost like that. We still have some areas which is pretty hard to reach as of now, right? Might be that will be in the near future. We want to have that 100% coverage as well.
Just a small addition to that, like, you know, again, I talked about seasonality for jewelry, but for audio, it could be an even longer period, right, between a consumer, a brand loyalist buying one product to the next product. Do you do something to ensure that the consumer is reminded of the brand, and how do you do that advocacy?
So, very interesting question. See, it all comes down to the database, how you use, right? The existing customers who are pretty loyal, or even a customer who has just started his journey with our brand, right? So we keep them engaged, especially on WhatsApp, right? WhatsApp is now a medium which most of the brands are leveraging to the maximum extent, right? So in that, as I mentioned, so based on the data profiling, so we have curated campaigns run across to customers for their future purchases, to induce them for more engagement towards the brand. For, let's say, if a customer has started his journey with a headphone, so we want to keep them engaged with the much powerful speakers and with the soundbar, sound theater systems. So it keeps moving on from category to category, right? So in that way, and it's not just on data profiling, it's also makes it more relevant for festivities to be engaged, right? So based on seasonal festivals, so we curate those campaigns accordingly. So since in India we have a lot of festivals during, especially during your Q3, right? So post your July, August, this period, for almost continuously for 3 to 4 months, generally the customers are bombarded with a lot of brands messages, right? So we try to keep it minimal, so we don't want to bombard irritate the customers with our campaigns. So we keep it to the minimal extent and curate it according to their needs.
Got it. We have time for one last question. So maybe we'll go to Ajit. So customer engagement strategies, all that is fine. If you can throw us light in terms of what are the business KPIs that you're impacting and how you're actually measuring it, because every firm within that, every category has its own way of working around. So what are the business metrics, KPIs that you are managing, monitoring, and seeing good traction at?
Sure. So see, from day one, the mantra was hyper growth and profitability for the organization, actually. And because many startups don't look into the profitability till certain years, right? And profitability was always the aim. And I will speak about the metrics and how we are able to arrive at that. Before that, see, one of the major problem we started seeing early years is the channel conflicts, and pretty much whoever wants to do the omni-channel strategy will know that. How much revenue is an online channel reaping versus an offline, that's a big debate, and the leadership teams are different and it will be never aligned. So that's the first thing we removed. We stopped seeing revenue per channel and we started seeing revenue per region, right? And that's the major shift. And I think it happened 4 years ago, and that's the actual start of the omni-channel strategy for us, nothing before that. Being present doesn't mean omni-channel, because reducing or eliminating the channel conflict kickstarts that first thing. And that's the revenue per region what I spoke, and we even trickle down into revenue per catchment or revenue per pin code, right? And it goes up till that level, and all the channels like online, try at home, live, stores, all fall within that, right? So that consolidates that part. The second one is always we keep a cost factor in mind. We call that as C by R, cost by revenue, and what's our cost by revenue per day, per month, per week, per channel, per platform, everything is seen even our hourly level, right? And we keep a tab, right? And there are peak days like Akshaya Tritiya or Danderas, right? We keep seeing hourly numbers, and that's the strategy. We cannot go behind certain number, and we have to keep our cost minimal. And how we have to be efficient in terms of marketing also stems from this. We have to keep our cost by revenue ratios in which we are always profitable, or certainly profitable range. And that obviously we have customer metrics like NPS, CSAT. We are heavy on data actually. We measure almost everything what we do. But these are the very high level business facing metrics.
Understood. I think that's very insightful. Sitaraman, how are you tackling the business KPIs when it comes to omni-channel?
See, for customer experience, for customer as such, his primary KPI is that how faster are you resolving my complaint, right? That's how customer will measure it. But internally, based on the channel through which the customer has reached out to, so we have different KPIs on that, right? So internally, as I mentioned, social media, we have a tag for like 4 hours if he has reached out. So what we are now trying to focus on is how can we reduce customers' dependency on our brand if they want to resolve any issues, how to enhance the self-service options. So we are creating a lot of how-to videos where customers can do a lot of troubleshooting and everything. They don't need the help of the brand. So they can do it within the click of a button, right? Within five minutes, they can fix the issue on their own. So we are now focusing on enhancing and equipping the customers on these kind of self-service videos, which we curate and then push it across through WhatsApp. So for all our customers who are engaged with that, so WhatsApp is one of the primary mediums, which we are pushing not just for marketing, it's for more engagement and for educating the customers on the product levels.
Just a sec. So I also want to add a little bit here, because we also started seeing the traditional call center metrics like average time of speaking, time to resolve, all this stuff. But we chucked away all this metric, and we only have interaction per order as a metric, and we want to keep on going that, coming lesser. So, and we started seeing repeat interaction per order. That's the poison actually, right? If you know customer is dissatisfied, why are you making the customer to call again, right? That's like, we are currently somewhere in the 2-ish range, but sooner we have to come to lesser than 1 level, right? Or 1, that's the target. Yeah.
Great, I think it says time's up. We are pretty much on point, but I don't know if we have time for a couple of questions from the audience. I know it's lunchtime already, but if anybody wants to ask Ajit or Sitaraman anything specific, maybe we can take a couple of questions. There are a lot of hands. Can we get the mics, please?
Hi, Chavi here. Question for you, Ajit. You mentioned that, For a brand that started as online and now has moved to offline and omni-channel as well, 10% of your revenue or 10% of your sales are coming from online. So want to understand, do you see any differences in the customer journey of people who are actually buying online? Are these more repeat customers? What are the differences between these customers that you do see buying jewelry online versus the ones who are predominantly offline buyers?
Okay. See, we see online as an acquisition platform, right? There is no way we can acquire a customer without taking them to an online. And online also we have apps versus website, right? And website is our core of our new audience, right? And apps is our repeat customer strategy. And if you go to a store or you have even bought one product, it's most likely I shouldn't be telling, we will make you download the app, right? Because the app experience is much more superior, and we have intentionally crafted it. The browsing experience will be superior in the web, and the order experience or the post-order experience will be superior in the apps. And that's a conscious choice, because the repeat customer has to be there in the apps, and new customers has to be there in the web, right? And that's part one. The second question is, we do try personalizing the experience at an JC or a store consultant level. They know you by name, and you are assigned a set of 100 or 1,000 customer. They maintain a personal relationship, like they call you for your birthday, for your anniversary, wish you, and even call to the store for a cake cutting ceremony. All this stuff happens, right? So we try to personalize the experience for an repeat audience. For online also we tried it, but the store experience for repeat will be little better than the online. And online also we have two set of audience, which is unassisted. Somebody mentioned this point, right? Customer is the driver's seat. We are there to provide assistance if they need, right? And there are customers who don't want any assistance. I know what I want, I will complete it. So we will not touch them or disturb them. And if they need assistance, they can click WhatsApp button there and continue their online assisted journey, right? So the assisted experience will be little better, because the unassisted experience will be mostly towards messaging and emails or WhatsApp and stuff like that. And right, we try avoiding those customers, calling those customers also. Does that answer?
Hi, Ajit. Renzel here. I have a similar question like ma'am. So in the retail market, maximum Indian audience likely to use and feel the product. So touch and feel, it's always there. Now Lenskart has augmented reality where you can try wearable. Now CaratLane being really niche product. So what are the business challenges or the problem you guys face? I'm sure right now you might now not solve 100% of the problem, but what are the problem statement that comes into your mind? Because we want to face the problem or create a problem statement, even we are not aware about it. So can you please tell what are the problems?
Sure, I will answer your question in two parts. Touch upon the augmented reality, Lenskart was there. In 2015, CaratLane introduced the first VR experience of earring try-on, first in India, and by 2018 we killed the product. Okay, because we know that was not doing justice for either the customer or the brand, and it's a conscious call. We don't want to do that again, because the physical, what you touch and feel, it is never able to replicate. It's not like an eyewear or an apparel. The design intricacies cannot come through an AR VR experience. Okay, so we are waiting for the technology to evolve and get closer, similar to when they took the Avatar movie, right? Let the technology evolve, we'll wait, but it's a conscious call not to enter there. Okay, coming back to your second question. See, recently we are seeing the explosion in short format videos, right? The people, how they browse brands and products are tremendously changed. And we want to be in the space, so something we are trying is introducing short format videos like to the likes of Reels, and we tried various formats of videos. Something, a generic video doesn't work, we just realized that. And styling videos works. Help me suggest something that I can wear to office. It's too boring what I was doing, right? Styling videos work. So this is an evolution or a learning we are getting, but the short format video, again, does not work for everybody. I was browsing in Facebook or Google, the short format video does not appeal to me. Versus, I was browsing in YouTube and came to CaratLane, the short format video appeals to them, right? And there are different cohorts of users which appeals, doesn't appeal. This is one of the stuff we are trying. The second stuff is generative AI, what we are trying is you type your natural language question and my wife's birthday comes in Jan, suggest me something which she likes, and you can, or we are going for a beach wedding, just suggest me something, and that's the stuff we are trying. It's still not that successful, but these are stuff we are trying actually.
Sita, if you can add, because there is still no Gen AI or AR for audio, we're still far from that. Like, how do you, and you know, most of your products will be unboxed either at the store or at the consumer's place. So how would you tackle something regarding the question?
See, currently the AI ML is most likely used in terms of your data mining and keeping your responses as humane as possible. So, right? I think most of the brands are now moving towards like how to cut down my number of agents at the contact center and as well improve the response to the customers, right? So it should not be like a standard scripted response which the bots used to give. How can it be much more curated and what the customer needs? So in that front, we are doing a pilot in our organization. So we have included the AI ML concept through that. So it's a small pilot which we have initiated globally. So we are waiting for the results. How is it actually catching up to? Right? So in case if it's very promising, we will roll it out as a standard platform for keeping the customers engaged and providing a solution. So let's say even the AR concept and everything. So we tried for modeling any customers, so because not everyone's ears are the same, right? So we wanted to have a fit format where customers can see if a particular format fits into their ears. So those kind of things, when they scan, it's like a photo which can be taken across, and you can see which is the format which will be much more useful for you. So those kind of things which we keep on experimenting, right? But I think it's still in the very nascent stage for the customers' adoption as such. Most of these are in the use cases currently in pilot forms. Most of the brands, what I've seen, it's not in a full-fledged use case across in many of the cases.
Great, I think. Thanks, Ajit. Thanks, Sita Raman. I think very insightful conversation. To the audience, they're still there. You have the lunch hour to interact with them. I think that brings us to the close of this session, and we can take it forward.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much for that, gentlemen, for helping us understand how it's challenging to do all of this, but it's also deeply rewarding. As a token of gratitude, again, may I please call upon Akash to come on stage and to present a certificate of recognition to our speakers. That, gentlemen, and that brings us around very squarely to the next session, perhaps the most anticipated one of the day. It's as important to fuel our bellies as it is our minds. With that, we come around to lunch hour. I will see all of you lovely ladies and gentlemen on the other side of it at about 2:30. So, bon appetit. Have a lovely time. See you all back here soon.
NICE is revolutionizing the CX market once more with Enlighten, the only purpose-built AI for CX. With Enlighten Autopilot, consumers enjoy agentless experiences that are as good as with the best human agents on any channel they choose.
I booked a trip and I need to extend it by 1 day.
I can extend your reservation and change your flight. It will be an additional cost of $533.09.
Enlighten Autopilot identifies the best CX processes to automate, understands complex consumer intents, and delivers the optimal responses and flows to the specific need. With Enlighten Copilot, agents are empowered to become superhumans and deliver incredible experiences.
No worries. I see that you're a One Travel Rewards member and that you're covered by our travel protection plan.
Copilot provides the agent with behavior guidance, the right knowledge articles, proactive assistance, and suggested automatic reactions. With Copilot, agents behave exactly as the consumer expects and do more, much faster. And like the agent, Copilot gives supervisors a single workspace for all their work. It also automatically assesses and scores all interactions and agents in real time, so supervisors can evaluate what's going on and provide timely, proactive assistance. With Enlighten Actions, business leaders can not only quickly get to insights, but also operationalize changes literally with the click of a button. Only CX1 has AI for CX embedded and operationalized consistently across all its applications. It transforms fragmented consumer experiences, empowers agents, and lets businesses gain customer loyalty while reducing expense, reshaping the future of CX from end to end.
Leaders are often seen as the heroes of the corporate epic, championing change,
extend it by 1 day?
I can extend your reservation and change your flight. It will be an additional cost of $533.09.
Enlighten Autopilot identifies the best CX processes to automate, understands complex consumer intents, and delivers the optimal responses and flows to the specific need. With Enlighten Copilot, agents are empowered to become superhumans and deliver incredible experiences.
No worries. I see that you're a One Travel Rewards member and that you're covered by our travel protection plan.
Copilot provides the agent with behavior guidance, the right knowledge articles, proactive assistance, and suggested automatic reactions. With Copilot, agents behave exactly as the consumer expects and do more, much faster. And like the agent, Copilot gives supervisors a single workspace for all their work. It also automatically assesses and scores all interactions and agents in real time, so supervisors can evaluate what's going on and provide timely, proactive assistance. With Enlighten Actions, business leaders can not only quickly get to insights, but also operationalize changes literally with the click of a button. Only CX1 has AI for CX embedded and operationalized consistently across all its applications. It transforms fragmented consumer experiences, empowers agents, and lets businesses gain customer loyalty while reducing expense, reshaping the future of CX from end to end.
Leaders are often seen as the heroes of the corporate epic, championing change, growth, and their followers. They motivate us to go further and higher than possibly imagined. Great leadership is perhaps the most important competitive advantage a company can have. But how often do we stop to ponder the DNA of great leaders? Marksman Daily presents C-Suite Conversations, a series that seeks to understand the persona behind the business leader, focusing relentlessly on the attributes of successful leadership. Join us as we engage senior industry leaders in conversation, away from the glare of the corporate spotlight. To know more, contact us today.
Why do we like parathas more than pancakes? Why does Vanakam feel warmer than a high? The answer is simple. We relate to what is ours. Our language, our people, our news, our Bharat. And we bring exactly that. Daily Hunt, India's #1 news and content app.
40 years ago, consumers were exposed to 500 messages a day. Today, the average person sees around 10,000 ads per day, though only a quarter of that or less will be relevant. No matter how long your brand has been around, cutting through the clutter can be a challenge, especially in today's noisy marketplace. Team Marksman's diverse offerings, such as its daily news website Marksman Daily, quarterly print magazine in Focus, "40 years ago, consumers were exposed to 500 messages a day. Today, the average person sees around 10,000 ads per day, though only a quarter of that or less will be relevant. No matter how long your brand has been around, cutting through the clutter can be a challenge, especially in today's noisy marketplace. Team Marksman's diverse offerings, such as its daily news website Marksman Daily, quarterly print magazine In Focus, and video IPs such as C-Suite Conversations and CXO Chatter, can help sharpen the ABCDs of your brand. What's ABCDs? Well, that's attention, branding, connection, and direction. We drive attention to your brand offering a potent cocktail of print, digital, and audio-video mediums to put your brand front and center. Through multiple opportunities to get noticed and be remembered, we ensure frequency and variety to create more impact for your brand. Our stories help create connections, because as humans, emotional context can quickly create connections and engagement with demonstrable benefits. We make sure your brand story gives people clear and simple directions to act on the brand connection that we helped forge. To know more about how we can help you reimagine your ABC success
that leaves a lasting legacy for this generation and the next. Through diverse industry platforms, we engage with leading minds to delve into the most pressing issues facing industry and society. Our understanding of diverse industries' global and institutional context, their sector dynamics, and macroeconomic environment helps us create solutions that advance industry and the practice of management. And together, we celebrate those that have made a difference through our signature events that spotlight large-scale successes. No matter the challenge, we focus on delivering value and helping the next breakthrough idea see the light of day. Because ideas mark the forward progress of mankind, and we never know where the next great idea might come from.
Marksman team. Team Marksman.
Team Marksman.
Team Marksman.
I would like to thank the Marksman and marksmandaily.com.
I want to say a big thank you to Team Marksman for having me here at the 3rd edition of the Most Trusted Brands.
Thank you, Team Marksman, for organizing this brilliant event. Thank you for having me as a keynote speaker.
Team Marksman has hit the bullseye.
NICE is revolutionizing the CX market once more with Enlighten, the only purpose-built AI for CX. With Enlighten Autopilot, consumers enjoy agentless experiences that are as good as with the best human agents on any channel they choose.
I booked a trip and I need to extend it by 1 day.
I can extend your reservation and change your flight. It will be an additional cost of $533.09.
Enlighten Autopilot identifies the best CX processes to automate, understands complex consumer intents, and delivers the optimal responses and flows to the specific need. With Enlighten Copilot, agents are empowered to become superhumans and deliver incredible experiences.
No worries. I see that you're a One Travel Rewards member and that you're covered by our travel protection plan.
Copilot provides the agent with behavior guidance, the right knowledge articles, proactive assistance, and suggested automatic reactions. With Copilot, agents behave exactly as the consumer expects and do more much faster. And like the agent, Copilot gives supervisors a single workspace for all their work. It also automatically assesses and scores all interactions and agents in real time, so supervisors can evaluate what's going on and provide timely, proactive assistance. With enlightened actions, business leaders can not only quickly get to insights, but also operationalize changes literally with the click of a button. Only CX1 has AI for CX embedded and operationalized consistently across all its applications. It transforms fragmented consumer experiences, empowers agents, and lets businesses gain customer loyalty while reducing expense, reshaping the future of CX from end to end.
Right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope all of you had a wonderful meal, each of you. Post-lunch session is already a little bit like a test match, and that will test your patience, test your focus, and see how much you can really give to the proceedings that are going on ahead of you. Nonetheless, let's press on a bit with our next session, which will be talking about data, which is something that is often referred to as the oil of today's industry, and rightly so. But imagine that each of us have access to a treasure trove of data within all of our organizations. And this is something that we have to make the most of. This seems to have gone off. Right, now that I'm back. Now that it seems to have, the data that we do have access to is something that we must make the most of, because doing so would be foolish. Could you imagine the flip side of not leveraging the data we have at our disposal in a hyper-competitive economy like today? You'd be making decisions based on random assumptions. You'd be talking about your customers in terms they may not even fully understand. It's a bit like trying to play darts in the dark. I don't think you'd really be very successful at it. Right. Slightly distant sporting analogies aside, our next speakers will be talking about the importance of robust customer insight. They'll be talking about, right, a lot of cheers for this. Let's keep that energy going through this entire second half. Thank you so much. Over to you, Mumbai. And yes, please do sit as per your photographs. Cool. All right.
We start.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon. Happy to be here. And as it's already introduced, that we'll spend some next half an hour, and we'll try to squeeze as much of insights as we can from Siddharth. So we'll start with, we all know that customer behavior is changing, right? So we all know how things are panning out, the digital savvy customer base, then, the short video, attention on the short videos, and then switching across the different consumer bands, so which means that loyalty is very less these days, right? So among all these digital interventions, we also know that offline is not going anywhere, because all the brands that have expanded, spawned out during the COVID time, they all are opening their physical shop. So in this overall paradigm, Siddharth, we are hearing that how data can be used more effectively for marketing, and also we get to hear a lot about the real-time data. So this real-time is becoming a very important discussion point. So what's your take on how you are seeing the real-time data is playing across marketing functions, and how you're benefiting out of that? Any experience sharing would be good for us.
Yeah. So considering FMCG, that obviously we operate in, the conventional data, generation process, whether it is through, the syndicated data, or even the power of consumer insights, that's not going anywhere, as you rightly said. But the new dimension that's getting added more and more is real-time data. And, and it's kind of, all around us. So social media, for example, is one such, kind of space where, consumers are actively kind of, participating in conversations, expressing themselves, and therefore for companies important that social listening is something that they actively, imbibe, actively incorporate. And that's something that we've been doing, extensively at Britannia, which, is giving us rich real-time data, which is also enabling us to take business decisions. And just give a couple of examples to make that point. We heard from, social listening, consumers speaking about, a simple, kind of conversations around, there are a lot of, kind of biscuits, etc., which are there to be consumed with tea. There are a lot of biscuits which are there to be consumed with milk, but there's no such, kind of a very strong, a product which is meant to be consumed with coffee. Now that was a very simple conversation that kind of, we heard, and it kind of, gave us an, it became the genesis, it became the starting point to a product that we launched and a full, communication strategy, for Britannia Biscafe that we had launched like a year and a half back. Pretty much kind of, started with this simple social listening that I just spoke about. So similarly, I mean, this, real-time social listening is so powerful, it kind of, gives real-time insights into what consumers are speaking, what consumers are expressing, and therefore, kind of giving us real-time insights, which could be used across the entire marketing spectrum. I mean, it could be used for, as I said, what I just gave an example for was a new product. It also gives us real-time, feedback on our ongoing products. And that's quite fascinating because any small change that we make on our existing products, which consumers, consume and love, and if they kind of dislike, it's kind of very immediately expressed, and therefore it gives us real-time, even feedback on our product. It gives us real-time insights, which even allow us to create campaigns. We also, actively get global food trends. So, this entire social listening is so powerful, it kind of, is becoming more and more an integral part of our, a brand manager's, everyday life. So that's one, very, very potent source of, real-time data that you spoke of and real-time insights, so that's something that is here to stay and is only going to kind of grow from where we are right now.
Awesome, thanks, Siddharth. And I think bringing some examples to the theory always make things live. Thanks for that. Now, again, when we keep on discussing about data on different forums now from the MarTech landscape, CDP is another buzzword which is coming across, which is customer data platform, right? While it's a term, we know that it exists in different organizations in different forms and shape, right? Everyone is doing something with the data, and when we talk about CDP kind of a concept, it's like organization-wide data. And to my understanding, that CDP is more of like bringing the data together, and then you are, marrying different sources, and then from there you are bringing the identity resolution. Now, even on the identity resolution, if you go by deterministic way, then you are limiting the possibilities. If you are going probabilistic way, then you are probably prone to errors, right? So organizations are grappling with different ways to find what is the right balance, and of course the data quality, etc. Now on that, of course, whether it's CDP or some
business and marketing objectives, and yes, data is an integral part of what's going to come out of those use cases. But the way we are looking at it is data is the outcome of the important use cases which need to address a certain business problem. Yes, there are also, we are also hearing, many instances where, some of these use cases are kind of being done for data. That's not how we are approaching it. For us, data is more an outcome of important use cases which are meant to achieve certain business objectives or marketing, challenges or marketing objectives. So that's, that's the way we are looking at it. And again, one example that I can, kind of give, to demonstrate this point. So, Britannia Marigold is, it's our second largest, biscuit brand. Now there, the brand talks to homemakers, and the entire proposition of the brand is to enable homemakers to do more and be more, and therefore, champion the cause of, women athletes who are kind of, homemakers who are like everyday athletes in, whatever they do. Now that being the brand overall, proposition, and as we extensively keep meeting the, consumers, we realize that there is this, growing desire among, this homemaker cohort to, actually get into startups. Start something on their own, start something in their homes, and that's something that's an evolving trend across the, length and breadth of the country. So with that, learning, what we did was, the brand saw an opportunity, and we, we created a platform which is called Marigold My Startup, which, essentially encouraged them to share their business ideas with us. And we, offered seed funding to 10 of those every year. Now we've done 4 such seasons. We've got millions of, women reaching out, sharing their ideas with us. We've, in the last 4 seasons, offered, training, etc., to some, thousands of women, and we've also given seed funding to 40 women. And, after having run 4, seasons, what we've done is the data that we've collected with all, the work that we've done, that data is what now we've kind of, used to launch a community, which is what we just did on, Women's Day, which is, so we've launched a new community, which is now called Her Store. Now that's, that's how we are approaching it. So there was a a business objective, which kind of led to a certain marketing intervention, which gave us this data, which now we've leveraged to create a first of its kind women entrepreneurship platform. So that's one example of how we are approaching this entire space.
Awesome. So Siddharth, I think that's a very different way of putting things. I mean, people talk a lot about data as a source, but you're also saying that data as an outcome, right? So, and it is very, tightly coupled with a business initiative. So fantastic, and thanks for sharing this. Now, we'll slightly try to expand beyond marketing, because the whole, every organization is talking about the customer centricity, right? So, and marketing is at the center stage of an organization. You are creating the data. Now, because it's becoming the enterprise-wide data, do you see that any other function or functions, for that matter, are also using this data that you are creating, because it's finally, enterprise-wide customer data? So,
consumers to experience, brand-led, kind of stories, and which also then allows us to kind of get a lot more insights into their, behavior. So in a nutshell, for example, we again recently launched a, Nutri Plus app, which is again overall, wellness monitoring app, which gives the, consumers a wellness score on the basis of their, water and fiber consumption and sleep and exercise. Now that again is a value exchange that we are offering to the consumer so that they can track their well-being. And the attempt also is to kind of, while they get the benefit, yes, they also have the option to kind of, go to e-commerce marketplace and make purchases. So that's again how we are, kind of influencing the, last mile sales to also get benefit from the, data that gets generated. The other big development that's happening is even in the, even in our front-end sales system, there is a lot of, technology, and there's a lot of automation that's happening, which is further, enabling, sales, simplification and automation. So which is the other end of, one is obviously us, kind of centralized data, which is helping last mile sales. But the other end of the spectrum, which is, kind of sales itself automating to kind of, get a multiplier effect. That's also quite, that's also another trend that's that we are influencing. So for example, today, we have, across urban and rural outlets that we visit, there is a lat-long data that's there available with us, which allows us to pretty much customize our sales assortment. This is the affluent index for each outlet, which can be personalized even to as, low as a 1 square kilometer radius area. Now that kind of an automation also helps in, kind of further benefiting the sales, overall system, because then that real-time data is available, in the salesman app that they carry, which allows them to even know, what's the out-of-stock situation, and therefore plan their refills. So that's another, big area of automation that's happening, and even, data, real-time data is helping their, sales also accordingly there.
Amazing. Perfect. So with this example, again, we'll come back to marketing function a bit. Because we are talking about data, we are talking about real-time insights. I think we can't leave the personalization and so-called now hyper-personalization topic behind. Now, of course, I think in India, in my understanding, that there are still issues with the data maturity, and different organizations are at different maturity state. With that, I feel that while personalization or hyper-personal, and it's no more a day where an email just mentions your name and that's the personalization we are talking about. And it's not also about the personalization for the customer who you already know well. It's also a personalization for an anonymous user, right? So I'm saying that personalization is happening, but then the potential, the art of the possible is even higher. So where does it, I mean, what do you see the potential of this going in India specifically? And also sometimes we are fearful of the fact that too much of personalization, too much of knowing us from the brands, whether it's going to be an invasion into our privacy, right? So do you think that we are still at that stage, or I mean, a lot of explorations need to be done? What's your take on this?
I think hyper-personalization, regionalization is obviously here to stay. And the fundamental change that it's making is, it's kind of, so there was a point in time where, I mean, advertising essentially is a one-to-many medium. I mean, for the longest time, yes, marketing or rather the brand managers would focus on, creating one, film, one TVC, and, kind of run that across the entire country, and therefore it is a one-to-many medium. That is completely seeing a, shift where with hyper-personalization, we are kind of evolving to 1:1. Where pretty much your consumer at a 1:1 level. What it does is obviously it kind of because that message is customized to that one consumer, it obviously gives that higher attention span, and therefore even going forward the overall advertising efficiency will increase, because you're talking to that consumer, telling him or her something that's kind of relevant, and therefore that attentive audience, the chances of getting the favorable kind of behavior, favorable transaction obviously increases. So eventually it does lead to increase in the overall advertising efficiency. So that's the, so obviously from a hyper-personalization level, that's the biggest, change that's happening. On the other hand, what's happening is, what we're doing is, there are these, as I said, the brand objective-led, the value exchange platforms that we are creating with connected packs to it. That is giving us another level of deep kind of insights, because there we are able to understand the last mile reach, the last mile consumption, the last mile behavior of that consumer, which actually gives more real-time hyper personalized data, which allows us to then kind of get into another level of hyper personalization. So obviously it's a gold mine of information out there. Where do you draw the line? Obviously all this is user consent driven. So therefore, till the time we have user consent, there is the conversation that can happen. So therefore, I think the consumer will decide where to draw the line basis the consent that he or she gives. The moment they say don't interfere is where we draw the line.
You stop. Yeah. But you're saying that in India the potential is still quite high and we have a lot to do, right?
So right now we've just started, this entire journey. So yeah. Of course.
Right. So now, this is a very, I am very eager to ask this question, that we have been hearing in most of the MarTech forums, the ROI comes into the discussion. And also, I think marketing attribution has been, if not the hardest, one of the hardest problems for marketeers, right? And if we go back to the era of where offline was dominant, then measuring the eyeballs on the TV commercials, or when which banner on the road is influencing your decision, it's a little difficult in my mind to figure out, right? But then digital came, and then we got few more ammunitions to measure certain things. We usually get the impressions, the clicks, and different other parameters. But with that also, it increased the complexity of multiple devices, multiple channels, and then switching between offline and offline. So this marketing attribution, which has been discussed over the years, do you think has it been to an extent simplified, or it's become more, it's become harder to solve? Like, as a marketing function head, what's your take on that?
I would put it a little differently. It's neither simplified nor made nor made it more challenging. Overall, I think it just made it a lot more exciting, because now you have you have the ability to know the, consumer at, as I said, a 1:1 level, and therefore the immense possibilities and the immense, kind of opportunities that are existing now to kind of hyper-personalize your message, hyper-personalize your campaign, launch personalized products. So I think overall, it just kind of made it a lot more exciting for the, marketing fraternity to, reach out to the consumers in a very, very personalized, personalized way. Again, in terms of, overall, just simple marketing fundas as well. I mean, yes, we used to have, our usual 4 Ps of marketing, which are equally relevant now. And for the current, the way things are evolving, it's just giving some new 4 Ps to the, marketing fraternity. There is personalization, which is now the buzzword anyways, which allows you to kind of get some predictability going into what the, what the behavior will be, which hopefully allows us to improve our performance and profitability. So therefore, there is this new dynamic, which, also is interesting for the marketing fraternity to, evolve to.
Awesome. So I think we'll look at the time, and then because it's coming towards the end, and so we came across this discussion. It's pretty simplified thought that I just wanted to touch upon is there are primarily 2 areas that organizations probably are looking at. One is definitely how many customers you know, right? And especially India being the investment center, and then the population, which has been one of the most attractive factors for this country. Right, so that's the quantity, right? How many do you know as a brand? And then comes the quality part, which is more of like how deeply you know a single person, and how much reliable that knowing is, right? So where do you think like it is, and then how organizations are reacting to it?
For us at Britannia, I mean, considering the scale and the size that obviously we have, I think for us it's both. It's not an either or between, I mean, knowing the width and the depth of the consumers. I mean, just in terms of some basic numbers, I mean, Britannia today goes to 27-30 lakh outlets. Plus there are those rural distributors that we have. We go to 10 to 15 crore households every month. So with that scale, obviously width is not something for us to kind of compromise on, because width is what gives us the scale. What has been added to that width obviously is this dimension of depth with this entire hyper personalization that we've been speaking about. So for us, it's a combination of width and depth, and it's not an either or. It's the core, the root is in the width, and depth is giving us an incremental kind of opportunity to spread our wings with the consumers. That's how, I mean, that's how we would look at it.
In India, you can't lose focus from scale.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Perfect. And so I'll probably, this is the one last thought, and I was just going through some article somewhere I came across. It's a Gartner finding, and which is little glaring, is they interviewed a lot of marketeers, and the findings are that almost 60+% of marketeers, what they're saying is, because it's smart tech, filled with technologies, different product stacks and all, they're saying in last 12 to 18 months, each of them has faced or experienced one regret, at least, on different products, right? So, which means that the product they thought would fit did not come through well, and they're struggling with it. And on the other side, almost like 1/3 of the marketeers is saying that the kind of budget they had to run certain initiatives, they are seeing that actually is overshooting the budgeted cost, which means that is also creating some bit of dissatisfaction, right? So which means that something probably is missing at a gross level. And while my take would be that there is of course no single silver bullet to solve that, but one thing would be, I mean, so there are certain factors. One is, in your example, you talked about how certain initiatives are very tightly coupled with the business outcome, right? Which means defining the proper KPIs and also aligning with the organization goal would be very important. And one important thing that I feel is the stakeholder alignment, because that kind of drives the adoption of a particular initiative, right? So I think that's going to be the key for organizations to remember. But Just any thoughts around that, and then we will leave it to the forum for questions.
No, I mean, the core point is what you just said, which is basically, keep your brand at the core of it, keep the business, keep the marketing objective at the core of it. There definitely needs to be, all this entire, this entire digital transformation or this entire digital evolution, hyper personalization, etc. As long as it's happening, keeping the brand, keeping the entire agenda rooted in the brand objective and the marketing objective, I think we are, heading in the right direction. The moment that, balance shifts is where the challenges that you spoke of are going to become more and more prevalent.
Awesome. So thanks, Siddharth. I think I had these many things to ask, and again, the examples that you brought in, I think that's going to be the key. I mean, I think there are some big takeaways. So we'll leave it to the forum, and then if there are any questions, we have exactly 5 minutes left. Yeah. Mike, please. Good to see some hands are, up in the post after lunch. Yeah.
Thank you, Siddharth and Mrunmoy. Good afternoon. My name is Rakesh. I am from Target, accompanied by my colleagues here. I have two whole questions. The first one, India still being a very large unorganized retail. I'm a little intrigued to understand how your organization is tapping into the product consumption data to make those marketing decisions, one. The second one, you also touched on the real-time data. While you can to a certain extent get your own consumer or consumption data, there is also the market insights that you as an organization will need to make either a product development, test and then put it on the shelves. And how are you keeping pace with that to make sure you are gaining the market share and growing your top line?
Okay, so the first question was around the indirect trade and how are we leveraging or how is this entire evolution relevant there. I think the point that I was making, which is basically how we are, how even our entire sales system is going through a overall transformation with the amount of data that's available. I think that whether we have that real-time grassroots data in terms of because of the lat long that we have and we marry that with the internal data, it's kind of a gold mine of information. And that information pretty much kind of gives us, data to the extent of, a pin code or even deeper than a pin code, a certain, kind of a square kilometer radius. What is the kind of purchase behavior of that retailer, which is in a way over an extended period of time, a surrogate for what's happening, to the shopper base in that profile, in that geographical area. So we're using that data extensively, as a surrogate to be able to even make, decisions at that grassroots level. So the sales automation actually is kind of, giving us that gold mine of data, which is allowing us to even take, business decisions. So that's where that automation and that transformation is coming in handy. Now the second question on, how is transformation even helping the new product development cycle? Is that?
Yes, and of course, how the speed to market.
Yeah. So what's happening there is, obviously the fundamentals there are still the same, which is, and what are the market gaps or what are the market opportunities that need a new product, introduction. That's something that we still, while the, core opportunity understanding and the opportunity spaces and the rigor that is needed to understand those white spaces is still there. What is adding to that is the real-time, data, which is what, for example, social listening that I just spoke of. So keeping the core still intact on the entire, opportunity sizing, adding a layer of real-time data is allowing us sharpen our projects. So that's one shift that is happening, that we are now being able to sharpen up our, innovation stream a lot more, layering the, fundamental data with the real-time data. So that's something that is definitely helping us sharpen the, innovation pipeline. And we are also, and it's an evolution. It's still, evolving as we speak. Looking at, tools, looking at ways and means to even, kind of sharpen and fasten the overall innovation churn pipeline. The time taken for those, we don't want to obviously launch products without, the right consumer validation. But can this entire, evolution, can this entire technological evolution allow us to get the validation done faster? Is something that's again, that's an evolving process that we are also going through. Looking at different tools, etc., to be able to to kind of fasten our, route to market or fasten our go to market. So that's still an evolution which we are also going through.
Just wanted to ask you, in like a typical FMCG model, there is a primary, secondary and tertiary. And most of your sales also depends on, you just told that you have 27 to 28 lakh touch points, retail points which sells your product. Now influencing them is also very important, okay? Because these are the people who in the rural belts or maybe some belts which influences the market by keeping the stocks and the visibility at that front. So one of the common thing was giving them the display schemes and incentivize them to promote your product. But from the latest marketing trends or the marketing front, what are the activities? Are you planning any activities to influence that belt which is very critical in your chain of system?
The retailers, you're saying?
Yeah.
See, I think, while, directly, obviously what I do right now directly, obviously, is, retail sales is not part of, what I manage. There's a separate sales system that manages the trade marketing, and what you're asking is essentially trade marketing. But from whatever, little bit I understand on what's happening at that side, essentially, again, there are, what that, retail, what that last mile needs is a lot of, kind of repeated communication, coaching, because even the last mile information reaches quite late there because of the long pipelines, etc. So therefore, a lot of, effort is being put into, the last mile cascade of information. And that's where technology is coming in handy, because everyone today has a smartphone. So therefore, using, technology, coupled with obviously, the sales strength that we have, a lot of work is happening in ensuring the last mile cascade happens at the right time and repeatedly happens, so that, that lack of information, which is something we've seen is quite rampant, because at that last mile, the retailer doesn't even know, which are the new products, for example, that have been, launched. And there is obviously a far bigger network of indirect retailers, which we don't even reach directly. So the biggest unlock is to kind of even ensure that the last mile cascade happens at the right time, about, the new products, about existing products and what are the consumer benefits of those products, about even simple rate like what's the net landing, etc. for those products for them. So I think a lot of effort is happening in getting that last mile cascade happen. That's how I would address it. And the other specifics obviously is the trade marketing team, that's the key custodian, who will be able to answer it, even better. But from whatever I understand, that's the core of what's happening there.
I think we can wrap it up.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for that, gentlemen. And to offer them a special acknowledgement, may I please call on stage Akash Tiwari, co-founder at Team Marksman Network. Let's have a small photo op before we move things along. Many, many thanks, gentlemen, and thank you for expanding our understanding of how this discipline can be looked at from a new lens. Right then, up next we have a very interesting session that talks about how to win the customer retention game. Now, customer acquisition and customer retention are two very important metrics for any company, no matter who they might be. They impact, of course, it has an immediate impact. It impacts your financial standing. It impacts your brand notoriety. It impacts your brand longevity. But the methods, the approaches taken to approach these two can be very, very different. If I had to take an analogy to it, I'd probably say that customer acquisition and dating in relationship terms is like dating a little bit. It's got that heady buzz of getting to know somebody for the first time. It's got that glow of a honeymoon period going to it, while trying to retain a customer is a bit like a marriage. You got to work at it. Even though you know they're in your corner, you got to show that you know them, you care about them, and you're still ready to do whatever it takes to get them to be with you at all given times. But even so, we see all too many companies end up focusing their dollars, or their rupees in this case, on trying to win over new customers rather than, retain the ones that they have. And that can be a little bit of a fallacy, because there is, of course, an argument to be made for the importance of trying to retain customers. It's not just me, the numbers speak to themselves. According to the Harvard Business Review, for example, acquiring a new customer costs 5 to 25% more than acquiring a new one. And according to Bain & Company, a 5% increase in customer retention yields more than a 25% increase in profitability. So there's a clear correlation there. And to help us understand better how and why we should go about trying to retain our customers rather than simply try to chase new ones as they were, we have with us a pair of very, very well-known speakers who can talk about strategies, who can also highlight the common pitfalls to avoid. So here with us, without further ado, to delve into this further, we have with us Vinita Kanambroth, who's the IFM Operations Head for the South Region for Embassy Services Private Limited. Thank you so much for being here with us, ma'am. And joining her on stage is Kunjal Thakkar, who's the Director of Experience Consulting for PwC India. Over to you, ladies.
Hi, Vinita. Is this working? Good afternoon, everyone. We'll try to keep it as engaging as possible. But before I get into the talk and asking Vinita some questions, I just want to start off with a story. It's not the dating and the marriage story, but somewhat around customer retention. Some years ago, I was planning a trip for my aunt who was 60 plus at that time. And I was booking an airline ticket for an international travel. I had traveled before with her on another airline, and I didn't have a great experience, so I'm not going to name that one. So this time I was a bit apprehensive, and I was hoping that it goes fine. And I let them know, we've had a bad experience. She has travel anxiety, food dietary issues. Can you please help? They said, don't worry, ma'am, we'll take care. And when we reached the check-in counter, they actually gave her an upgrade. They were like, we want you to have a memorable trip. They gave her an upgrade. They gave her the food that we had asked for based on her dietary requirements. When we landed at the destination, unfortunately, we lost our baggage. And I exactly knew who to call. I exactly knew who to talk to. They, instead of adding to my anxiety by saying, press 9, now press 1, now press 4, they spoke to me and they helped me by giving us upfront some money to make sure we had, something to replace our baggage. And they made sure in the next 2 days the baggage reached our hotel without multiple follow-ups. They kept communicating with us. So what they did was they took care of my anxiety. Instead of adding to it, they calmed us down. And yeah, that was Emirates. That's the airline we flew. Of course, they were a little more expensive than the other airlines, but that was the day I decided that if I had to travel with my family again, I am going to fly with Emirates because they actually created that experience for me. And even if they're a little more expensive, I'm okay to pay that money. And that's when I thought that, yes, they've got their retention game right. And most organizations, that's where, they keep the customer retention at the forefront of their strategy. While as, everyone was mentioning that, yes, acquiring a new customer is critical. Of course, it's more expensive because, you are spending a lot on the marketing cost. So it makes much more sense to put on your energies here in the retention game. Your long-term loyal customers are also your brand advocates. They're going to bring you more and more revenue. because they're going to be repeatedly using your brand's products and services. And of course, reduce costs, and all of that is going to increase your customer experience. So having said that, maybe I'll just take 30 seconds. If anyone else wants to name one brand along with one line as to why you'd keep going to them, it'll be interesting to hear something. Anyone? It could be any product, service, digital platform. Yeah? You have to be a little louder. Pass on the mic. Yeah?
Thank you. I think for me, Bliss Club is one of those brands that I will continue going to, and that's primarily because they've understood, they've heard what the issues are that we face, primarily not having pockets, and they've made sure that, you know, that customer feedback, that insight is very core to their value prop itself, and that's something that keeps me tied to the brand.
Exactly. Perfect. Yeah, we can here take one more example before we move in. Yeah.
Yeah, this is regarding my pet experience in a salon, okay? So I took my dog for a grooming session, and I don't know what's going on inside, and my dog is also anxious, even I'm anxious.
Yeah.
So Heads Up for Tails has solved this problem by keeping CCTVs outside to see what's going on inside.
Nice.
So that will definitely be a point why I go back to them every time.
Perfect. See, that's where some of the brands have cracked that secret code in retaining and getting you back again and again. So coming to the topic and this fireside chat on a nice, warm, hot April day, Vinita, if you could tell us, according to you, because today there is so much of competition in the market, right? The competition is fierce. Everyone's doing something or the other to up their game. How can businesses do certain things that can help to differentiate their brand or their business proposition in a way that customers keep coming back and stay with them in the long run?
Hi. Thank you, everyone. Yes, so like Kunjal mentioned, we've moved far away from a customer satisfaction game. It's not anymore about customer satisfaction. It's not even anymore about customer delight, right? It has now become a game where you are proactively, as a brand, you're able to identify what a customer needs, what is not available, what are the pain points, address them upfront, keep communicating, bring awareness, and then deliver a consistently positive experience. That is what the focus has now moved to. And if you see a typical customer, journey also, starting from, awareness to consideration to purchase to experience to your, retention and advocacy, if you're looking at it, brands have moved from spending a lot of money on bringing awareness. Earlier, that was a thing, to bring awareness on a brand. But later on, everybody has now figured out that while that is also important, what is even more important is to spend on the experience. How memorable, impactful, and positive an experience can be. Like you mentioned about the Emirates experience, right? It's also interesting to note that 82% of consumers today or customers today are willing to spend that premium as long as they are getting a positive experience. And to deliver a consistently positive experience is the focus now for every brand. Like companies like Apple or Amazon for that matter have aced this. Now, a lot of Indian companies today are focusing on building these customer loyalty strategies. Now, what is a key differentiator? Like we mentioned, superior customer experience is going to be the key differentiator, especially with change in customer behavior expedited by COVID pandemic, where the expectations have moved to customizations, to personal recommendations, to convenience, to even a more control on interactions. Like somebody said, I heard someone discussing that today customers wants to be on the driver's seat, But if I come across any hurdle, I want somebody behind to support me. That is all the experience. We are now dealing with a era, especially with Gen Z coming into picture. They are very, very, very self-driven, right? So now with this, the customer retention and loyalty game has even become more challenging, right? So how do brand focuses on experience that are memorable, that stays in somebody's head for a long term? That is what matters, and that's where all the investments should go, and I think we are in the right direction. That's where all the investments are going today, right? So to align, I mean, if I have to look at, say, 5 simple steps to do this, I would say have a clear CX goal that is aligned to your brand purpose. Create, experience plans, design experience and seamless experience, roll out or implementations. Most importantly, train your teams, right? The customer front-ending teams, they are the face of the brand, they are the brand ambassadors in a lot of ways. So empowering them and training them on things like communication, problem solving, adaptability, patience, all of these are very important, because no matter how good a product or no matter how big a vision of the company is, if you have an on-ground, that first interaction with your, say, a sales representative or a delivery executive being poor, then that spoils the show, right? So empowering and training the team also is as important in delivering a great customer experience.
Definitely. Any, Vinita, you want to add from Embassy Group, right? Because that's more like, I would say, around B2B sort of a business. So any learnings or any anecdotes from there where what you want to, focus on the whole customer retention, would you like to share on that aspect?
Absolutely. So, I am from a brick and mortar industry. I think Embassy, we are into real estate, and one thing that we have as a brand that we've done very consciously is the whole idea was if a park user, as in a person who is working in, say, a Embassy Manyata business park of ours, we've also built an ecosystem considering all his needs. So our entire business has been considering that a park user will also need a quality residential requirement, which means we built up a residential portfolio. Now, for this person, obviously the family will have kids, so then there is a requirement for schools. So we built up Stonehill and Embassy Academy for that. Now, there would also be a requirement of co-working space, hence WeWork. Now, any employee or as an admin or some kind of a HR and admin person would need to consider employee accommodation in terms of some kind of a co-living space. Hence, we came up with Olive. Now, you will have your requirements in terms of F&B for all your executive visits, all of that. So we have Hilton. We have a complete F&B setup of a chain of restaurants called Sanchez, Sriracha. So what we actually focused in is building an entire ecosystem. It's not just a product or a service. It is about building an ecosystem so that an Embassy customer will not have to go anywhere outside, for any of his requirements. Now, what we have added, especially with residential, I can say that what we have added to this, of course, we provide great communities with great quality amenities and, facilities, etc. What we are also come up with is something called as WAYS, that is World at Your Service. Now, this is a banquet of services which we are ready to come and serve inside your home. So what we do is after sales and a customer settles down and starts living, in order to make sure his daily living needs are met, what are your basic needs? You would need a maid to take care of the household requirements. You have your car wash, your laundry, etc., to take care of. Now, as a homeowner, are you going to deal with 10 different agencies and deal with very basic level of at that level your manpower and their skill set can be very poor or untrained, right? So we understood that need and we came up with this service called WAYS, where a team of professional housekeepers will come at your convenience. You call it, I need 3 days a week, I need 2 days a week, I need all days of 7 days a week, we are there. A team of professionals with the necessary cleaning aids and machineries will come, do a cleaning of your house for 2 hours, 3 hours, move out. Now that takes care of a lot of, I'm sure there is a lot of women who will agree to me with this, that takes care of a lot of headache from you. Similarly, your car wash requirement, your laundry, most of the communities will have laundry setup. What we do is we send a person to your home with an iron box to get your clothes ironed then and there, if you want. Now, if you don't want that, you're free to give it to us. We will do it at a setup which is already available in the community. So understand, and none of these were asked from the client. We figured out that this is the way ahead. Yeah. Now, with all of this, what happens is your retention is much higher because they don't have anything to go out or look outside to. Yeah. So that's about winning, the customer loyalty and the retention game.
Basically, they're unarticulated, unexpressed needs you have tapped into.
Yes.
So they're having to express it. So I guess even what we spoke earlier in the day, empathy and knowing your customer plays a very pivotal role. Without they really expressing it, you are understanding where those white spaces are and plugging it in. Yeah. And in the morning also, one of the panel said that nobody's going to say that, yes, I need an app to solve this problem. But how you solve it so that their life becomes easy.
How are you able to foresee what he needs before even he or she tell us, right? Yeah. That is the whole point.
Yeah. I guess then MSC has cracked the secret code there as well about, living the day in the life of somebody who's, say a housewife or a working professional and taking care of a family. So you know what their journey is like. So that's really good. Having spoken about experience, customers are very unforgiving in today's day and age, given that vast majority are also millennials and Gen Zs. So one bad experience and they are like, I'm out. My money is going to another brand. So in that case, when you're having the whole customer retention strategy, how do you or what do you do to get those detractors back and become loyalists to your brand? Any experience around that or any thoughts?
Yeah, sure. So I think one of the PwC study itself says that 32% of your clients will actually stop doing business with you because of one bad experience, and 32% is a large number, right? Yeah, it's 1/3 of your, right? Now, what is even more alarming was that 92% of your customers will abandon you as a brand if that bad experience goes to 2 or 3. Yeah. So that is the way it is, right? So now, in terms of getting that brand loyalty, it takes a lot. It's not about a good product or service. It takes a lot more than that. Now, having said this, I do not believe that this is not an era of customer loyalty. Yes, I mean, it is more challenging to reach there and to retain, but it is not a dead story. I mean, customer loyalty still exists, and a lot of organizations, be it multinational corporates or internet startups or even family-run businesses today, have learned to engage with customers time and again to keep them coming back. Especially, like you said, as knowing the fact that acquiring a new customer is the single most expensive thing that an establishment will have to invest in, right? So considering that, what saves you to keep a customer, tied to you is a clear customer retention or a customer loyalty strategy in place, right? And I think, like we discussed, there are many, many examples to Netflix, to Emirates, to, yes, all of these are good examples. But in India, I think we have a lot to do on that front, on creating clear customer loyalty strategies, having a plan in place, investing in that. We're still slowly realizing that, okay, to acquire a new customer, it takes a lot, right? We are spoiled, everybody's spoiled for choices. There are hundreds of people with the same vision of giving a superior product or a superior service. So how do you differentiate yourself? It will have to be a customer, a customer-centric or a seamless journey. And the more and more you're able to maximize the touch points with various customers during the entire journey of, say, pre-sales to sales to post-sales and the experience beyond, the more you maximize touch point and keep delivering positive experiences, I think we will win that game too.
And I guess even like previously when Mrinmoy and Siddharth were talking, the personalization will also play a very important role, and even not just sending like a happy birthday or anniversary, going beyond and knowing them as people is what's going to play a very important role.
That reminds me of a story, if I can share. So you spoke about birthday messages, right? So 3.5 years back, I gave birth to a baby boy, and I was in motherhood in Indranagar. So obviously, every year on my son's birthday, they definitely sent a happy birthday message to Prithvi. Now it has become an expectation. First year, I was also, wow, oh, they remember. But now it's the third 3 years over, it's become an expectation now. Now, this year, I received a call from motherhood and telling me that, ma'am, wishing Prithvi a great happy birthday. We just wanted to check whether if you have completed all the vaccinations as per schedule. Okay, and do give a round of check and do reach out to us if you need any help. That is when I realized, okay, there is a good possibility that I have also missed something. So I went back, looked at the schedule. Yes, I had missed a vaccination schedule just 2 months prior. I was supposed to get something done 2 years, 10 months, which I had missed. Now, the moment I knew this, I felt a very different sense of connection with that brand. There is now I knew that I had to get the vaccinations done. Otherwise, I would have gone to a hospital nearby, which is within 5-kilometer radius. But somewhere there was a sense that I owe it to them. By going all the way, traveling 20 kilometers on a weekend, carrying my son and getting the vaccination done. But somewhere that sense of, no, they reminded me, I owe it to them. That came in. Now, that is the experience. I mean, like, that is something now, at 3.5 years, I've got to do one more, and I'm pretty sure that I'll go to them. See, that is how you gain a customer, right? And their relationship with me was just during that entire, delivery or birthing experience. Nothing beyond that. Nobody expected that I would go back to vaccinations.
Yeah, because so that means they're not staying in touch with you because they want your money or your business. It's they genuinely care.
Yeah, and it is not those meaningless, phone calls that you get. Do you want a loan? Do you want a credit card? It's not that. They didn't bombard me throughout with any kind of this thing. It was just one impactful conversation. That's it. That is all it takes to retain a customer.
Definitely, and that made you a lifetime customer for them for anything medical needs. That's perfect. In fact, that reminds me, like, because you said the right thing, right? They're not bombarding you with your messages or the wrong information. That's where the whole data also plays an important role. And today, the common saying that data is the new currency, and there are a lot of innovation tools that are there, innovative tools that are there to gauge and to know your customer and share those insights and use it in MarTechs, as per what Mrinmoy spoke. So, what kind of tools or technology do you see or you think are apt for the whole retention game to ensure that you have loyal customers? Or do you think that it's not as important and the whole human touch is the only critical factor to customer retention?
No, leveraging data and analytics today is imperative. There's no two ways about it. While the industry that I come from may be as brick and mortar as it can, yet in human interventions and human connections are valued more. But I think there is a lot more that today data and analytics that bring in. Like, okay, I'll give you an example on what we do as Embassy Services. Embassy Services is the services, basically the facility and property management arm of Embassy. Basically, we maintain all buildings that Embassy has ever built across all verticals. Plus, we also take up open market projects where we, say, for example, maintain a large office space or an airport or a data center, etc. Now, for me to connect to my customers on my performance, which is also their facility performance or their building performance, I need a set of tools that will generate data for me on a regular real-time basis. So we have developed a technology suite which includes all your predictive, preventive maintenance activities like a digital logbook where, say, suppose an air conditioning here will have to be checked every 2 hours to check the air temperature is maintained, air filters are clean, etc. There'll be a checklist, and it's no more dependent on that one blue-collared guy who is going and checking it physically, right? There are IoT of things, Internet of Things IoTs that can be implemented. So all the data, as much as you automate and digitize, the data remains robust for you to further do analytics and then derive patterns, predict any failures or breakdowns, etc. And that is how we have actually transformed from a traditional facility management to a much technology-driven one at this point.
So actually that data kind of reminds me of an incident that I was just talking to a colleague of mine some time back. He had a baby a couple of months ago, and so there was somewhere in some data that he has a child, but I think they did not use the data correctly because schools started calling him within 2 or 3 months to say, we heard that you have a child and are you looking for admissions? And he's like, yes, but she's just a couple of months. In fact, we just had that conversation with this colleague. So I think having the data is critical, but how you're going to use it and the right kind of cleansed data matters a lot.
I think that's
otherwise that can become a pain point for a customer rather than a delight point.
Right. So, a typical example, like what you said, is somebody doing some data entry error here. That's the problem. So if people can automate that bit, then your clean data or what is garbage in is garbage out. That's what is going to come out of any tool for that matter. So, and only like everyone says, what gets measured is what gets managed also. So having a clean setup of digitized data available, not only availability of doing analytics on a regular basis to understand the trends, demographics, psychographics, behavior, all that becomes imperative in today's world here.
We just have a couple of minutes. We could keep going and sharing our personal experiences about how customer retention is working, but I would open up the floor for any questions if we have any, and then we can conclude the session. We have somebody there.
Namaste, Ms. Vinita. I am part of Motherhood Hospitals.
Wow.
Thank you so much for sharing your experience. I head the vertical called Service Excellence, and I'm so glad to hear that our CRM team is working very diligently in terms of, calling the correct customers and sharing the details. And I'm sure Prithvi also will be very happy to hear that. Thank you so much for acknowledging in this forum. Just wanted to thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you.
And thank you for the great work that you're doing.
It's a great coincidence, by the way.
Any other question? Anyone from Emirates? Okay. Yes, no questions there. Great. So just in conclusion, what I want to say as we are coming close to it is that I think it's very clear that knowing your customers' needs even before they can express it through their unmet, unarticulated, expression of what they are maybe not saying, but thinking, doing, and feeling, that is absolutely critical. Hence, empathizing with your customers, knowing that in a workout trouser, pockets are most important, and most people forget that. Or knowing that, somebody's so anxious about their pet because their pet is like their baby and a CCTV camera is going to enhance that experience, takes a lot of investment and time in understanding your users. So the user centricity, customer centricity that we've been talking since morning just gets, more and more validated with each of the conversations that we are having. And that's what it is for every brand imperative for them to make sure that they keep the users as a focus, as their strategy. And in conclusion, I just want to say something that somebody had said, obviously somebody much, much smarter than me had said this, that people will forget what you said, people will forget what you did, but people will never ever forget how you made them feel. And that is what brands should strive to do. And create those wow and aha experiences for users so that it's a win-win. You make them feel good, you have the money, everyone's happy.
And not just once, consistently.
Consistently, most important.
Consistency is actually the key here.
Yes. So on that note, do we get some extra gifts because we finished before time?
3 minutes, 3.5 minutes ahead.
So we'll give those 3.5 minutes to the next speaker. Sorry?
We'll give you a standing ovation.
Okay, we'll stand for that too. Thank you so much.
Let's hear it for Kunjan and Vinita and for a lovely, lovely session. Right. Of course, we can't let you go off the stage without handing over a small token of our appreciation for everything that you've done so far. Akash, if you'll join us and hand over the plaque to Kunjan and to Vinita. that, ladies. Lots of gratitude for your insights and for the beautifully put together session that engaged us all. Our next session then is equally fascinating, I believe. It talks about challenging some of our preconceived notions. Now, generally the biggest challenge that executives face when they are investing in their CX initiatives is the uneasy tension between short-term gains and the long-term nature of CX in and of itself. As the gentleman from Motherhood so aptly proved, sometimes it makes a whole lot more sense to invest in the long term. Even if it's a long-term game, you still end up winning your trust of your consumers, you end up retaining them, you end up winning new ones through word of mouth. But how can leaders create the kind of frameworks they need, the kind of behavior they need to create these world-class consumer experiences, and not just that, but also measurably show that you're on the right path when it comes to measuring consumer experiences? And today is as good a platform as any to talk about that and a move from return on investment or ROI towards ROX. We have with us to talk about this very subject Prateek Sinha, who's the Partner Experience Consulting at PwC India. Very warm welcome to you, sir. Let's have a round of applause for him.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for being here. Thank you for making the time to learn and to contribute to add to everyone else's learning. Following up from Kunjal is always difficult, but I think today it's even better with Vinita there and the story that she told about Prithvi and her and the gentleman there talking about heads up for tail and dil dhak dhak ho raha hai, with the pet inside. The lady here talking about Bliss Club. Oh yes, thank you. And then the beautiful story of, motherhood. And what the gentleman here, I think, from motherhood got was way more than ROI. That is return on experience. If he had recorded while she was saying that, I think he can go back and get a raise on that. And if you're still listening, I'm happy to work with you on that. Though I worked with PwC, but that was so well done. And these coincidences happen seldom. Having said that, I think it will be preaching to the choir here because all of you are attending a CX summit, so you know the value of experience. You know the value of delivering that consistently. I think what I'd love to share with you is how do we communicate that to folks who are not in this room? How do we communicate that to people who think, कि थोड़ा fluff है, ये बाद में करेंगे, पहले let's do this, right? Let's put money on sales. And sales to, whatever measures. And I don't want to beat anyone down. I'm just saying they speak a different language. You speak a different language. Let's try and figure out how can we communicate the return on experience in a language that they understand. And therefore, it's important to reframe how we think and how we act. And as opposed to talking only the game that others are asking us about, saying, what's the return on investment on this ad, on this tactic, on this call that you're making to Prithvi, and so on, it's important for us to begin changing that. To change that, I think we'll have to just reframe the whole conversation. And therefore, I would love for you to not think of ROX as a formula, or not even as a concept, but as a mindset. And let's dig into that. I think it's therefore important to talk to folks about what's happening in the industry, and I'm using a little bit of fear here. While this is a global statistic, I think India is at a stage where things are happening so fast. Everything around us is changing, right? Like abhi 10 minutes is not enough. People want things in 7 minutes and 6 minutes, and it could be just a chewing gum or some other things that you just need in 7 minutes. Our culture is changing massively. The technology that we are using is changing. Our mindsets are changing. Our expectations are changing. Our ambitions are changing. What that will do is that if all of us continue to operate the way we've always operated in the past, we will be part of this statistic. 52% of the companies, right, have disappeared in the last 20 years. In India, that will happen in the next few years. We are moving at a really fast speed, and therefore we have a choice. We can either disrupt or be disrupted. And one of the things that I wanted to say, but Kunjal said it, so I won't repeat it, which is the quote from Maya Angelou, much smarter than me, and said, people will forget what you said to them. People will forget what you do. But people will never forget how you make them feel. That is part of the conversation around how do you deliver, disrupt, and drive change, and take the whole village with you while you're driving that change. And one of the stats is this. This is a study that has shown that if you are a leader in your industry on customer experience, then the return on your investments and your stock, I would go on to say that, but maybe it's investment. I know there's a study that shows the return on equity as well is way higher for CX leaders than others. Their growth rates are much higher. Their customer retention rates are higher. So this is a big number to work with. To say CX is really important. Having said that, this is a study that PwC has done. 84% of the consumers, almost 8.5 out of 10 people, say that the experience a company provides is at least as important, if not more important, than its products and services. The way I say that I'm from Lucknow, so in my bhasha is, actually that's different, is Paisa, Izzat and Jazbat. That's how we say it there. But in English, it's pocket, heart and mind. If, all those examples that we were given, the aunt and Kunjal at Emirates, Heads Up Hotels, Bliss Club and Motherhood, they were all not just going after the pocket. They were going after the heart and the mind. And they were doing this in a meaningful and a memorable fashion. When we get that right, you get 84% of those consumers saying that, and we'll share with you stats that are even more mind-blowing on what that does. The second one, of course, is a favorite, and this will appeal to people who think numbers, because, and I'll show you how much more they are willing to pay. So almost 66% of the consumers are willing to pay more for your product if they connect with you better. And the study that we did says that exceptional experiences drive tangible growth. If customers have an exceptional experience with you, you'll see all those fabulous stats. Phenomenal word of mouth, so 2.5 times more likely to recommend you. Advocacy, right, which is again difficult to measure, but we'll get to how we begin to measure and talk about these things that all of us in this room so passionately push forward, right? The other one is 1.5 times more likely to use your brand again within the next 12 months. 1.8 times more likely to use for a different product or a service. So you could expand your meaningfulness in their life. You can connect with them in many different ways, right? The question then is, okay, so what goes into making an exceptional experience? And there is a study that we did that has, because we are consultants, we love to do all this stuff. There are 4 dimensions, 21 attributes, and we've filled out a methodology to it, and that's global. And you're welcome to go and check that out on our website. What I wanted to share today was a very recent study that we've done, and you're welcome to download that or get in touch with one of us from PwC, and we'll be happy to not just share it with you, but also walk you through it and talk about what you can do with it. This is all about India, and we spoke to 30 plus CXOs across India, and not just chief of marketing and chief digital officers, but CEOs, CFOs, to figure out what are the trends in India that consumers perceive as giving them exceptional experiences. The first one that I think many people have talked about today is, I want to be in the driver's seat, but be around just in case I need help. A lot of self-service. You know what, I don't have the time, and it's not out of disrespect, but none of us have the time, I think now, to kind of pick up the phone and call someone, or for you to hover around for me to say, it's okay, now you can serve me. I'll do it myself. Thank you very much. I've got this. Because it just empowers me. I can do it faster. I think the more we understand that and the faster we can get that to at play for our product in the right channel and help consumers serve themselves. So be it for resolving a query, be it about, how do I use this product, be it about how do I talk about this, how do I take a picture with it and you make me famous, user-generated content, whatever it is. If we remember that the consumer wants to be in the driver's seat, but we should be around just in case she or he needs help, it'll make a big difference. The other one is, all of our online lives have become fabulous thanks to Insta. There's a lot of glam on our Insta feeds. And bahar jao to pani nahi aa raha hai, sadak kharab hai. I mean, the dissonance is phenomenal. And however, our expectations are also high. So when I want to walk in, now I think in India, all of us have gotten kind of used to saying, okay, once, the roads and all are bad. Once I'm in a building, then again it's world class, right? Like everything is exactly like it was in maybe LA or in Chicago or London or Delhi or wherever else, right? Sadak ka to I'll deal with it. But what that means is I want my offline experience to be upgraded. The physical experience needs to be upgraded. It needs to be easy, simple, uncluttered, or whatever works for you, right? Like I think I was hearing a story from the person who designed Big Bazaar 10, 15 years back, and then he was saying the chaos in Big Bazaar is part of the design. We want the consumer to come in and feel the chaos because that triggers to them, ye sasta sundar tikau hai. This works, this is genuine, and it's the best price. So we want a little bit of, the dal on the floor, it's okay. And it's by design. And that was quite a revelation for me as well. And now they've changed it because the consumer sensibilities have changed as well. Having said that, our physical environments need an upgrade. I need more information on my fingertips. I need the store associate to know more about this shoe because I have Googled the heck out of this shoe already, right? I know a lot about this, but if you're telling me the same things or less, I don't think you're helping me buy this brand anymore. So that's the second one. The third one is, yes, I want things faster. I want it now. If they can do it, why can't you do it? And this is in a way, and this is not a plug for Uber, but Uberization of expectations. So if someone else can resolve my query in 10 minutes, so should you. If you take one day to do this, I'm sorry, I think you're living in some other planet. I'm not going to buy this brand unless I'm really forced to. And right now, as consumers, thankfully, we have a lot of choice. So if you're taking the same amount of time to do what you did yesterday and someone else is up the game, and you're left behind, I'm not coming to you. The fourth, yes, you only live once. If you're giving me an experience that I will put on my Insta feed or I will take away in my heart and my mind, I'll give you a little more money. I'm okay. Affluence is increasing. I think the understanding that in order to get something that's thoda hatke, I'll have to pay a little more. If it's something that's meaningful and memorable, I'm okay to pay a premium. Right? And I want it to be real. Don't pretend to be saving the planet when you're putting 50,000 tons of plastic on your packaging. Okay? So go out there and say, it's okay, you know what? We're doing something else. We're planting 50,000 trees and we're trying to be carbon neutral. All our tone of voice, tone of conversation, it needs to be genuine. Consumers are forming opinions and these are the big CX trends. Now maybe as we talk about all of this to folks who don't drink the CX Kool-Aid, it will probably be important to use some of those stats to set up the scene. But it will also be important to talk about how do you measure return on experience, right? And you will need to, in our methodology, we found that it's important to think about employee experience and customer experience because one really feeds the other. I won't dig deeper into employee experience in delivering that, but all of us know that. And therefore, talking about that side of the coin is also equally important. And how leaders build the teams and the experience they are creating also leads to an overall enterprise's return on experience. But today I'll just kind of focus much more on CX piece. So the wallet share, you'll find some, on almost all usual metrics. It's not something you've not heard before. It's about talking about all of these in a comprehensive manner versus just one piece or the other. So in every conversation with marketing, it would be really important to talk about the lifetime value that I'm driving through that tactic or through that strategy. And not just talk about it, but before you talk about it, therefore, you'll be forced to kind of think about how will I engage the consumer over different stages of her or his life? And what will I measure? How will I continue to be meaningful for them? So then this becomes a self-fulfilling positive spiral. Adoption, retention, loyalty, advocacy, how many times have they liked, shared, mentioned you, measuring all of those digital stats, but also whenever there's a reach out or a serendipitous moment like this for motherhood, capture that and put that on Instagram if Vinita is okay with it. And brand reputation, right? Brand engagement, click-through rates, you've read these stats, and customer satisfaction scores as well. All of these combined, right, would make up your ability to talk about return on experience. It's really important to talk about not just the revenue uplift, but also talk about how, thinking about this and having a mindset of return on experience, we can remove duplication of efforts across the organization, across different touch points with consumers and with other stakeholders internally. How focusing on this, on knowing that a better employee experience will lead to a better customer experience, will ensure that we can invest in empowering our store associates or whoever else, customer service reps, who engage with consumers, who are the last mile, or the bot that I'm designing so that you don't even have to go and talk to a sales rep. All of those, we can think of that from a cost efficiency standpoint. And that's part of the equation of return of experience, right? The outcomes are here. As we focus on this holistically, return on experience will give you benefits that you've seen earlier, but up to 16% price premium. This is based on a study that we've done across the world. In Asia Pacific, a 16% price premium is what's possible if the consumer perceives your experience to be exceptional, which, going back to what I said, if it touches their heart and their mind in a meaningful way. Very likely they will be okay to give you an extra 16%. NPS, that would increase significantly from at least 20 basis points to 50 basis points. At least 1/3 of your employee engagement will go up by at least 30%, 28 to 30%. Productivity savings in ensuring that the interactions where at the last mile, where the consumers are interacting with your brand or your people, then those interactions are much more meaningful and productive. And yes, the last one is the fear factor, which is if we deliver a bad experience, then at least 1/3 of them will walk away. If we do that consistently, meaning we deliver a bad experience, we deliver it again, and we'll deliver a third bad experience, 92% of the people will leave you. And I suspect that stat a little bit now, because, who's got the time? Unless there's no other option. First time bad, second time I'll try, I'm walking after that. But then I don't represent the entire set of people who gave the statistic. And time is up, but I'll kind of quickly touch upon this piece as well, because while we can talk about this, I think it's important for not just marketers and people who are focused on customer experience to feel that they need to be the only owner of it. It is a team game. I think it's important for us to figure out who's making, who's checking, who's making it better, right? So within your teams and your environments, have a consensus around who all are responsible for what pieces of this, and assign that responsibility. And oops, just 3 things to keep in mind where the big gotchas are, or the big hurdles. One is clearly the fundamental, which again I'm preaching to the choir. We have no choice, and if you're born like me, you love doing this. You have to get into the person's shoes. You have to look at their world from their eyes. You have to hear what they hear. You have to feel what they feel. You have to understand what are they saying, thinking, feeling, and doing, but not really articulating. So what are they thinking and feeling but not articulating? And once we understand that people change. So if you knew me last year, don't assume that I'm exactly the same this year. Most of my values will remain the same. My behavior and expectations would have been different. So like Vinita was saying, you send me a birthday greeting, after 2 or 3 times, that's an expectation. The first time was a wow, second time was okay, third time is what else? So you've got to continue upping the game because people change. Second is people and culture. It's very difficult and challenging to change other people's perspectives. So talking about ROX is also a long-term game. Realize that you're taking others on a journey. Overnight, they're not going to start talking about the marketing initiatives in the same way as you do, right? And third, leverage data. Most of the people who you are working with to get the budgets for doing all this cool stuff that brings in customer lifetime value and 16% price premium, they speak money only. They only speak numbers. Get great with data. Use data to your advantage and show them what that can do for you. If you've got questions, don't ask me. I'm kidding. You can look for answers. You can look for answers on these reports, and feel free to ask me as well. We did 2 of them very recently. The first, the one here, how India shops online, is based on around 3,000 people that we met across Metro India and Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3, Tier 4 towns. And it's amazing how different we all are in India. And I bet you'll find a few surprises here. A few for me were around health and wellness, picking up massively and even faster in Tier 2, 3, 4 towns. Beauty picking up much more. People leveraging Josh, the messaging app, or whatever, the content app, to get to know more about products, and so on and so forth. And the power of influencers. So that's one study. And the other one, unlocking growth through CX, which is about CX trends in India that are making things happen. You'll find industry cuts in both of these, and we would love to share more with you whenever you have the time. So let us know, and that's about all I had. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that, Prateek. Hugely intriguing, very, very insightful. And again, to add to proceedings, may we call upon Akash, our co-founder at Team Marksman, to offer a small token of appreciation to Prateek for his kind words, for his thoughts and his time. So, that said, that brings us very, very roundly to the last panel discussion of the day. One that touches upon a topic that all of us have heard a lot about and we all know a lot about over the course of today's deliberations. I'm talking, of course, about hyper-personalization. If you were to ask me, each of us have a phone in our pockets, and invariably, more often than not, they're smartphones in today's day and age. And all of us have our personal favorite apps. It could be YouTube, it could be Instagram, it could be whatever else, Twitter, X, whatever you have. For me personally, that's Spotify, and that's because every time, I don't know, I never knew until a certain time ago how it was that they had the right music for the right time, for the right mood at the right moment, every single time. Genres, playlists, generating radios on the fly, you name it. And I just got about to trying to understand how they managed to do so. Turns out that Spotify is the very definition of a hyper-personalized AI native app. They do something like 500 billion operations on a daily basis to try and process all of the amount of data that their users generate. And of course, the more users use it, the more the machine learning algorithms and systems process that data, the smarter it becomes, the more heavy lifting it can do. What that essentially means is that, according to, this is not in my words, this is in the words of Spotify's founders and executive team, that there is no singular version of Spotify. The version of Spotify that you use versus what I use is wildly different. And this is equally true for more than 500 million users, something like 550 million when I last checked for Spotify, which is something to, really be proud of, something to really behold. We live in an era that's hyper-connected, that asks for hyper-personalization all the time. So it's to be expected that the marketplaces, the organizations we have, the consumers we have in our kitty are no exception. So how then do you cater to this digital-first mindset? How do you try to create a stronger, a more progressive, a more authentic kind of interaction with all of your consumers, wherever they may be at any given point in time? It's a burning question, one that all of us have to face up to, and one that our panelists, I'm sure, will be able to shed a lot of light upon. That's why, ladies and gentlemen, our next panel discussion, without further ado, will be looking to understand how the efficient integration of data and technology can enable customized interactions at every touch point of the customer journey. Of course, that's the very nature that lies at the heart of hyper-personalization. And we'll also look at the ethical considerations that underpin effective hyper-personalization tactics. May I have the graphic of the speakers on stage on screen as I call them out one by one. First up, ladies first, we have Archana Balaraman, who's the category head, Cookies and Health at Britannia Industries Limited. Thank you. Let's keep that applause going for Fasi Abbas, who's the Senior Director and Head of Customer Success at Cash Free Payments. Thank you for being here with us, Fasi. With us as well is Ganesh Iyer, who's the Senior CX Portfolio Consultant at NICE. As well, we have Pavan Bogarappu, who's the Vice President of Product at Upgrad Group. Thank you, Pavan, for gracing us with your presence. May I call on stage Rahul Podar, who's the Head of MarTech at Narayana Health. Thank you, Rahul. Another Rahul, not to be confused, we have Rahul Bharde, who's the SVP and Head of Analytics and Insights at Jubilant Foodworks. All right then. And last but by no means the least, we have with us our moderator, Himadri Ganguly, who's a partner at PwC India. Himadri, if you would be so kind as to join us on stage. Right. Here we go. No worries. All right then. That then is your final panel for the day, and I'll hand it over to you, Himadri, to take things further. No, I don't.
Yes, it is.
Yes.
Great. Thank you so much, and it's a pleasure. Absolute pleasure. I think we heard about ROX. We heard a lot of different stories about customer experience, and we're going to talk about hyper-personalization now. But before we get into all of this, just a couple of examples, just to bring this to life and make it real. I was passing by a cafe just about a couple of weeks back in one of the Bangalore malls. And the moment I passed by that cafe, I got an SMS on my phone which said that, "We've been missing you, why don't you drop by?" All of you would have got that messages, right? Nothing exciting. Of course, I ignored it, right? I was there in the mall with my wife and my daughter. About a couple of hours later, I passed by through that same cafe. This time the message was that it's been a couple of hours for you in the mall. Why don't you come and enjoy your favorite Vietnamese coffee, which you had in one of our Indiranagar stores. Imagine the personalization. Imagine the element of behavior, patterns, behavioral patterns, your demographics, your geographic information, your psychographic information, your preferences and everything amalgamated together and that presented in front of you. That makes a difference, right? Another example, just about, again, a few days back, you know, I was, and everybody out here is aware of the recommendation engine that Netflix comes up with, and we are all aware of how you know, superior it is. So, you know, me and my wife got the same, you know, show recommended for us to watch on Netflix. But in this particular case, the thumbnail that I got for that same show was very different. This was Stranger Things. Many of you might have watched it. The thumbnail that I got for Stranger Things and what my wife got was very different. The thumbnail that I got was of drama. The thumbnail that she got was of action. Now, don't judge me and my wife based on that, but that's what personalization was, right? That is what they do with something what they call as collaborative filtering, right? And I just want to sort of bring this to context because personalization, hyper-personalization is really, I would say, you know, a strategic way to sort of respond to this changing market and customer behaviors, right? And it's also an approach that we take to respond to all of this and understand and meet the customer demands. And gone are those days when your personalization and whatever you personalize and whatever your marketing campaigns are based on demographic information, which is age, gender, and everything else. But it's a lot to do with more with your behavioral data, your psychographic data, your geographic data, and a lot of other external data which comes together. What that means is all of this is only possible when you bake in technology in it, right? Unless and until you have, you know, unless and until you are sort of focusing on big data, technologies, artificial intelligence, you'll not be able to sift through all this data. You'll not be able to sort of understand how can you go much beyond segmentation and micro-segmentation to something which is much more granular and give you a recommendation that, okay, yes, I will push a Vietnamese coffee recommendation to you, which you had in one of our stores. That is individual level of personalization, right? Now, having said all of that, I think, you know, India, of course, is one of the most, I would say, one of the most fertile markets for personalization and hyper-personalization, and you know, I don't think I would have had a better, you know, forum out here who essentially, which consists of a lot of leaders from different organizations with whom I'll be able to sort of share, or you know, I personally would like to learn a lot from, right? So what I'm going to do is I'll start with you know, my first question, and that will be to possibly you, Rahul, and Fasi together, because it's a question that I'd like to open up with. So, you know, in your view, the amount of hyper-personalization which consumers expect in today's age, do you think organizations are responding to that level? Or what is your view in terms of how organizations are responding to that? Anyone? I mean,
thanks, Madhuri, and thanks for the great analogy there. You rightly said it's consumer personalization is changing now with how discerning customers are becoming. And it's no longer just about knowing my name, my date of birth, or other demographics that I carry, right? I mean, how many of us have actually bought anything in last, say, couple of years where somebody has just told me, dear Rahul, do this, right? It's about what I'm looking for. Is the brand responding to my needs? Is the brand solving for more than my need? Is how we understand, at least how I have understood the changing behavior of the customer. For example, you take examples of brand like Makobara, right? Just about storage needs, but it is not speaking to you about storage needs. It's speaking to you about lifestyle, and that's exactly how the consumer space is changing. Consumers want to know more than what, you know, how me as a brand am adding to their lifestyle. Right? If I talk about, say, healthcare, unfortunately, traditionally, healthcare communication always have come from a place of fear. Right? If I am dying or close to death or somewhere near that, I'll remember somebody from my healthcare partners, and I'll remember. So how do you solve for that? Right? The way you would solve for that is that in addition to how I will solve for their treatment that they need, can I help them become more healthy? Right? And how do we answer that? That's a very tricky question. And that is where I think the need for personalization also comes. And that's where I think today the entire healthcare industry is responding to that, where you are not only becoming just about places where treatments happen, you're becoming healthcare partners, you're answering preventive health as a category, you know, on these needs. So that is the whole ecosystem change that we are looking at, and I think that's where the whole personalization game comes in. You have to know more than just demographics. You have to know more than just what the consumer is right now needing. You have to engage with the lifestyle. If I don't like to go for a marathon, then how do I become healthy? You need to have an answer for that. Or how do you as a brand push me to engage with healthy lifestyles? Or for that matter, anything else, right? So I think that's where I see, and absolutely. I think maybe you can add on to that.
Am I audible? Okay. I think hyper-personalization is to be looked at in different perspectives, right? One, in the B2B space, hyper-personalization is a little different because you are actually dealing with corporates. You're positioning your product to the corporates, your services to the corporates, and how are you going to personalize there, right? And when it comes to B2C, it's a different ballgame altogether because you've got millions of users coming onto your website, onto your app, who are actually using this. They're coming from different demographies, they're coming from different, you know, geographies, and personalizing for them becomes important, and it's different, right? I represent Cash-Free Payments. Cash-Free Payments is the largest dispersal company when it comes to payments, right? The likes of Cred, the likes of Dream11 actually bank on us for their payouts to happen. We have more than 50% market share there, and it becomes very important for us to position the right products, the right sub-products when, you know, we are trying to acquire customers or merchants, right? How do we do that? Let me just give you a quick example. We actually scroll through the net and understand, you know, what kind of merchants these are, what kind of problems they are facing from their end users. What are the end users of their businesses talking about? We actually scroll through, we get this information, we feed it into our systems, right? And on the other side, we also try to understand if these merchants have actually escalated about a particular product or a service of another organization, which is a competition to us. Now, when they are trying to onboard with us, we actually personalize and we give the right kind of a product and a solution to them, which is very much personalized to their requirement. And that is something that, you know, we are trying to get better and better on. Right at the onboarding level, we are personalizing and we're putting the right kind of products, we're pitching the right kind of sub-products, which would be really, really very close to their heart. The probability of acquiring such merchants and customers is very, very high because you're actually personalizing, you're actually talking the right kind of problems and also a solution to them, right? Let me give you an example. There's one particular merchant who's talking about, you know, mera settlement nahi aaya hai, my settlements haven't come through, and this is the payment partner, can Cash-Free do something about this, right? We already know that, you know, this is a small, you know, startup, and they are really, really wanting those settlement amounts to come on time. They cannot wait for a D+1, a T+2, in some delays, it's really going to bring their business down. So we pitch in a product which is called the on-demand settlement. Hey, Mr. So-and-so, you coming to Cash-Free, you're welcome. You know what? We've got an interesting settlement, you know, life cycle for you, which is an on-demand settlement, which means that you've made some business. You just now want a little money out of that business that you've made. You don't need to wait till tomorrow, day after. Just take that on-demand settlement, and on-demand settlement is not 100% of what you've earned. You can just ask for 10%, 20% of what you've already earned. And we'll give it from our pocket to you, and we'll kind of settle things the next day with you. Now, this is the beauty, this is the personalization we do at a B2B space. I also come from a B2C background. I've worked with brands like PhonePe, Flipkart, and I'm a great fan of, you know, learning new things. And I was really awed a couple of years back when Ritesh was actually on a webinar with me, and, you know, he was talking about how they are personalizing and pitching a product. right? He spoke about an example where, Ritish, I'm sure you must be knowing about Oyo, and how Oyo has been, a brand which has really touched a lot of tier 2, tier 3 consumers as well. He spoke about, personalization where a person who's actually traveling from Jaipur, he's coming to Delhi, and he wants to book a room, and all the selections were done, and he actually stayed at that room and went back, and it was wow for him, and he never imagined it's going to be wow. Right from the time he was actually searching a room to the time he actually checked out, everything was wow. How was that? Because Ritish's team had put that hard work to understand a guy who's at the age of about 25 to 30 years, coming from Jaipur, coming from these kind of choices that he's made on the social network. This is the kind of room with the wall background being this, the pictures being this, the furniture being this, the color of the linen being this. This is what he's going to like. And the moment he pitches in this, 3 or 4 choices of such kind, this guy has high probability of going for it. And once he goes for it, he also enjoys it. And his stay and the rating he's going to leave Oyo with is really high. Now this is hyper-personalization, right from a perspective of how these consumers are going through in an experience in a service kind of a background. More examples to add, but leaving it.
Thank you so much, Pasi. That was really, really amazing. Maybe if I can come to you, Pawan, right? And we all know that how customer experience as a whole has been evolving over the last many years, right? Especially when I would say for a consumer, the switchover cost is quite minimal, right? Because you can switch over very easily. What, in your view, is the role technology is playing? I mean, what are the different, because you come from a technology organization, an edtech organization, I think that's where a lot of use cases will essentially get driven. So what's your view in terms of how this is getting shaped up?
I think it's a good question, Himadri, right? One of the key things that everyone working on a product should focus there, it's like, what is that your sales people are selling to the customers? What is the ad that you have posted in the performance marketing that the customers are seeing and coming to buy the product? And what is that you have sold to them? And then once they buy the product, whether the service that you're giving to them is matching to the ad that you have posted, the sale that you have done, right? So when we talk about the customer experience, it's all about people interacting with the brand. It touches the various pillars inside your organization, be it in terms of sales, marketing, advertising, product delivery, customer support, reputation, returns, refunds. So it's an entire thing that one should keep a focus on when they try to build the products and solutions. Now, given the fact that how do you have this large amount of data that you secure with you and understand whether you have sold the right product, whether you have given the right service or not, right? So that's where I think technology is going to come and play a major uplift in terms of ensuring that you bridge the gap between these different functions in an organization and give a holistic view for the people or for the customer service people in order to understand right from the time the user entered your ecosystem and then the user experiencing the service or the product. Now, if you want to take some examples over here, the entire customer experience has been segregated into 3 or 4 umbrellas broadly. The acquisition is one of the key area where you tend to understand what is your customer acquisition cost that you are spending in order to acquire a customer. And then what kind of delightful experience you are giving to the customer after you acquire them. And then how are you ensuring that the engagement is right or not in terms of giving them nudges, in terms of personalized nudges, in giving them the additional information, what they can do, how the peers are doing in the ecosystem, how the market is trending. And then later on you tend to focus on retaining them so that they will become your customer advocacy for your product or for your company, whatever it is, right? So these are the 4 or 5 pillars which we have been strongly focusing on in order to ensure that the customer experience is not getting hampered across the time, right from they enter into the system and they continue into experience in the service. Yep.
Thank you so much, Pawan, for that. And whether it's customer experience or personalization, one of the most important elements is customer data, right? And if you look at in today's world, there's a lot of, traditionally we used to look at customer data being predominantly coming out of POS systems. But today there are online cookies and various other clickstream data through which you capture. So my next question is to you, Archana, is to really understand, what has been your, the strategies that you are following in Britannia around your customer data acquisition strategy, right? That will be a very good, perspective to sort of have from you.
So, firstly, Britannia is obviously a company of huge scale, right?
Yes.
Crores of consumers that we reach on a daily basis. And we also have a portfolio of multiple brands, all of which serve different needs within the larger category of biscuits. And if I were to just take an example of, let's say, a brand like NutriChoice, the target consumer there is the health-seeking audiences that we'd like to go after, people who want to actively make better choices for their everyday lives. And one of the products in our portfolio happens to be specifically designed to cater to those with diabetes. Right now, if I were to take just that consumer cohort, what we've done interestingly there in that space is, firstly, understanding that consumer cohort is absolutely essential. Now, when I say people with diabetes, you can imagine the scale that we're talking about, given the fact that we are the diabetes capital of the world. And to be able to understand them very deeply and then provide solutions that really engage them beyond just your product offering. Of course, we have a product offering. But, one of the friction points that we realized is most people who suffer from diabetes don't really know that nutrition planning and nutrition planning to their needs as an individual is very, very critical. And many people don't really even meet a diabetologist, leave alone a nutritionist, right? And understanding that particular problem case, what we designed as a solution there was brought in an expert on board who could provide nutrition advice. But how do you do that? Customized to every individual, but at scale was really the challenge. And what we developed was a very simple solution which was aided by technology, which probably could not have happened as easily many years ago, right? We developed a very simple WhatsApp chatbot, engaged with the consumer to get some information about them first, to be able to then push a relevant diet chart that was created by an expert. Now you've given value to this consumer beyond just offering them a product. You've told them that if they want to take the first step towards diabetes management, what could be, an ideal diet to start with? And then how they choose to engage with it, how they choose to adopt that in their lifestyle is, of course, left to the consumer. But just this one experience, for example, we saw great results. Because I think what we got right was there was a certain value exchange that was meaningful to the consumer. And we were able to bring in personalization using technology at scale. And what we got out of that, of course, was a lot of rich consumer data for us as a brand. And that's going to continue to enable us to engage deeply with this consumer going forward. Because there's a lot of understanding on the table of, if I were to just start from the beginning of the service, what data were they willing to share with me to get this service? What data, at what point did they really drop off the service? Did they continue to engage with me a week after? We sent them reminder messages on WhatsApp to say, hi Archana, I'm really happy to see that you've taken the first step. Did you get a chance to try the diet chart? What has been your experience? And you get data on how many people are willing to talk to you even after a week after you've delivered that service to them, right? And that gives you therefore a lot of understanding of what does this consumer value, what's critical to them in their management of a condition that is so large. And that was very interesting for us. So I would bring it right back to where I started, which is there is a certain brand idea and a brand purpose. How do you build a very rich consumer experience that is connected to the brand and connected to a consumer need state in a way that is meaningful for that partnership to continue?
Absolutely. Thank you so much. I think that was extremely insightful. And I think 15 minutes into the session or 20 minutes into the session and we have not spoken about AI, so let me bring in AI. And I think customer experience is actually getting totally disrupted by the way AI is essentially playing a role. My next question is to you, Ganesh, right? And you've been part of the customer experience product side of things, and AI transforming a lot of different solutions in that particular space. Which are those sectors where you feel are far more matured and ready for AI-driven transformation from a CX standpoint?
Okay. I'll probably pick the leaf of what you started the conversation with. You mentioned about Netflix, right? So one of our customers happens to be in the streaming industry, I mean Disney. So Disney is a direct competitor to Netflix, and since we're talking about competitive advantage, so I'll talk about the experience that they brought about in one of the customer sessions we had with them. So Disney, when we asked them the success story and how they've been able to, sort of meet the competition and, look them eye in the eye, they mentioned that, they had challenges to start with. Disney had about 4 different brands. Hulu, ESPN, Star, and then Disney Plus. So each of them had its own platform, different agent experiences. So when we talk about hyper-personalization, it is not necessary that you're looking only at the consumer. You have to look inwards as well. You have to look at your own employees. So are you kind of giving in the clear experience? Are you giving in the same experience, uniform experience to your own employees? So that is where Disney started their journey with. So they laid out a plan wherein they could consolidate all of these, have them on the single platform. When I say single platform, it all boils down to where you're capturing the data, because end of the day, your AI relies on where your data lies. So more from I might sound more technical here, but the key here is that how are you writing this data? How are you capturing all of these from different channels, and are you able to sort of feed this back into your systems? When I say systems could be agents responding to customer queries. Systems could be intelligent virtual assistants, which are being your autopilots, co-pilots on desktops. So all of this, it can be controlled if you have a unified data lake. So that was one of the key things that Disney was able to do. Disney's on the streaming and media entertainment side. If I were to take another example, it would be like I think Delta. Delta took a leaf out of a totally different industry. We know, the thermal power plants, nuclear power plants have, IoT, heat sensors to monitor their, temperatures, and, anything can spell disaster, right? So Delta used this strategy, and they found that, they're seeing a lot of delays in, their flights getting rescheduled, customers having to wait. And they realized that sometimes it so happens that there is equipment malfunction. So they just applied the same strategy that is used across the thermal power plants and nuclear power plants. They would attach sensors to it, and these sensors would feed information directly into your field services. So the field services, whenever they were expected to go for a maintenance, they would be automatically notified of this. So these are some of the examples from varied industries. And I would say no industry is staying back on this trail. I would say, be it healthcare. I had a gentleman today in our hallway conversation was talking about how can I get my agent experience improved when they're addressing a customer. Can they talk about a better healthcare plan? So healthcare is not far behind. Similar experience goes with banking and financial as well. So
yeah,
it cuts across all the industries.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. Another, please.
I mean, again, going back to the fact that, I'm from a category like biscuits, which is as penetrated as it gets. Even in the same service that I talked about earlier, we did use AI to, within half an hour, get back to the consumer and say, hi, Archana, with the name and stuff like that in a video, right? So that's really helped us elevate the experience. So I don't think there is any industry or any, use case that's out of the scope. It's about how interestingly are you able to use it to be able to drive that connect with the consumer.
Right. So let me bring in a different dimension. As you rightly said that it's harder to choose between sectors, right? Everybody sort of have that level of maturity to adopt AI-driven use cases for CX. But possibly we also heard towards the earlier part of the day that when you look at India as a market, right? Maybe the maturity of data and the maturity that the data maturity that they have in this market, is something which possibly has a lot of work to do, right? So maybe my next question is to you, Rahul. The fact that, more like a question in terms of whether do you see in Indian companies are doing enough investments from a technology standpoint, and you being an analytics leader, do you feel initiatives like a customer data platform, which is more a 360-degree view of your customer, is a serious contention for driving very personalized marketing strategies?
I think, great question. The answer depends on who's answering. Is it a CFO or a CDO? So, but saying that, there are really three trends which are shaping the investments. First of all, consumer expectations are rapidly changing. You get one personalized experience in one sector, people expect same level of experience no matter what business really is. So organizations' ability to create those personalized service and experience requires their digital commerce to evolve, their data to evolve, and their MarTech to evolve. So investments are happening on all these fronts. The second investment is happening is the rapid advancements in AI ML technologies. So how do you really build those next level personalization algorithms? Companies are investing in that deeply. And third one, I think with privacy laws getting more and more stricter, there's a lot of investment happening in making sure that it's ethical data being used in the models. What does it really mean? So the consumer expects to hear personalized messages, personalized coupons really. That means the digital commerce platform should be able to create millions of versions of different coupons without having to really spend a lot of time. The CRM system should be able to actually deliver those messages. And you don't need those models which can actually differentiate every customer and provide those unique propositions. The ways in which customer is served is also changing rapidly. So loyalty programs. So for me to really deliver that loyalty program, I need to have technology investment as well, which can enable customer to earn the points or provide that unique benefits as such. And the last one, I think, with generative AI, I think this will take personalization to the next level. Not just we're talking about text messages, but can I create personalized images, personalized messages, and deliver to customers. So companies are also investing heavily into Gen AI to make sure that we're able to deliver that seamless personalized experience to customers.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Rahul, for that. Maybe let me move on to a different theme, right? And that theme is around, globally, many marketing decision makers are, grappling with data quality issues, right? And maybe my question will be to you, Rahul Poddar. You've been in the MarTech space for quite some time, right? And marketing decisions is right now, as we have been discussing, a lot to do with customer data and attributes around it. What do you see is, do you see this challenge to be significant in India and the strategies that you have taken in your organization? Is data quality a real challenge? And if it is, what are the kind of actions we are taking?
The way we approach data quality is not just about availability of good data. Archana rightly said that the cross of in a country like India, there would always be millions of users interacting with you, giving you enough information. The trick is, how do you categorize or organize that information, disseminate it in a proper manner, and then use it to give back that experience. For example, there are millions of people walking into our hospitals for some or the other use cases, right? But if you have interacted with doctors, you would typically get a handwritten prescription from doctor, right? We believe that paper is where information goes to die, right? And that prescription written by a doctor on a paper, from an experience standpoint or from a data quality standpoint, wouldn't be important or wouldn't be right. So we realized that a few years ago. What we started building was an in-house hospital management system, which encourages less and less usage of paper and convert that information into something called an EMR. Right? Which is the medical record of a person, right? Now imagine the implications of this. On an average, if a person walks in to a doctor, you would do about 8 to 10 tests, you would do a similar number of medications you would buy, and possibly some other cross consultations that you would need, or further treatment that you would need, right? So you have so much to do, but the understanding level of how grave what step is and what it adds value to the next, right? With the you assume that all of that will happen at the consumer's end. That is something which is a huge problem to solve for. And using the right kind of data and having the right sort of data helps you do that. And that is something we are solving for. Also in the healthcare industry, how you use that data is very sensitive, right? So if in cases of, say, critical illnesses, you probably wouldn't want to call them and tell them, okay, come and do this. You probably give them a counseling solution, right, on how to deal with this and then move on to the next step. And that's where the experience matters. For example, we have about 1 million downloads on our app, and we have thousands, lakhs of users on a daily basis. One of the hardest decisions we took some time ago was to stop push notifications altogether, right? Because we didn't feel that it added value to the consumer in any form and shape. And it wasn't sensitive enough to the needs of the patient at that point in time, right? So those are the things that we are trying to build, and the more data we have, the more information we have about the patient, the more capable we have to make ourselves. With, for example, we are now making a layer of AI on top of our data, which enables us to consolidate all of this information in a singular format to be made available to our clinicians, where they can, instead of going on rounds, which takes about 3 hours, 3.5 hours, can they look at this data now and prioritize their rounds in a manner where they're able to help patients which need them the most. Absolutely. Right? That's one use case. For a person who's not within our ecosystem. So, example, if you have a heartache and you go on Google that I have a chest pain, Google will tell you most likely you're going to die in the next 10 minutes, right? But that's not the case. How do you solve for that? So can I, for that particular person, can I redirect him to my AI chatbot, which through a series of 8 questions, tell them exactly what is happening, and then tell them the exact sort of thing that they need to do, right? So that is how we are approaching quality of data. That is, I think, that is one problem that we're trying to solve at Cyber.
I know we are coming close to the top of the hour, but I would now ask or put forth a question to maybe somebody, and others can sort of pitch in. But before that, I think, we all know with the advent of generative AI and the explosion of D2C brands in today's world, there's a lot of aggression in the digital marketing space, right? Everybody is trying to do something or the other to sort of acquire new customers or retain their customers. Right? And in that process, there are always concerns about data privacy, and there's a very thin line between what is ethically right and what is not. Right? So maybe, I'll pose it to you, Ganesh, because you have been talking to a lot of customers in the CX space across sectors. Maybe your views first in terms of what are they doing in this particular, how to circumvent this entire data privacy and ethical challenges, and where they're taking the right decisions, what actions that they're taking. It will be very good to sort of get your views on.
Sure, Himadri, and you touched upon a valid point. Data privacy is sort of a, and when we're talking about hyper-personalization can be a double-edged sword. Now let's say, Vinita was talking about birthdays and getting reminders on birthday. Sounds very good and exciting. Your kid will be very delighted. But let's say you get reminded about your, anniversary before you could actually wish your spouse. You're in serious trouble, right? So that's why, hyper-personalization needs to be, controlled. I'll quote from a recent incident with one of the food delivery apps. They launched a new campaign. They studied their customers, their food preferences, and they said that, okay, maybe we can deliver food in a slightly different way to them with a certain fleet of, delivery personnel. So while this was welcomed by the consumers, there were also concerns around the preferences of the consumer being exposed, and also in some cases the safety and security of the delivery personnel themselves. So within a day or two, because of the social media uproar, the CEO came out and issued a clarification, and then they said that we're going ahead with the plan, but we will make some amends to how we are actually delivering this. So this is very important. So it's not just that you're going to impose something onto a customer in the form of a hyper personalization, but you should also be willing to listen in, get the feedbacks, make the right amends. And how can you do that? Obviously, you need to have all the things in place, right? From a platform wherein you can listen to the feedback, make the amends, and be able to push those changes in a fairly quick manner. So that's.
No, thank you so much for that. I mean, if anybody else has any thoughts on privacy, will be sort of good to hear. But if not, I'll just squeeze in one last question before we sort of move into the audience, and that is something that I really wanted to ask, maybe to you, Archana. Is again, as you can imagine, with the context that I had said in the previous question about D2C brands and generative AI, there's a lot of smaller organizations who are getting the game really right? Do you think large enterprises, which are far more mature, but of course with a lot of complexities, will it be difficult for them to do a catch-up, and also to position themselves in a very refreshed manner in front of the new age consumer? So what's your take on that?
This is such a hot topic, no?
I know that.
You asked if it's difficult. Difficult, no. I think it's different for sure. Yes. And somewhere we all, as marketers, lie on a spectrum, depending on the categories that we work in and depending on the consumer that we're talking to, right? So even if you were to take just, a couple of brands that I handle, both within the same category, some work that we've done, let's say on Good Day, Britannia Good Day, what we've done is, of course, we've been advertising for decades now. The traditional mass media advertising has been on for decades. I mean, if you could argue that that is some kind of personalization too, because you need to understand your consumer and craft a message that caters to them, right? Obviously at a very different degree. And what we did there with respect to advertising in a traditional medium like TV itself was to say, how do we really make the message different for somebody who's sitting in Chennai and is of, let's say, 25 years of age, and how could it be different for somebody who's sitting, let's say, in Ludhiana, who has a completely, different upbringing, who resonates with very different things. So what we did was we picked regional insights and created like multiple 15-second TVCs, right? And that was personalization for a very traditional medium. I'm still talking about TVCs here, right? That's at one end of the spectrum, or at least at one part of the spectrum. I spoke about NutriChoice earlier. Another initiative that we've done there, Siddharth in an earlier discussion talked about it, my colleague from Britannia. We've recently launched an app that helps you monitor your everyday health initiatives, right? And it gives you a score on a daily basis. Yeah. That obviously lies at the further end of the spectrum, because there you've got into somebody's smartphone. You are able to help them track so many different metrics about what they're doing on a daily basis with respect to their sleep, with respect to their exercise. You're getting the consumer to also input what food they've eaten, how much water they've consumed, and you're telling them, this has been your fiber intake for the day. And therefore, you're sort of consolidating all of that and giving them, let's say, one composite score at the end of the day to say, this is how well you've done on your health scorecard for yesterday, right? So that, again, very different end of that spectrum. So it's very possible for large, mature companies, as you put it, to also be able to do very, very personalized solutions and brand experiences for the consumer and engage in very meaningful ways, because there are all these ways in which consumers are willing to engage with you if you go to them solving for a certain pain point that they have. And like I said, it's all different parts of the spectrum. So to conclude, I mean, definitely not difficult, but certainly different even for brands within my own portfolio, if I were to just sort of narrow it down and say.
Absolutely. No, thank you so much for that. So I think brilliant insights, and again, the discussion that we had was across across the spectrum of CX. But before we close, open for the audience to sort of ask any questions to any of the panelists. Yeah, can we have a mic?
Hi, good evening. This is Sitesh. My question to the panel, how do you train your customer success teams or managers or champions? Any kind of a certifications that you propose within your companies, or any preferable certifications or any standardized programs, or it is just a bespoke that you create for your own organization based on the data that you receive?
You are posing the question to anyone specific?
Yeah, no. Anybody would like to
I
have a big panel.
Probably I'll start off with, and if anybody else wants to add. See, there are certifications from COPC which are available online. There are certifications which are offered by LinkedIn Learning itself, right? You got to make the right choices of what you would want to give, right? But one thing that you would have to make them understand, and what you have to invest in them, is to understand what exactly is the skill set that they bring in. Do they bring in a skill set of data? Then guide them to actually head towards workforce management, learning more about analytics, data management, and all of this. If you find talent in them to do people management, then actually invest in training and bringing them, grooming them to become good people managers, right? And then, if you find them to be very, very good at, pinpointing, product gaps, process gaps, then you might want to actually invest in training them and bring them up to maybe a design kind of a work, or maybe a quality control kind of a work, right? One of the important things that you need to imbibe in them is these certifications. More than that is the learning that they have to get, the chiseling of the skills that they have to make, and the choices that they have to make within the CS ecosystem, right? It's not about just answering emails, answering calls, which will really make you to the next level. It's not about the performance, which is the guarantee to the growth. It is about what you develop and what you learn to actually grow up and to go to the next level. So please give that comfort to them, saying that we're there to invest time in actually grooming you to become a leader in the right kind of a domain that you feel, and I feel that you can actually make it. We can assess that and make it. In terms of certifications, as I said, COPC is there, LinkedIn Learning is there. There are many of them who have come up now. Okay, you can go behind them, but those certificates are just in the file. When somebody is going out looking for a manager's role, they don't really look at what certificate you bring in on the table. They actually look at what kind of experience that you bring, what kind of problems have you solved for the organization, what is the talent and confidence that you bring, what is the persona that you bring to the table. So I think that is something that we have to bring.
I can help you out on some more points, right? In terms of upskilling and reskilling your customer success team, your sales team, your operations team, right? One of the things that we have been following a lot is like powered by technology again. You will tend to identify the people who are there in this respective place in terms of scaling. Out of my 50 people in the customer success team, whom are the ones which I need to really do some kind of an upskilling, right? And what is that, the 20 or 30 people you find based on the data facts? The number of tickets that they handle, how many tickets they have closed, how many tickets the closure given by these people have got a low rating, and you find this mix of a people and keep them separate cohorts and then give them the samplings of the data from where the tickets have got a higher score, right? That's one of the techniques which we strongly use. In terms of the sales training that we normally do is like, all the calls that are being handled by the sales are getting recorded, and there is a rating that gives by the algorithm that we have, whether this call quality is being rated good or not. Over a month period of time, we're going to validate which all salespeople are not able to get a good rating, and that cohort will be given a separate training by showing which are the calls that have been got a good rating. So internally, you will have a lot of metrics in order to understand who are the high performing people. Their actions you can able to take and give for the people who are below the par, and you want to make them above the par. So industry certifications, I think as Fasil was mentioning, you have a lot of industry certifications, but what is it you're going to tell to people? Why do they want to do this, right? People will tend to feel emotionally bad. Hey, why my manager is sending me for a training? Did I do anything wrong? So data facts along with the data elements will really help them in order to grow more.
Thank you. Thank you. Do we have time for any other questions?
Thank you. Thank you for that.
Do you have time? Okay, perfect. So maybe, yeah.
Hello, good evening. My name is Sharath and I come from InfoVision and I handle the Salesforce practice. My question is this, how do you balance customer data security and hyper-personalization in industries like BFI, telecom, healthcare, which have regulatory compliances? Because there it becomes a little more difficult because the industry itself demands those type of industry compliances.
I'll take that since being from healthcare, one of the things we're trying to solve. Very tricky question, very difficult to set up the right processes. But how do you structurally create systems where whatever data is being used is being authorized to use in a meaningful way? So in addition to the IT systems that we have built in terms of who has access to what kind of data, we also, for example, have an ethical committee. So before a campaign, any campaign that we do or any data that we use, it goes to a committee of clinicians which authorize that you can talk to this particular person in this particular manner. And that's a huge filter that we do. We say no to a lot of things. We need to say no to a lot of requests. So in healthcare, I think almost all companies do that. I hope all companies do that. I think that's the right way of solving it, because no amount of you can have your technology related restrictions around it, but at the end of the day, how you design your usage of your data, that is being done by a human being, and that's where you need to also set some practices.
Just to add on, since I come from the payments background, right? Yes, of course, the data needs to be handled very sensitively, right? We have our merchants' data and we have their customers' data, right? And to expose that to third parties is not a good idea, right? How do we do that in today's situation? See, we do have vendors who actually work with us to shape up our, AI related requirements. So we do have an NDA signed up with them saying that they're not going to disclose any data that they are going to be viewing or seeing from us. B is that, it is restricted and it is kind of, masked before the actual data goes out. For example, the customer numbers, the customer contact numbers are masked. So there is some special key that is used so that the actual numbers are not exposed to them. Right? There's a lot of information that is exposed internally to us, and we ensure that this information is used for the good of those specific merchants, specific customers, and this is not to be let out to anybody else than the organization itself. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much for that. I think we're already over time for quite some time, and we'll try and bring this to close now. First thing first, thank you so much for all your insights. I think, including myself, everybody might have learned a lot from all of you in terms of what's happening in your respective sectors. And we bring this to a close. Thank you.
Thank you for that, ladies and gentlemen. Do hang back for a quick moment. One last photo op, one last opportunity to call Akash Tiwari on stage to hand over some plaques to all of you as a token of our gratitude for being here with us, for sharing your wisdom, your knowledge with us, your time with us so freely. so much for that, ladies and gentlemen. So we've heard over the course of today's discussions from many savvy leaders, from many progressive-minded organizations, how technology, how new age strategies are helping drive a new age of consumer experiences, much like nothing else that has ever gone before it. In fact, I would go so far as to say that this is the greatest opportunity facing us, perhaps the biggest one in the last few decades. That comes to my mind at least. And getting it right or not, conversely, is perhaps the difference between being a leader or being a laggard. I'm not going to take a lot more of your time, but I will thank you all for being here with us at the Bengaluru edition of the CX Transformation Conclave 2024. This formally draws a conclusion to today's proceedings. My name is Karan Karai, and thank you so much for being here with us. Thank you. Bye-bye.